Nolan Wells Lawyers withholding text messages. What? Why does that sound so low? Hold on. That sounds too low. So, ladies and gentlemen, let's go straight into the content at play with this. So, apparently, the lawyers are reporting text messages. So now they're calling this a scheme. They're saying that the mother of Nolan Wells, on top of her losing her child, now they're saying that she is scamming the system, saying that people like Ben Crump is whispering in her ear saying, run it up. That's crazy work.
To this young man.
Mm-hmm.
This is, even though it was Mississippi, believe it or not, my first knee jerk reaction wasn't, oh, this is something racial. I looked at this as a maritime issue. Okay, you have a boating community. It's July 4th. We're celebrating our 250th anniversary. These young people were turning up, and a tragedy happened, and we need to figure out what's going on. And so very early on, I started keeping up with all of the details. I saw that you were covering it. I saw that Brandon Tatum was covering it. I follow Sarah Fields, and she was covering it. And immediately, from the first time I covered this, I said, listen, I want to have compassion for this family. My commentary was never adverse toward the family. I tried to keep those two issues separate and distinct. And then the moment the Wells family hitched their wagon to Ben Crump, I said, okay, I knew what we were dealing with at that point.
Right.
And I was one of the very early people who were like, all right, y'all, do not fall for this okey doke. We have been here before. We already know what this is. And if your audience is anything like my audience, which I believe they are, we can smell a race hustling grift from a mile away.
I'm telling
Hold
We
on,
you.
hold on,
know
hold
the
on.
signs to look out.
Hold on, ladies and gentlemen. So this woman is saying that Nolan Wells' family is gripping after losing her beloved child. Could you imagine that content curators making videos talking about the mother is finessing the system, trying to milk the cow essentially? When she's trying to find answers, 48 hours, her son's body was found on the shore of an island. How can it be found if it was on a boat? But they talking about he was on an island. Too many inconsistent stories. So is the boy on the island or is he on the boat? It don't only makes sense process of elimination that he was on a boat. Therefore, he was found 48 hours after the 4th of July. But what's crazy work is that so many red flags, but yet people are still attacking the mother. And they also want the mother to move on, but it just happened. It just transpired, ladies and gentlemen, in the 4th of July. So how can you tell a mother to move on? But now, not only did they try to get her unemployed, ladies and gentlemen, because she is a nurse, officially that case is closed. Let's go ahead and document it because people want to talk about this, that, and the third, but we have to talk about the facts. And that's what we're doing on this platform, not to cause a racial division, but to bring clarity. So they was trying to make her homeless on top of her losing her child. That's diabolical, ladies and gentlemen. That case has officially been closed. But could you imagine trying to move on? You can't move on because you don't know what transpired with your son, because according to Mississippi, that first autopsy has been sealed. It's only funded by Colin Kaepernick that answers has been revealed. But yet they want the mother to move on and they want her homeless. Crazy work.
Out for. We know the languaging. The left is very good at curating narratives, and they're
So Ben Crump, ladies and gentlemen, let's keep it a spade. How come he only wants to pick selective cases? It is what it is. The man is about his money. So they're saying because the family hired Ben Crump, they're grifters. Well, also, ladies and gentlemen, they're saying that the family getting cash apps, getting donations from GoFundMe, that they're grifters. If it wasn't for those donations, if it wasn't for Mr. Colin Kaepernick, we would not know what happened to Mr. Nolan Wells. But because they're receiving donations, because GoFundMe is being almost $1 million in the building, now they grifters. Now the mother's a bad guy, and all she's trying to do is raise attention to what happened to her beloved son. But she's the bad person for getting bread. But I don't see no content creators making videos of the friends of Nolan. Where's the videos of them? They made a GoFundMe as well. And whenever you say stuff, ladies and gentlemen, you got to show the receipts because people talk off emotion and they spread hidden racism within their heart. No, let's talk about the facts. And the facts are they got over 40K and their goal is 100K, talking about targeted friends. These boys went on an interview on Brandon Tatum's podcast talking about they can't go out to eat because the stairs are piercing through their skin. Stop the cap.
Messaging, listen, the people are talented over there. They know how to craft the right message to rile up their base. And so from my perspective, this is no longer about a pursuit of truth for Nolan Wells. This is something else. And I'm hoping we'll be able to talk about what that is tonight.
Definitely. And I appreciate you being one of the first people to kind of to not be afraid to go ahead and say what you were seeing. I was trying to address it, but at the same time, I wasn't. At first, I'm kind of like, okay, guys, the family's grieving, and I don't want to say too much. But then at some point, it was like, okay, and when you know better, you do better. And multiple people have told you that Ben Crump and Al Sharpton are not the people you should be around, and you're still around them. Okay, it's fair game. It's fair game to talk.
So I understand Al Sharpton and Ben Crump are questionable, but also we cannot deny that Al Sharpton, if his skinny ass, and Mr. Ben Crump, they have a huge name, a huge following. So when they talking about cases, it's going to get attention that is much needed because leave it up to Mississippi, they're trying to sweep this case underneath the rug. So when you have people like Ben Crump representing you and people like Al Sharpton, for the most part, regardless of how you feel about these individuals, regardless of how you think they're grifters and they only going towards popular cases, they have a name that echoes in the room. Not a typical lawyer. These are creme de la creme civil rights attorneys. Mr. Ben Crump, Al Sharpton is a civil rights leader. Al Sharpton's been a while for how long? Want to stand in the mirror taking selfies. Al Sharpton is a household name, regardless of how you feel about the man. Ben Crump is a household name. So when these individuals are representing you, it's going to bring attention to the case because once again, leave it up to Mississippi. They sealed the first autopsy. That's a fact because people want to talk about emotions. But let's talk about what transpired, not about make-believe narratives. Mississippi sealed the first autopsy for what? Why would you seal something when we're trying to find answers? They're talking about Nolan Wells was fully clothed, but photos are showing him only in swimming trunks. So that is why I believe it was a power move, and that's why she raised the GoFundMe to get the top-notch representative lawyer to represent Nolan Wells, so then it can get the right attention to get justice for Mr. Nolan Wells, prayers for Mr. Nolan Wells, and people are really attacking the mother. That's some crazy work, ladies and gentlemen. Keep your head on a swivel.
Talk about.
I mean, this is the information age. We all have social media. And if you've been living, even if you've been living under a rock, you hear enough and you've seen enough from the pulpit pimp and the civil rights, race hustling. We've seen enough from that group to know, okay, maybe this might be the one where they're getting it right, but you need to look at them with a cloud of suspicion because of the pattern recognition. Right. They have an entire hall of fame of race hoaxes that have never proven to pursue justice. It's always been, let's bring a racial narrative into this so we can either raise money or shake down money from a local municipality or an organization. There's always a pot of gold at the end of the race hustling rainbow. And that is exactly what this case has turned into. And that's not us projecting a presupposition onto this case. That's us looking at how these people are moving, the things that they are saying, the lack of evidence to support this position. Furthermore, the way that the family flipped. I don't know if you saw Sarah Fields' post from earlier today where
Oh, no,
she
no. Hold
released.
up one second. Hold up one second. We're going to get to that later.
Okay.
We're
Okay.
going
I
to
don't
get to
want to
that
move ahead.
later.
Okay.
Let's start here. Let's start here. So you
Right.
brought up several people, and you kind of alluded to the fact that there are people who are doing this for racial reasons. Can you walk us through who those people are and what you've noticed? Because one thing about you is you're good at reading people. And y'all have to check out April Chapman's page, Unshakable with April, where you can really get a deep dive on all things politics and social and political. All right.
Right.
So April, can you tell us specifically who you're talking about so the audience is on the same page? Because there may be somebody new who just came across the show and they don't know what we're talking about.
Right.
All right.
Right. And we don't want to assume that they do. So I like to assign monikers or names or titles to things to help people understand it better. So I'm going to use a term that's not my term. I'll just be honest. I did borrow this term from a colleague of mine. But tonight, the individuals that we're going to be talking about are individuals that make up the iron triangle, right? So the iron triangle is your Black pulpit preacher, your Black civil rights worker, and your Black politician. And these three work together in cahoots with one another to achieve one objective and one objective only, and that is to ensure, by hook or by crook, that the Black community is beholden to the Democrat Party, not because the policies have proven to improve the conditions of Black America at all, but only so that they can retain power. And they do this in a myriad of ways. And this case is a textbook example of the iron triangle at work. So let me name them. You're the pulpit pimp here, that's the star of the show of the iron triangle. We'll put him at the top. We'll put Al Sharpton. Al Sharpton is an old school, former chubby mob rat, former snitch from my hometown of New York City, and his reputation precedes him. And this is not me slandering the man. This is me actually going down the list of the race hoaxes that make up his resume. So Tawana Brawley is what gave him his claim to fame, and your audience can go and research all about that fake race hoax that divided our city and completely set back race relations at least 20 years. Then you have a civil rights worker. Now, Ben Crump, even though he is an attorney, he fits into the civil rights apparatus of this triangle. So you've got Al Sharpton and Ben Crump. And then you've got the Black politician. I knew we were dealing with the iron triangle the moment that press conference display when Al Sharpton called up Lucy McBath. This is very, very important. Do you mind if I go ahead and give the audience a rundown of who Lucy is? Hello? I can't hear you. Where'd your audio go?
Can you hear me now?
Oh, I can hear you now.
I apologize for that.
No.
I don't mind at all. You have the full floor. One thing about you is you're a great teacher. God has given you great gifts. And so you just go ahead and let us know whatever you have on your heart. We're all here.
And ladies and gentlemen, that's why not all skin folk is kinfolk. Anybody of a right mind, F what these women are talking about. They have some valid points. All Sharpton, he's, a money grifter, this, that, and the third. Ben Crump, he's questionable. But these are all sides. And let's talk about the meat on the plate. Because they want to eat the mashed potatoes and the corn. They want to eat the broccoli, the spinach, the asparagus. But let's talk about that T-bone. Let's talk about that ribeye. Let's talk about that filet, not the 8-ounce, but the 12-ounce filet. Why was his hired bone from his neck missing? Let's talk about that. Because every single time we have an opportunity to wake up, ladies and gentlemen, it's not promised that we're going to wake up tomorrow. So the words that are coming out of our choppers, let it have some substance. We all know that these activists, these civil rights leaders, they have some questionable actions in the past, but we cannot deny that Ben Crump and Mr. Al Sharpton has a name. Once again, they have a name that people recognize. So when you hear Al Sharpton, regardless of how you feel about the man, he's going to bring attention to this case, attention that is much needed, because to leave it up to Mississippi, they're trying to sweep this underneath the rug. These boys, potential suspects, their parents are government officials, judges. So That's why my personal take, I believe the first autopsy has been sealed. And how come the blood work has not been revealed yet? Because the blood would show if there was a controlled substance. The blood would show everything that is inside Nolan Wells' body. And if Nolan Wells was to do something, 9 times out of 10, his friends did it as well. So I believe that's why the first autopsy and the blood work has not been revealed, only to be revealed in a grand jury. And ladies and gentlemen, I don't believe there will be a grand jury, because if there was a grand jury, they're going to expose the friends of Nolan, and they're not trying to allow that to happen, because these boys are trying to get in the NFL, such as Mr. Bart. Bart is a punter, a kicker, trying to get into the league. He can't have a controlled substance in his blood. These boys trying to get a 9 to 5, and they have that's not gonna work. So sealing the blood work, sealing the autopsy, only to be released if there was a grand jury. There would not be a grand jury. How much there's not gonna be a grand jury? Y'all let me know how much y'all trying to put down if there's not going to be a grand jury. That is not going to happen. You really think it's gonna be? We will get a Tyler Perry movie of Nolan Wells because he paid for the funeral. We would get a movie before there was a grand jury. People want to find answers, and they will find answers through the movie. And it's a huge marketing plan for Tyler Perry to pay for the funeral, which I think is going to come back tenfold when he makes a movie about it. But I believe the movie will come out first before there's a grand jury. Why would there be a grand jury if they're going to expose the boy's blood work? That's not. Just keep it a stack.
Got you. All right. Lucy McBath. She is a sitting congresswoman.
Hold up 1 second. Sorry to cut you off there.
Mm-hmm.
Just so the audience is aware, Lucy is the lady I showed you at the beginning of the show. Maybe some of you are just now hopping in, but Lucy is the lady who I talked to you about last week. At the time, I thought maybe she was Ben Crump's a new lawyer on the team or something. I didn't know who this lady was. And then I get a text from April, and she's telling me, actually, there's more to Lucy. So that's who we're talking about here.
Right. So she was the fair-skinned woman that Al Sharpton brought up to the podium. And Lucy's from my stage. Lucy McBath is a sitting congresswoman from Georgia's 6th district. That's right here in Metro Atlanta. Mm-hmm. And the reason why she's so integral to this story is because she had a son by the name of Jordan Davis, and he was gunned down and shot to death. And his death is foundational to her whole political identity. So, for example, if you go to her congressional website, she readily admits that Jordan's murder, and we'll talk a little bit about the details surrounding his murder, but his murder is what propelled her into this whole gun control advocacy and ultimately.
072010 site says Nolan was seen alive at 6 p.m. on the island, and his white friends left around 4:30. Coast Guard and other phone prove that. You know what I don't understand? If Nolan was on the island, because we got to keep it simple, because they're just throwing so much at us, and it could be overwhelming, ladies and gentlemen. That's why I'm making this live, so we can put our minds together. And let's talk about the facts. A lot of people want to cause racial division. These stories expose the hate within people's hearts. Let's talk about the facts of what happened. It's not about black, white, yellow, pink, purple, because we all bleed red at the end of the day. So let's talk about Mr. Nolan. If he was on the island, how can your body be washed up on the shore if you're physically on the island? That doesn't make any sense. So he was last seen with Miss Katie McCormick, which, where is she on the interviews? We get in multiple interviews like it's a Netflix special on Mr. Brandon Tatum's podcast of these boys. We got 4 or 5 episodes, but not a single clip of Miss Katie. So if Mr. Nolan was last seen with Miss Katie, where's the footage? Where's the interview? Oh, she's smart enough not to talk. The boys want to talk and open up the choppers talking about Nolan Wells not fully black, he's half Asian. What was the point in saying that? Huge red flag right there. Mr. Tristan wants to come on a podcast, can't pull up on the funeral, talking about he's his best friend. Nolan Wells is the best thing to happen to Mississippi, but you didn't answer his phone calls when he called you. So the only thing that should have came out your mouth was, yo, man, if only I was awake to answer that phone call, maybe Nolan would still be alive today. and have to live with that for the rest of my life. He wants to throw Nolan Wells underneath the bus, talking about he's not fully black. What?
And then the previous year, we went to Horn Island. Nolan was with us out there then. And every time we go out to Horn Island, usually Nolan's with us. And every single year for the 4th of July when we go out there, Nolan's with us. I mean, this is a tradition. I mean, everybody waits all year for Horn Island, 4th of July. Like, that is the place to be. That is a party all day. And it is literally right up all of our alleys. Like, that's what we want to do all day. Like, that's the funnest day of the year. And, yeah.
I mean, Nolan was with us 2 weeks prior to the 4th of July at Horn Island with no one out there. If we had any intention to hurt Nolan at the island, why would we do it on the 4th of July with thousands of people out there? I mean, it's
So just because these boys are interviewing with Mr. Brennan Tatum, talking about why would we do this, why would we do that, just because he's saying it, does that mean that it's true? We got to stop the cap. And second of all, it is not wise to be talking, confessing when there's an ongoing investigation taking place. Whose idea was it for these boys to talk so open about a case? I thought you're supposed to stay silent and let your lawyer represent you.
Right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you in a court of law. You have the right to talk to a lawyer and have him present with you while you're being questioned. If you cannot afford to hire a lawyer, one will be appointed to represent you before any questioning if you wish. You can decide at any time to exercise these rights and not answer any questions or make any statements. Do you understand each of these rights I have explained to you?
We're thinking, can you all please come? We have a membership.
All right, of course. How far is the warden coming up, sir? How far is the warden coming up, sir? Can you give me a description? Ankles? Hello?
Hey.
Yes, how far is the water coming up, sir?
It's coming up. We're just thinking. I don't know. Like we're going down now.
All right, well, let's get you going. Membership number or phone number listed on the account, sir?
I don't know the phone number. It's either Jerry Atkerson. I think it's Jerry Atkerson. Try that.
All right.
I know we have a membership, like guaranteed. I don't have the tag
Unless
on
you
here.
have a
It got ripped
membership
off.
number or anything, it's okay. I'll get you over to the captain. What's the best phone number to reach you at? All right. And is everybody on board in good health otherwise?
Yeah.
So why did the dispatcher ask that question? She can read the energy. She can read the room. They're very frantic in the background. Also, when Mr. Warren calls for help, he says he initially needs assistance, but then when the dispatcher says, do you want help from the Coast Guard, he denies the help. So why did you call in the first place? And then he proceeds to go on Mr. Brennan Tatum's podcast, ladies and gentlemen, and says he's actually happy he called Cito. With that statement alone, Mr. Warren is watching these YouTube videos about what's transpiring, because why did you address that? So it seems like they're going on YouTube talking to Brennan Tatum to cover their behinds instead of staying silent, because if you're innocent, why are you talking in the first place? The more you talk, the more the truth is going to come out. And these videos all over TikTok, as we speak, ladies and gentlemen, they have open panels, 300-400 people talking about this case. People have become overnight investigators, doing more work than the state of Mississippi. So they got to seal the first autopsy. They got to not release the blood work, because if they release the blood work, that's going to expose what the friends of Nolan did. And now they're going so crazy to try to get the woman unemployed, which is officially been case closed. But they try to make her the mother of Miss Nolan, Christine. They're trying to make her homeless. On top of that, they saying that she's grifting. Crazy work. Y'all let me know in the comment section your take on that.
Yeah, everybody's
How many? All right. Do you need the United States Coast Guard?
What?
Do you need the United States Coast Guard?
No, we do not need that.
All right.
Yeah.
All right. All right. Do you have your current GPS coordinates?
Let me go look.
If not, I can send you a text message.
All right, are you ready?
Yes, sir. I'm available.
north 30 degrees by 46.72.
All right, 4672. All right, and you were breaking up a little bit. Can you just repeat it one more time to make sure I have it correct?
Sorry, look.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah, what?
So you're breaking up. If you need assistance, do you have a VHF radio?
This dude talking about, yeah, what? What you mean, yeah, what? Aren't you the one calling for help? She's trying to help your ass out. You the one that's sinking. You got 30 feet of water on your boat talking about you don't need help from the Coast Guard. So why did you initially call for help? You trying to pillow talk to the dispatcher? Danny's bored. This man Warren wants to proceed on Mr. Brennan Tatum's podcast, talking about he's happy he called Cito. For what? You expose yourself. Ladies and gentlemen, as regardless of how you feel about Mr. Brennan Tatum, it is a blessing in disguise if his coonery, his coon ass, exposed more than Mississippi had to offer. Because leave it up to Mississippi, they sealed the first autopsy. They wasn't trying to release the blood work. It's only funded by Colin Kaepernick that we found answers that there was bruises in the back of the head, that the hired bone was missing in Mr. Nolan Wells' throat.
Yeah, we do not have the VHF radio.
All right, well, let's try to get you going because you don't have good cell phone reception. Can you verify your coordinates one more time?
Okay, my coordinates are 30 degrees by 14.684 north, and then west by 88 degrees by 46.79.
Right, it looks like you're on Horn Island, correct? Are you
Yes,
on
we are
Horn
at Horn
Island?
Island. Yes.
All right, is the
I didn't know exactly what happened. Did it shock you that it turned into some racial thing?
Yes, racial, I do agree. Now, it going famous or going viral, that part didn't shock me. Thinking about it and being honest, like, that's not a surprise because everybody did love Nolan. Especially around here, everybody loved Nolan. So for people to repost that, they know Nolan. I mean, they know he did not have one hateful thing in his heart. And racism, no. That was a shock. That was a complete shock from his mom and from his stepdad. Like, that's a shock. That's an utter shock because it's like, first off, I'm not going to.
So what's a shock that the family's trying to find answers? I mean, because once again, leave it up to Mississippi. They sealed the first autopsy. They haven't released any blood work. Why is it taking so long to release blood work? I mean, Jesus resurrected in 3 days. I mean, God made the universe in 6 days. What is taking 3 weeks? I mean, you could lose a couple pounds. I mean, Grand Theft Auto's about to come out before we get these results. We're never going to get these results. That's crazy how they have the power to seal something. Who gave them permission to seal it, though? Like, if it was your own doing, expunging, trying to seal stuff so you can, what I'm saying, move on with your life. People don't know your past, But that wasn't the case. The state decided on their own will to seal something up. What? I mean, that's the first that I've heard of something transpiring. And the mother, the family, they're trying to understand, trying to move on. But how are you supposed to move on and grieve if you don't even know what happened to your offspring? And people talking about the stepfather is not even the real blood of Nolan. People making all topic videos. Let's talk about what happened. They want to talk about everything else. Nolan was not fully black. He's half Asian. What does that have to do with the man being found 48 hours later on the shore of Horn Island? Half Asian or not? That's what Mr. Tristan said, not YouTubers. The alleged best friend of Nolan talking about, Nolan Wells, he's not even fully black. What?
I don't know how to word this. Nolan wasn't fully black. Nolan's mixed. Nolan has a little bit of Asian in him. You don't hear that, though. You don't. So to turn it as like somebody's harping down on Nolan because of the color of his skin, you don't know us. You don't know our community. It's crazy that people are just running with a lie. And it's so easy for people to believe it from the outside, looking into Mississippi's history, per se. But it's like, you're looking at history. Let's go to each state's history. I bet they're not the best with black people. Like,
Yeah, let's talk about your history, your most recent history. So imagine Nolan Wells, found 48 hours after the 4th of July. And then 2-3 weeks later, you hear a crazy story of Miss Tasia Fortune found hung in the back of a vacant house. The same state of Mississippi. Rest in peace to Miss Tasia Fortune. But of course, when it comes to a person that's a minority, nobody sees or nobody knows nothing. She just hung herself. But they want to say, oh, racism doesn't exist. Now, does racism hinder you from going outside and being the best version of yourself? Absolutely. We're not living in 1925 where I have to only drink from colored water fountain. I don't have to ask massa for permission to go outside. But it is still coherent, obviously, because why are bodies being hung from a tree like a Christmas ornament? And nobody sees nothing, though. But your ninja ass can't even go outside and you play where you reside at. You can't even speed 5-10 miles above the speed limit without your ass getting pulled over. But nobody saw Miss Tasia Fortune this hanging from a tree, huh?
people change. You learn history so you don't repeat it. Everybody knows that.
What's the craziest lie that you've seen floating around there about this situation? I know there's a lot of mysterious things.
A sane is all 1067 says. Unless you don't look like us, it can be difficult to understand how to navigate life in our shoes. Absolutely. We live two different lifestyles from minorities to Caucasians. It's not sweet out here. We got to keep our head on a swivel 24/7. And we hear stories like this. You're not supposed to live in fear, but at the same time, you can't be ignorant to what's going on.
But like, what to you? What's the craziest thing that you've heard somebody say about this?
That my buddy in the photo was his lover. That was wild. That's been the utmost craziest, because it's like,
yo, why is Brennan Tatum laughing? That could be a possibility. It seems like Mr. Brennan Tatum is pandering to these boys instead of taking it serious. If I'm Mr. Brennan Tatum, I'm asking these boys, why did it take you so long to give the property, the cell phone, back to the parents?
what? Like, where'd you get that from?
Yeah.
I mean, also the lies of just how racist Mississippi is, or how racist the coast is, and Ocean Springs, and no, you don't know this, man. Like, you have no idea.
Pushed her to run for Congress.
What I thought was crazy,
Lucy McBath has
he's the only
successfully
black person on the boat.
transformed a legitimate, do hear me clearly, this is a legitimate personal tragedy. But she's turned it
once. Like, where'd you get this background information from?
How many people are on that island from your vantage point?
On the 4th of July?
Yeah.
component of who she is politically, and that is undeniable. All you have to do, back in 2018, she wrote that Jordan's murder is what transformed her into the activist and eventually inspired her congressional run. She runs an organization, or should I say she joined an organization.
Teresa OB7OE says they should have taught him to self-love. Running after Becky was not good for his health. Parents should have taught him. Well, yeah, they moved Mr. Nolan to that neighborhood. And, discussions like this need to be made, because when you're a minority and you get a good job, a good paying job, because the mother's a nurse, I don't know what the stepdad profession is, but, they got bread. So they move out the hood, essentially. But you are now the minority in a group full of, the opposite. Now, he put his trust so much to where the kids didn't even allow Nolan Wells to drive. They was always around each other. They have photos of Halloween costumes, very close to each other. And he put the trust so much so to where he's not here anymore. So this goes to show that you can't put trust in no man. Only trust that you can put into is in the Most High, because man will fail you. The parents, they could have moved anywhere, but they chose Ocean Springs. They like the area. They think it's sweet, it's nice, but once again, conversations may need to be made when we move out the hood and we're in a nice subdivision. You are now in the Twilight Zone. For the most part, people mind their business, but if you're always in their face, I mean, my goodness, the energy that Nolan was probably was giving off as well, just my personal take, probably was a phenomenal athlete, positive dude who knows what the next man's heart has. It says in the word, not to make this biblical or spiritual, but the heart is deceitful. So just because allegedly these are Nolan Wells' friends doesn't mean they were showing the best interest of Nolan. Because let's keep it a stack. If you're so intoxicated, because obviously Nolan Wells was intoxicated, TMZ wants to talk about he drowned. How did he drown? I digress. If you're the friends of Nolan and you're so intoxicated, you're making sure like, yo, he's with so and so, let's keep an eye on him. You're just gonna turn your back on your alleged best friend? That's your best friend? He could be so intoxicated, he wakes up the next day, he doesn't know where he's at, but he knows that his friend got his back. Stop the cap.
Called Mothers of the Movement. She was integral in the 2016 Democratic National Convention, where she endorsed Hillary Clinton. She has spoken extensively about her son Jordan's death, and she always positions her narrative alongside other Black mothers whose children have died in prominent cases. So, to be clear, what happened to her son, the devil is in the details, is legit. But when I explain it to you, you will understand why she was at that press conference. Mm-hmm. Now, I'm going to give y'all, I'm going to be quick and brief. Back in 2012, her son was 17 years old, Jordan Davis. Mm-hmm. He is sitting with his friends in an SUV down in Jacksonville, Florida, at a gas station. A white guy, his name was Michael Dunn. He's 45-year-old white dude, parks beside him. They are playing really, really loud music. White guy objects to the loud rap music coming from the car. They get into a verbal altercation. Confrontation ensues. The white guy, Dunn, retrieves a handgun and he fires 10 shots at the SUV and kills Jordan. It is very sad. It is very tragic. There was no weapon in these teenagers' vehicle. Now, there was no mystery about whether another human killed Jordan. I just told you, there was a shooter. We know his name. There was a firearm. We know that. There were eyewitnesses, bullet trajectories. You have a whole identifiable victim and a defendant. A criminal prosecution happened. Dunn claims, the white guy, self-defense. The prosecutors argue that, listen, this man became so enraged when Jordan challenged him and refused to comply with the white guy's demand concerning the music. You're not going to get in. I'm going to be fair. I'm like, listen, okay, this whole scenario could have been handled different. Granted, loud music is a nuisance, but you can't get so overcome with rage that you decide you're going to pull out a gun and start shooting people. And so there was a trial and a retrial. And the prosecution categorized Dunn as someone who became overly angry over being disrespected by this 17-year-old kid that he shot to kill him. Mm-hmm. Dunn gets convicted of first-degree murder. His conviction is then affirmed on appeal. So here's what we can accurately say about what happened to Lucy McBath's son. First-degree murder was the conviction, okay? It was not some judicial finding that discovered that he was shot because he was Black, but an argument can be made that this individual held some bias or prejudicial or racist views, so much so that he became enraged and he shoots the boy, killing an unarmed teenager. I will never take that away from Lucy McBath. Jordan Davis was murdered. Nolan Wells died. We're still trying to determine how Nolan died. Those sentences, they're not interchangeable. So why did they bring Lucy McBath onto that stage? I told you, this is how the Iron Triangle works. Al Sharpton is your black preacher and an activist. He serves double duty. Ben Crump, black civil rights legal apparatus representative. Then you got Lucy McBath. She's your black politician. They needed to bring the trifecta together. Mm-hmm. McBath is not there because she can tell us anything about what happened on Horn Island. She wasn't there. She's not a forensic pathologist. She didn't interview any of the witnesses. Mm-hmm. She brings nothing to this case in the sense that she didn't possess the phone. She doesn't know Nolan's cause of death, but she supplies something that no one else can, and that is the emotional authority that these race hustlers need to sway the public opinion and ultimately impact the election. All you got to do, if you don't mind, do you want to play? She makes a very interesting transition at that press conference when she starts talking about,
let's play. Mm-hmm.
Right, this brings back so many vivid memories for me.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
I was going to
get that ready.
Play it. Mm-hmm. She starts talking. This, like I said, it's an emotional ploy that this side of the aisle are very, very good at. Look, these people are talented. They're evil and wicked, but the talent is the emotional manipulation and the emotional capital that they knew she would bring to this case. But I'll let you go ahead and play it.
Right, and just a quick note here. The Bible tells us that gifts and callings come without repentance. And so I'm not surprised that they're gifted, but clearly they're not using their gifts for the glory of God. And that's very problematic. You got Al Sharpton here in the background who claims to be a minister, the pulpit pimp that we've been going over. And then you have this civil rights worker right here. Wait, is she the civil rights worker?
No, she's a politician. Ben Crump, we'll put him in the category of, because he's a civil rights attorney, but he represents the civil rights apparatus of this consortium of the Iron Triangle.
Okay, let's play this out. It's only about 2 minutes.
Reverend Al Sharpton, and also thank you to Attorney Crump for being the armor bearers for this family, the Nolan's family. It's a really, really sad occasion that we're here again. I was just saying to my staff on the way in, it's like this brings back so many vivid memories for me and my own family, having lost Jordan to unnecessary gun violence in November 2012, Black Friday, simply because he was Black and playing loud music in his car. And so here we are again today, here for the loss of another Black young man in our community. And we find ourselves asking the same questions. How did it happen? Why did it happen? And this family stands here demanding answers. This family deserves answers. I myself sought the same justice for my son, Jordan, that they're seeking for theirs, and they deserve answers. And they deserve justice. Justice that should not be denied this family, or should ever be denied to any of our children or our lost loved ones. As a member of the Congressional Black Caucus, I'm the second vice chair of the Congressional Black Caucus. We are demanding a full federal investigation. Kash Patel, we're demanding a full federal investigation as to what has actually happened to Nolan Wells. We want to make sure that every stone is unturned because his life matters. All of our children's and our families' lives matter. And we must fight back. We must stand up and we must demand accountability for this family's loss. We cannot turn a blind eye to what continues to happen again and again and again. That's the reason why I ran for Congress, to make sure that we continue to put a face on what's happening to our families and our communities every single day.
Translation. That's the reason why she became a social justice warrior, social justice activist.
We must say Nolan's name. Say his name. Lift his name. And as the national Black journalists of this country, you have the ability to be able to lift this story and not let it die. We see over and over again these kinds of tragedies in our communities that continue to happen. And they make it to CNN. They make it to MSN Now. They make it to our local news for maybe 30 days, if that. And then the stories are gone. And the carnage is left with the families and the communities that have lost someone that they love. So I thank the National Black Journalists. Thank you for lifting this family story. Do not let it die. Continue to say his name. Continue to tell his story, because they deserve justice, and it matters. It mattered for me. It mattered for Trayvon. It mattered for Eric Brown. It matters for all of our loved ones that we have lost.
All right. So that was her speech from the press conference last week.
Listen, y'all pray my strength in the Lord, okay? My
praying.
sanctification gets tested all the time. And the first thing I will say is I need the audience to understand that two things can be true at the same time.
Mm-hmm.
You can lose your son to senseless violence, and we can empathize with you about that. But when we see you conflating categories and you start using your son's death as a form of emotional manipulation to conflate two things that are so vastly different, and we don't see you do it in other circumstances. She talked about, this keeps happening to young men all over the country. And I'm like, what do you mean? Because every weekend when Black men are gunned down in Chicago, Lucy McBath is not called to give an emotionally stirring speech to stir communities up to stopping the violence. That does not happen. So why is she here now? Notice how she said, so here we are again today. That phrase is so important. Here we are again. And I'm like, again, where? Jordan was shot 10 times by an identifiable man. We know him. His name was Michael Dunn. He was arrested. Michael Dunn was prosecuted.
Right.
Michael Dunn was convicted of first-degree murder.
Michael
Dunn is serving a life sentence. So what factual category has currently been established in Nolan's case that makes this, here we go again? There isn't one. And she can't simply say, young Black men are dying and we need to be concerned because they're dying every single day in Chicago and in other cities all over this country. Like I said, she's nowhere to be found, but she found her way to this press conference. And so let me explain what Lucy McBath has rhetorically accomplished here.
Wow.
This is called emotional transfer. You don't necessarily need the two cases to factually be analogous. You don't need that. All you need is for the audience to feel. Y'all know, listen, I am an authentically Black woman. Y'all know we are a feeling people, okay? We will feel it down in our bones, whether it's right, wrong, or indifferent.
She's women in general, I'm telling you.
Right. This is the feels. And so with this feeling, the ingredients become Black teenage son, grieving Black mother, white people connected to the circumstances, Southern state, civil rights leaders say his name, and now the audience, your mind starts filling in everything that hasn't even been established. That is why Lucy McBath's statement, here we go again, it's doing so much of the work. It's doing so much of the heavy lifting because it places Nolan into a very already familiar moral story. Her son, Jordan Davis. Then she gets to add in Trayvon Martin, racial violence, grieving Black mother, white perpetrator. And that leads you to believe, you know what? America hasn't changed. Except we don't have a perpetrator in Nolan's case. We don't even have a homicide. We have yet no evidence of a racial motivation. So the whole emotional analogy, it shows up before the evidentiary analogy exists. And that is the manipulation that she was sent there to do. Say his name, bringing in the politics. And notice how she's the second vice chair of the Congressional Black Caucus. That matters. She wants to get the feds involved as if the FBI is not already involved. But see, as second vice chair of the Congressional Black Caucus, she can use this as, y'all, we got to take the House back in November, because if we do, and Hakeem Jeffries becomes the majority leader, we'll get him in there, and they're going to lead black people to think that Hakeem Jeffries can actually do something in this case when there has been no crime committed or one established as of now.
Right.
So it's smoke and mirrors. These people are just lying.
I'm telling you. And the thing is I don't know if you caught it in the presser. I'm sure you did. Al Sharpton said something about that black people's votes are in jeopardy or something.
Yes,
their voting rights.
Voting rights, and he plugged in his little funky march on Washington that's supposed to take place August the 28th for voting rights, when not near one black person in this live chat went to vote in their state's primary and was turned away.
I'm telling you. Exactly.
That was code for the Congressional Black Caucus and all these black districts. We are losing power, and we can't have that. So we want y'all to come in the hot DC summer and march to ensure that we keep our power.
And that's really what this is about. This is about power, control, money, and, the ability to control the narrative, of course.
Right. Nolan has been left this story. He was a real person, and his life absolutely mattered. But what you have to understand, her bringing in and doing this at the National Association of Black Journalists, invoking and encouraging them to keep this story alive, y'all need to understand that phraseology is not politically neutral. It's not. Saying his name, everybody at this point now knows that that's become culturally associated with all of these campaigns surrounding black victims of alleged racial injustice and police or vigilante violence. So rhetorically, Nolan is he's been lumped into an existing category of racial victimhood before the manner of his death has even been publicly determined. Isn't that Weasley how they did that?
I mean, it is.
It's so Weasley.
It is.
And Lucy is politically valuable on that stage because she carries a story that the audience already understands. You don't have to prove that Nolan was murdered. You don't have to prove racial motive. Just put Lucy McBath behind that microphone. Let her talk about her murdered black son.
Wow.
And then say, here we go again. And say his name. And now you've emotionally collapsed two completely different cases into the same racial narrative. And people to be like, see, they just keep doing this to us. And you're like, doing what to us? Who's they?
I'm telling you. Now, I want to hear you talk a little bit about Ben Crump. I want to know your thoughts about him, because my audience gets a little bit weared out because I do play clips of him. So I'm not going to play clips tonight, but I want to hear, what are your thoughts on Ben Crump?
On my show, I call Ben Crump educable mentally retarded. And I know that may not be politically correct, but in this case, it applies. There is no way I am convinced this man passed a state bar exam. I don't know how he is credentialed, but there's something is not right, because
the manner of death undetermined pending investigation. Statement of examination. This forensic pathologist was retained to perform a second autopsy examination on the body of Nolan Xavier Wells. Name of decedent, Nolan Xavier Wells. Age, 18 years old. Race, black. Gender, male. Date of death, unknown. Second autopsy date was performed on July 10th, 2026. Preliminary findings, and this is significant. Focal area of red discoloration in the soft tissue of the back of the head, the occipital region. He said the etiology is unknown at this time. He said the body was received after the initial autopsy. He said the body had marked decompensation. He talks in the preliminary discussion opinion. This forensic pathologist identified several limitations during the second autopsy that create barriers to establishing a definitive cause and manner of death for Nolan Xavier Wells. And that's important. He talks about the fact that we didn't get to see the body when it was first recovered, like the
situation, which nobody knows exactly what happened. Did it shock you that it turned into some racial thing?
Yes, racial, I do agree. Now, it going famous or going viral, that part didn't shock me. Thinking about it and being honest, like, that's not a surprise because everybody did love Nolan. Especially around here, everybody loved Nolan. So for people to repost that, they know Nolan. I mean, they know he did not have one hateful thing in his heart. And racism, no. That was a shock. That was a complete shock from his mom and from his stepdad. Like, that's a shock. That's an utter shock because it's like, first off, I don't know how to word this. Nolan wasn't fully black. Nolan's mixed. Nolan has a little bit of Asian in him. You don't hear that, though.
Examiner working for Mississippi would have seen it.
Like somebody.
He talked about the second autopsy performed on Nolan Wells revealed marked decompensation or changes. Marked decompensation can obscure the presence and absence of bruising.
So Mr. Ben Crump, he is a civil rights lawyer. He's not a medical examiner. They should have let the person that actually performed the autopsy read the results, but for some reason they allowed Ben Crump to read anatomy, stuff that he's not familiar with. So she is attacking Ben Crump for his hooked on phonics, trying to read something that he's not familiar with. But once again, these are terms that he is not accustomed to seeing. He is a civil rights lawyer. The medical examiner should have read the results.
Struggles to read basic English when it's written down in front of him. Now, truth be told, he may have a speech impediment. I don't know. But let's just focus on Ben Crump as it relates to the political pawn his legal representation has become. Ben Crump is not known to bring justice to anyone from any circumstance that I've ever seen. If you just interview, I call them his past victims, and these are families that he attached himself to, like the ethnic narcissist that he is, promising that he was going to get justice for their loved one who probably was gunned down by gun violence based on something that predicated.
Lamar J, the realist Israel, says, what is Nolan's dad? He's not mixed. So Nolan Wells' mother, she is mixed with Filipino, I believe. And also the father is the stepfather. That's not biologically Nolan Wells' father. But these are all sides, and we need to talk about the meat on the plate. And the meat is, why was Nolan Wells found 48 hours after the 4th of July, talking about he was on the coast of the shore? Stop the cap. If you're on the island, how you found 48 hours later? Meaning process of elimination, you was at sea. Then they washed your ass up to where they found your ass 48 hours later. Come on now. It's not hard to find somebody on an island. But that's where they said he was was on Horn Island. So it took y'all 2 days to find him. So process of elimination, he was at sea. That's why these boys was panicking, talking about, no, we don't need help from the Coast Guard. So if you don't need help from the Coast Guard, why did you call help in the first place? Then they want to go on Brandon Tatum's podcast talking about, I don't regret calling the Coast Guard. I mean, Warren said that he doesn't regret calling for help. Why did you call in the first place? So you can pillow talk with the dispatcher? If you initially was going to get help, what was the purpose of calling the Coast Guard? These are questions Mr. Brandon Tatum should have asked these boys. If you was going to get help initially before you even called for help, why did you call? So you could hear somebody on the phone? Then somebody, shut the fuck up. Then when you hear the audio, you have content creators talking about nobody said nothing in the background. What?
Tip of porn and our village pump stopped working. We're sinking. Can y'all please come? We have a membership.
All right, of course. How far is the water coming up, sir?
You heard that in the background. Then you got this Judas Tristan talking about Nolan Wells not fully black.
On Nolan, because of the color, Nolan has a little bit of Asian in it. You don't hear that, though. So for people to repost that, they know Nolan. I mean, they know he did not have one hateful thing in his heart. And racism, no. That was a shock. That was a complete shock from his mom and from his stepdad. Like, that's a shock. That's an utter shock, because it's like, first off, I don't know how to word this. Nolan wasn't fully black. Nolan's mixed. Nolan has a little bit of Asian in it. You don't hear that, though. You don't. So to turn it as like somebody's harping down on Nolan because of the color of his skin, you don't know us. You don't know our community.
Leave drowned.
It's crazy that people are just running with
killed. But I'm a judge that has to weigh all the evidence. Preliminarily, that's what I see. You don't leave your friend on an island, seeing that he has left his phone, and not at least go back. You came there with him. You left him there, you say, because he wanted to stay. But you notice that he's left his phone. How was he going to get home in the first place? Wouldn't he need his phone in order to call his transportation?
So Warren said that the way these boys operate is that when they're at sea, they all hand over their phones. Nobody has their phones. That's why Nolan Wells didn't have his phone. And that's why Warren had property of his phone. But my question is, why did it take so long for them to give the phone back to the mother? So we have to talk about the fact. We're not talking about stay away from the white man. That's some crazy work. Imagine content creators talking about stay away from the white man. Now, one thing I will say as a content creator is don't be the only ninja at the function. My guy, don't be the only ninja at the function, my guy. You can miss that work party. You don't always got to say yes. It's okay. You're not going to lose your 9 to 5 because you said no. You're there to work. You're not there to party. Don't be the only minority. And when I be seeing that in public, I'm like trying to do telekinesis. Yo, blink twice if you're okay, my guy. Are you okay? And they get offended when you ask them, yo, you good? Like, yeah, bro, I'm good, bro. You don't know me. I'm not saying all skin folk is kinfolk, but use your spirit of discernment. How many stories have we seen, ladies and gentlemen? Like, it's one thing for somebody to be ignorant, they don't know any better, but story after story transpiring, and we still making the same mistakes? Stop the cap.
Or they should have known some of that. He would have said, I'm going to get home by such and such way. Hey, man, I'm not coming. Y'all go ahead. I got a young lady. Okay, man. Is she going to bring you home? How you going to get home? You don't ask any of those questions? So you must have asked those questions. If you didn't, that's more evidence that I believe contributed to the reasonable suspicion. So I'm with the prosecutor. How about that so far? So you won't have to say that the judge is making conclusions without getting the evidence. The prosecutor has found enough evidence to create a reasonable suspicion that a crime occurred. And now they're going to interview everybody and come up with some answers on whether to indict. So I'm there with the prosecutor so far. Take it to the grand jury. Now I have to wait until what the grand jury comes back with before I support any charge or any lack of charges.
So that is Judge Mathis giving his take. Then you got Mr. Brennan Tatum talking about he doesn't know what he's talking about. A judge with multiple years, decades of experience saying, yo, there's too many red flags. You say that the boy was fully clothed, but pictures are showing Mr. Nolan only in swimming trunks. That's what the only thing that was on his body was his trunks. That's a red flag. You saying that he was on the island, he was on a boat. That's another red flag. So that's Miss Katie talking about she saw him leaving. Then the boy's talking about, oh, the last person I saw Nolan was with was Katie. So which one is it? That's a red flag. The throat is missing from the autopsy. The hyoid bone, that's a red flag. Why is the hyoid bone missing from the throat? Bruises in the back of the head. But the first autopsy is sealed. That's a red flag. And there will not be a grand jury. Unfortunately, there will not be justice for Nolan Wells. It's crazy work. They will seal that and take that to their grave. You think they're going to release what happened? Absolutely not. Are we going to find out what happened to Miss Tasha Fortune? Rest in peace, found hung from a tree. No, we will not, unfortunately. The most justice we're going to get is a movie from Tyler Perry. He's going to make a killing making a movie out of this situation. People are going to want to see the movie to find answers. And it was crazy. We're going to get a movie before we see justice for Nolan Wells.
Upon something that they did, or the police were involved. Like, he doesn't just show up when the average Taquayshawn gets shot. No, it's the case has to fit a specific criteria. We need white folks involved, right? Because you gotta the white guilt and the sins of America's past can never be put to rest. So it's gotta involve a white person, preferably the police, but an average just Joe Smith will do.
I'm sure you. Oh, go ahead.
No, you go ahead. What were you gonna say?
Okay, I was gonna say, I'm sure you've covered Ben Crump in the past, and so I'm wondering, what's a case that you remembered he covered before? Like, what's a case that he's covered before this that you've covered? And did you see any correlation between how he reacted in this case and the case previously?
So recently, I covered the Corey Ruiz case out of Madison, Wisconsin, and he was gunned down weeks ago, and Al Sharpton is going up there to eulogize him. This is the career criminal who was trying to break into cars, the police were already after him. He was resisting arrest and pulled out a knife, and yes, the police shot him dead. He ran chasing this ambulance, put the boy, the young man's daughter, up to the podium to get an emotional reaction from the audience. I mean, it was just disgusting. I covered that. Now, I wasn't creating content back when Trayvon Martin was a thing, but that's another ambulance that Ben Crump was heavily involved in, along with Michael Brown. Trey Reed. I covered Trey Reed's story and how, Colin Kaepernick and Ben Crump were all involved with that secondary autopsy that no one has seen, and it'll never see the light of day. Right. This individual he's a poor character. He's not very articulate, and it saddens me that he's been labeled by Al Sharpton as the Attorney General of Black America. That's not saying much. Like, that is not a flex.
I'm telling you.
Like, unless you are low IQ and just completely ignorant to the way the world works, if you are proud that Ben Crump is the Attorney General of Black America, as if there is such a thing, but think about what that means. When you say he's the AG of Black America, you've hyphenated yourself and separated yourself from the rest of the country, implying that you need another a scammer at that, to represent you in matters of jurisprudence, and look at his reputation. Like, if I'm an American Negro, okay? This is my land, this is my home. I love this country. But if you are a pro-wokey, woke, blackity black, you should be ashamed and embarrassed that this is the representative that's been hailed, the Attorney General of your make-believe
So, there's always two sides point of view. So you can feel that type of way of Mr. Ben Crump, Mr. Al Sharpton being race hustlers and grifters. But what I take from it is Nolan Wells' mother is no longer a mother. She is a grieving mother, and getting gifted almost $1 million in a GoFundMe, she's able to have lawyers, a civil rights attorney such as Mr. Ben Crump, which name carries weight. People like Al Sharpton, a civil rights leader, name carries weight, bringing attention to the case. Because once again, if she didn't have the funds, if she wasn't a nurse, if people didn't support her, how many cases in the past where people was done injustice, done wrongfully, didn't have the proper funding, and the case was swept underneath the rug because they didn't have the resources to hire people such as Ben Crump, to have people represent them like Al Sharpton. Because rest assured, there has been plenty of cases such as Miss Tasia Fortune that's going to be swept underneath the rug, but it doesn't get enough attention. So by having Al Sharpton, Ben Crump is going to have this case talked about, funded by Mr. Tyler Perry, the funeral, that's going to be made a movie. People are going to go to the movie theaters to see what happened to Mr. Nolan Wells. And that's going to be the title of the movie, Nolan Wells. So that's my take in Miss Christine Wansley getting people like Ben Crump to represent her, because his name carries weight. Regardless of how you feel about the man, if you think he's a race hustler, this, that, and the third, he's going to keep the pressure on these boys' neck. Because in Mississippi, they didn't release the autopsy. They sealed it. Who gave them permission to seal it?
subculture within this country.
I'm telling you. Now, I'm glad I got to hear your thoughts on Ben Crump, because I just love when you go in and I'm like, I need to get the read. I need to get the read on who is he really, April? Tell us everything about him.
He is trifling. That man's a liar and he's a cheat.
I'm telling you.
He's not a good person.
So, last person I want to get to before this next segment, where I want to play this clip of this psychotherapist attempting to diagnose Officer Tatum. I don't know if you saw it.
I haven't. Oh, this is going to be a raw reaction. I have not seen it.
Okay, great. I want you to see this, and I want to hear your thoughts about it. But first, what is your take on Al Sharpton? Because I've been waiting to ask you about him. Like, I want a full diagnosis, a full read.
Listen.
Yo, why is this girl so happy and excited? Yo, that's some crazy work. I understand Al Sharpton, Ben Crump, they're race hustlers, that and third, but my goodness. There's a time and place for everything. Ha ha he he. That is not the time to be ha ha he he. Like 1 or 2 giggles, but she's having a ball. That's showing you're insensitive at that moment. Like, once again, I'm all for a good laugh. 1 or 2 ha ha he he's, but she can't breathe. Crazy work.
Listen, Al Sharpton is the quintessential opportunist who doesn't give a darn about Black people. Al Sharpton cares about Al Sharpton. He will only get involved in matters involving Black people if he sees an opportunity to exploit them or to remind them that they are the chronic victim. I mean, if you just listen to the eulogy he gave at George Floyd's funeral, where he talks about, we could be anything we wanted to be, but we couldn't get your knee off my neck. I'm like, what in the effeminate, low testosterone, lack of manhood speech is that? Like, for you to be a Black man and stand upright and confidently talk about somebody having their knee on your neck. I'm like, so are you unable to move? Are you fighting? Are you not fighting back? Like, he is useful, and he only sees Black America as a demographic to exploit. Notice he doesn't have a problem with keeping the knee off of his neck. So I'm like, why is it the white man got his knee on everybody's neck except for yours? You make a whole lot of money. You got a position of prominence and influence with MS Now, and you make plenty of money. He's a shakedown artist. He uses the grievance and the racial sins of our past that most people alive today are not guilty of, and he weaponizes it to the rest of the country. And there's two things that need to happen here. If white people do not fight back and say white guilt is dead and we are not laying down taking this anymore, and if Black people who listen to him do not disavow what he says and say, no, I am going to function in my freedom. I'm not a victim. I am not oppressed, and nobody's knee is on my neck. Both of these groups, in order to defeat the ethnic narcissists of the Ben Crumps and the Al Sharptons of the world, both of these groups are going to have to get courageous and assert their freedom and fight back and tell these evil sapsuckers, your days are numbered. We're
Come
done.
on, April. Come on. You are preaching. Come on.
That's what has to happen.
Yes, that's what has to happen, you know, and I want people to understand this. This is why conversations like this are so important.
Amen.
So important. Because right now we do have a silent majority. Obviously, we have President Trump in office right now, but he won't be in office forever. It's going to take you standing up for what you believe in. It's going to take you standing on your Christian values.
That part.
It's going to take American patriots to stand up for.
It sounds good, right, ladies and gentlemen? You think change is going to happen, but let's keep it a stack, because that's surface level. Oh, vote. I mean, of course, vote, but who runs the world? Not girls, for you Beyonce fans, but the elites. Matter of fact, we can even take it farther. Extraterrestrials, they run the world, and that's why they do what they do, and they sacrifice. Because I'm thinking, why do they sacrifice in the first place and do what they do? Well, that's because these reptilians, that's how they make an agreement. You make an offering, and we give you resources. So if these weird reptilians and things that we don't even could imagine are running the world, there's always going to be evil. And let's keep it even a stack, since they want to talk about religion. Who really runs the world? We're not going to give that man too much praise, but this is his playground. So it only makes sense. People ask, why is evil happening so much? Oh my God. Well, the world is ran by yours truly. We are living in modern day Babylon. It ain't nothing sweet. So that's why you have to keep your head on a swivel. And when you're a light in a world of darkness, man, ain't nothing sweet out here. And it's very unfortunate that Nolan Wells thought it was sweet, because I would never be caught up being the only minority on the island. There's over 1K people on Horn Island. Excuse me, 1K people on the island. When he went to the island, who knows how many people was on that island, but there was over 1K people on the 4th of July. He's a ninja. Nobody saw the ninja. No blood work being released. No autopsy. The first autopsy is sealed. So they're talking about the second autopsy, but the first one hasn't been talked about. How does that even make sense? Too many red flags.
What matters to you? Look at how Al Sharpton, Ben Crump, and the young lady are standing up. Look, Miss Lucy. They don't have a problem standing up for what they believe in. But yet on our side, we have quite a few people being silent. And God has given you gifts and talents. Each and every one of you watching this has gifts and talents that God has provided for you. And he wants you.
That talent is to stay true to yourself. And don't be a sellout. And talk about the facts. And we talk about the facts, show receipts. And the receipts are that Nolan Wells' hired bone is missing from his throat. Let's talk about the facts of why the first autopsy hasn't been released. Let's talk about the facts. But when people make content, they talk about stay away from the white man. The white man's evil. That's not facts. That's hate. That's exposing a demon within. That's exposing insecurity and ignorance. Imagine telling the next person on the internet to go in their real life to stay away from the white man. I guarantee you that you're not going to make it far. You're supposed to be a business owner talking about stay away from the white man. So what? So people can't talk to you because you're a minority? That's some crazy work. We got to stop pushing that hate.
You to use them for his glory. Right now, more than ever, we need each and every one of you on the front lines. Not in the back seat. We need you willing to be on the front lines. And that's why what April just said was so important. It stirred me up. I'm like, man, now we're getting somewhere. Like, this is so important.
Yeah, you have to fight back.
You have to fight back. And you mentioned the fact that Al Sharpton had mentioned, people having a knee on black people's neck, white people having a knee on black people's neck. Well, at this most recent funeral, Nolan Wells' funeral, he mentioned he compared white people to roaches.
He sure did.
I mean,
in the church. I'm like, the nerve of this Negro.
I'm telling you.
These good Christian white folks were like, listen, y'all can use our church. It's big enough. You couldn't have been more hospitable than the pastor of this local church down in Ocean Springs. And when he got up there and fixed his mouth with that ultra perm to talk about, well, they let us use the church. It's some people. They have a problem with it. I'm like, who's the some people? Then nobody say nothing and bring up race but you. But it's the ethnic narcissism. These people are high off their own supply. And they've been getting away with it for so long that they've gotten sloppy.
So once again, just to bring a different perspective, because she's really cooking Al Sharpton and Mr. Ben Crump, I believe it was a very wise move to get a name such as Ben Crump to represent this case, because his name carries weight. People know who he is for the most part. People have seen or heard Mr. Al Sharpton. He's been around forever. So when you have these powerhouses, the NAACP, people coming to represent this case, it's going to get the attention that it needs, because regardless of how you feel about what's transpiring, if you think they're grifters, if they're finessing the system, still a man was lost. He's no longer breathing on his green planet. Nolan Wells is no longer breathing. And we need to find answers, because leave it up to Mississippi. They're trying to seal. Well, they did seal the first autopsy. They're not being transparent of what happened. The blood work hasn't been released. How come it's taken so long for the blood work to be released? It's taken how long, bro? I mean, you can build properties faster than they're giving out blood work, but they're not going to release it, because if they release it, that's going to show and expose what Nolan Wells' friends also was participating in. And these boys trying to go to the NFL, such as Bart, he's trying to go to the league. He can't have something like controlled substance and blood work. Thus, everything has been hidden.
Right? They've gotten very, very sloppy, and they think that, oh, this is going to go down like all the other cases. We're going to come in. We're going to shake them down. We're going to raise a lot of money. We're going to keep this in the headlines. The white folks are going to bow the knee. They're going to kiss the boots, and then we'll move on to the next one. But I'm telling you, they messed with the wrong white folks this time, because Ocean Springs is not playing with
young men that I spoke to about this, especially the white young men. They're getting all kind of death threats. They're being accused of killing Nolan. Did you get the same backlash and threats that some of those guys have gotten?
Yes, I've gotten the death threats per se, but I've also gotten the threats along the lines of where it's like I've been cast out of the black community.
So this is Tristan talking about he's been cast out the black community. So he wants to cry over spilled milk. Meanwhile, he's still alive. So imagine being a victim and you're still breathing. How does that even go together? You're still alive. Every day you have an opportunity to enjoy life. Nolan Wells doesn't have that same opportunity, but he wants to say, oh man, people are bullying me. They say that I'm not fully black. They took away my black card. By the way, you know, Nolan Wells is not black either. He's mixed with Asian. So he got attacked. So now he wants to throw Nolan Wells underneath the bus. And this is the alleged best friend of Nolan Wells.
I've been called white. I've been called a wetback. All these things. I've been sent photos of me and my grandmother, and they've been told that she's the devil. She's just looking for the time to kill you. You need to be careful and blah, blah, blah. And it's like, man, if y'all want to know the story, the only people that showed up for me in my whole life has been my white side of my family. So for y'all to sit there and drag their name and to drag me down, and I'm supposed to be one of y'all, and you're supposed to have my back, and we're supposed to be in this together.
So they're holding you accountable because you want to say for the record, Nolan Wells is your alleged best friend. He's the best thing walking in Mississippi. If this is true, then how come you didn't answer his phone call when he called you? Okay, you was asleep. That's what you said. You was asleep. You missed multiple calls. So you should have come on the record and say, man, I wish I would have answered one of those 2 calls. Maybe if I would have answered those calls, he would still be alive today. But you wanted to throw him underneath the bus talking about he's not fully black.
And it's really eye-opening.
Did it shock you that it turned this way? Meaning that, you know, you see everything happen. Nolan was your friend. From all the young men I talked to, it seemed like Nolan was the life of the party. Everybody loved Nolan. He gets along with everybody. Everybody's cool. And everybody feels like Nolan made them feel like everybody's his best friend, right? I mean, everybody felt connected to Nolan. Were you shocked that it turned like this? I mean, where this community was tight-knit, Nolan's friend group was tight. He ends up losing his life in an unfortunate situation, which nobody knows exactly what happened. Did it shock you that it turned into some racial thing?
Yes, racial, I do agree. Now, it going famous or going viral, that part didn't shock me. Thinking about it and being honest, like, that's not a surprise because everybody did love Nolan. Especially around here, everybody loved Nolan. So for people to repost that, they know Nolan. I mean, they know he did not have one hateful thing in his heart. And racism, no. That was a shock. That was a complete shock from his mom and from his stepdad. Like, that's a shock. That's an utter shock because it's like, first off, I don't know how to word this. Nolan wasn't fully black. Nolan's mixed. Nolan has a little bit of Asian in him. You don't hear that, though. You don't.
Telling you.
So to turn it into as like
they are not it's a bona fide fact. Like, I am not blowing smoke. I am telling you what I know. They are not playing with him. And he knows it. That's why he did the obfuscation at the press conference talking about they trying to sue us for what? For telling what happened? Negro, we don't know what happened.
Right.
That's the point. But they're very weaselly with their words. And if you listen carefully, they contradict themselves constantly. And they want you to turn aside and they don't want you to follow their argumentation. So that's why they bring in all these disjointed details and mix them all up together and ball them up. And then you're like, you're looking at it trying to figure out, well, wait, what? But what is this? And you like you're trying to figure it out and you can't.
Right. And see, God is not the author of confusion. oh man, not the notes. Oh my goodness. Not the notes, April. Come on now.
Yo, hold on, bro. Come on, man. Y'all doing too much laughing, bro.
Okay, it's okay. I got him.
Oh my goodness.
I got him though. We're good.
Okay, well, God is not the author of confusion.
He's not.
And that's what people need to understand. All it takes is listening to these people for just 5 minutes. I played a clip just last week of Ben Crump going on a rant about how he was talking about, his purpose, his God-given purpose, and he was put on this earth to help the people,
What's wrong with Ben Crump saying that? So now we're judging? Because, I mean, who is without sin cast the first stone? Regardless of how you feel about the man, he has every right to say what he wants to say. But she's laughing and judging the dude as if she is holier than thou. Let's talk about what happened to Nolan Wells, but she wants to talk about the politics of Ben Crump. Once again, this mother, Christine Wells, hired Ben Crump to represent because his name carries weight, so it can get the attention that it needs.
Of course, only Black people, I guess.
Yeah.
And he was going on and on about that and talking about race and obviously tying it to the case without saying, Nolan's name. Then he goes on to say, oh, all we want is answers. That's all we want. We don't want special treatment. We don't want. Didn't you just say 5 seconds ago?
This man does not want answers. You know why? First of all, what's done in the dark comes out in the light, right? We know that. If he was really interested in answers, is anybody going to explain why the phones of Warren, Jax, and Morgan were voluntarily submitted for extensive scrutiny? Okay, they didn't hesitate, whatever you need. But Nolan's phone is still in the possession of the parents. And I've seen some brain dead morons on the internet saying, well, according to the letter, they got to coordinate and agree. Why? You ain't got to do all that. If the racial component and all of the distrust that wasn't there before, this distrust was implanted there by their side.
Mm-hmm.
If that was a priority, my question is, when is the phone call going to be made to coordinate to have that done? Why is it 30 days later you're just identifying via letter that, well, we're just waiting to coordinate a time and, we're not hiding. Okay, well, you ain't showed up either. Where's the phone? There's only one side that's a moving target. The other side, at this point, are trying to defend themselves against the onslaught of baseless attacks.
Yes.
And it's just not right. Like, this could be, I told a story on my show the other day. This can happen to anybody. I was the last person when in my early 20s to see a good friend of mine alive. She committed suicide that same night after I dropped her off at home. Can you imagine if someone tried to implicate, well, you was the last person who seen her. You must know something. And because we can't put all the details together, you're gonna be our scapegoat. I can't imagine if that happened to anybody. I don't care what color you are.
Yeah. Yeah. Ooh, April, I'm so happy you're here tonight. Wow, this is an amazing show. I know I'm the host, but take over, April. Wow.
I don't mean to take over the show.
No, that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying I'm enjoying you being here. I'm just like, wow. You are a wealth of wisdom. And I hope you all are really taking in what April is saying, because let's be real. Black conservatism is rare.
It is.
It's very rare. And I think because it's easy to get comfortable just because it's like, okay, well, this voice is here, that voice is there. But it's like this.
Being a Black conservative doesn't make you ignorant and blind to the facts. And the facts are that Nolan Wells' throat was missing from his body. And when I first heard that, I was like, man, y'all trolling, man. People just be saying anything just to get clicks and views. But sure enough, his hyoid bone was missing from his throat. So we can't ignore the facts. We can't ignore the facts that the first autopsy hasn't been released. Very alarming and a red flag. Why is that? Why is the state of Mississippi sealing stuff when nobody gave them the word to seal it? Like, we're trying to find answers and y'all sealing the autopsy?
This is a rare gift that you're witnessing right now. How many Aprils do you know in the world?
Oh no,
Let me.
I don't know if the world can handle more.
Oh my goodness, we need
I
more
know I'm
Aprils.
We all went out there for my buddy's birthday, and Nolan was with a whole group of people like we were with on the 4th. So, I mean, that's.
Yeah, and it was on like a Wednesday.
It's not like this
Nobody
is.
was out
It's
there,
not like
yeah.
this is just like a random like occasion. No,
We
we
got
do
there
this all the time,
yeah.
and not even just Horn Island, but Nolan's on the boat with us all the time. We all go on the boat. We all do things together like this. So,
I want to get to some pointed questions about the phone situation, because I think last time, Warren, when you and I talked or spoke, you weren't at the house when the phone was recovered. So I want to figure this out. Explain to me, because a lot of people are still online saying that they find it to be incredibly suspicious that Nolan left his phone. Can you explain, did Nolan ask you for his phone back when you guys were leaving? Was it not a part of the conversation? Was Nolan the only person that left his phone on the boat? Can you guys walk me through that idea?
So I can go ahead first and say, nobody has their phone in the water. Even when you jump in a pool, do you have your phone? Like, no, you don't. You're not gonna bring your electronic in the water. So what everybody does is they stick their phones on the dash of the boat and they forget about it because you don't have good service. You can't even send a picture through from Horn Island to like somebody else. And so they put it on the phone. And even as teenagers, we don't really get on them. And we go out there and we conversate and we see a bunch of people that we usually don't see on a day-to-day basis, that we graduated high school with, guys that graduated before us. You know, it's a big meeting, like seeing all your friends that you haven't seen in a while. And so whenever we were coming back in, he didn't even think about grabbing his phone. He never asked about his phone, along with 5 other people that also left their phones on the boat, and we had to wait at the boat launch for them to come and pick them up, including Javon. I mean, Javon left his phone on our boat.
Yeah, and Javon is one of the guys in the friend group.
Yeah.
If I'm not mistaken.
Javon's a friend of mine, friend of ours. Like, not as tight as Nolan. Javon's in the class under me in school, and he's a friend of mine. But just like a lot of our other friends.
So because they mentioned Javon's name, now Javon feels attacked, and now the mother is confessing of what transpired. We have to cover that content as well.
Know that about me. I'm very self-aware, so
We need more Aprils, okay? There's not a lot of Black conservatives. And so when you have this opportunity, I'm telling you, soak it all in. It's just amazing to hear your perspectives, because I don't know about you, but I'm getting to a place where I'm starting to feel more and more alone as I get older when it comes to conservatism. You know, I went to visit a church because I'm trying to find a new church. I recently moved, and so I've been visiting different churches, and
it's hard.
It's so hard to find a church, right? And I don't know.
I have a biblically sound local church finder directory. At least I had it on my website. I'll send you the link.
Thank
that
you.
might help.
Okay,
Yeah.
that'd be great.
Now, it says in the word that fellowship is promoted, but ladies and gentlemen, you are the church, and the word is your food spiritually. Just as much as you eat food to feed your flesh, you also got to read the word to feed the spirit. And in time like these, we need to stay prayed up now more than ever. So do not feel discouraged if you're alone or you can't find a church home, because the word lives forever. As long as you read it, take your time and don't rush. And if you don't understand, ask the Most High to break it down to where you can comprehend. But to be searching the city like a chicken without their head looking for a church house, church nowadays are corrupt. Now more than ever, not trying to discourage going to church, but to put your all into a church instead of the word is backwards. We gotta stop the cap.
You know, I came home on Sunday after church, and I took the longest nap that I've taken in months. I'm telling you, like, I was wore out.
Really?
I'm telling you, I was wore out because I had never been to a church that felt like a corporation. Like, we went in, they had the service. It was real quick and to the point. Then they said, okay, now it's time for you to basically join as a member and become a contributor and go to this class. And so next thing you know, they said, okay, after the service, we want you to go to the help desk. And then the help desk will lead you in your next step so you can get to know the church more. So I went to the help desk, and they gave me a Chick-fil-A gift card.
Oh,
I
girl,
couldn't believe.
they're trying to lure you in. They're courting you. This is the
I'm
love
like,
bombing stage.
love bombing at
They're love
church.
bombing you.
Love bombing at church. Like, what
Not
is the word?
discipleship. Love bombing. Yes.
Love bombing at church. So that was the first thing. Then I went to the class, and they were kind of telling us about the church, the mission, the values. And I like to do. I don't mind going to a class and learning about a church and what they believe. That's not a problem. So I didn't care about that. But at the class, of course, they had more food. So then you got Panera Bread and.
Ooh, fancy.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're respectfully going to pass this rambling content creator. What the hell she talking about? We're here respectfully.
Local body of believers. Did you want me to flesh out any more on Lucy McBath? Because
okay, go ahead.
Well, no, but the reason why I was asking is because I hope I did a good enough job of explaining to the audience the whole purpose of why she was there. I'm very interested and invested in people understanding that there's a secondary story that is brewing with this whole Nolan Wells case, and that's Warren Jackson Morgan. Those are the white young men who have been the recipient of the onslaught of all of the attacks and the guilt by association, and having a congresswoman stand up there and give this emotionally stirring baby violence story about the death of an individual that's not been determined a murder. Their storyline is underneath all of that.
Right.
And nobody has to stand up and say Warren Jackson and Morgan murdered Nolan because they're white and Nolan was black. But if you bring in a mother whose black son was murdered by a white man, invoke the name of Trayvon Martin, start telling everybody to say his name, and you start invoking Mississippi racial history and talking about black children not receiving justice, and then after you've said all of that and say we're not prejudging anything, who are we fooling here? A white murderer in Lucy McBath's past cannot become evidence against young white men in somebody else's case. So if we don't know yet how Nolan died, you don't get to use somebody else's tragedy to tell me what Nolan's death means to America. At this point, he's just deceased, and his parents are grieving because they lost their son. But in the broader
Correction. The parents don't know how to grieve because the first step of grief is, knowing the truth, and they don't know the truth. It's one thing to understand what transpired so you can comprehend and digest and go through the mourning stage, but how are they supposed to mourn if they don't know what happened? That's why they're trying to find answers. That's why they're trying to subpoena these major platforms like Snapchat, Facebook to see text messages. But now the mother of Nolan Wells, Christine Wansley, she's getting attacked trying to find what happened to her offspring. Talking about she's half Asian, she's not even fully black. That's some crazy work.
context of this country, it doesn't really mean much other than that tragedies happen in voting communities.
Right. And
That's
also, right. And I think another story that we've got to kind of talk about as far as this Nolan Wells case is the fact that there was a lot of underage drinking involved. I haven't heard enough people talking about that.
Obviously, so that is why the first autopsy and the blood work hasn't been released, because who knows what these boys were doing, and they're trying to keep it a secret by sealing the first autopsy.
I've spoken about different experiences that I've had. At least one experience where I had a friend who was drinking a whole lot, and he was of age. However, I just saw how it destroyed his life, and he ended up dying because of it. And so I just wish people would talk more about the underage drinking. If we're going to make this case about something and tie it to morality in some way, shouldn't we be encouraging the young people to do the right things?
I agree. Underage drinking happens.
Let's encourage the young people, the minorities, not to be the only ninja on the boat, not to be outnumbered, to use your spirit of discernment, to not put your trust in the next person, to know how much you can handle, and not be so altered to where you don't know what's going on around you. Because once you're at that state, you're cooked. And if you don't have friends that show you that have the best interests of you, then it's just by the grace of the Most High that you're even breathing, that you're alive. That's what we should tell the youth, is to use your spirit of discernment. Because to say to stop drinking, that's like telling the youth not to have sex. It's going to happen. Better yet, choose your friends wisely.
In these kinds of contexts. And to be fair, I don't think there are enough discussions about it. It was the 4th of July. Everybody's trying to let their hair down and have a good time. But a conversation does need to be had. Perhaps in communities like this, they're like, well, it's a controlled environment. We all know each other. No one ever assumes something bad can happen. However, when a controlled substance or an uncontrolled substance such as alcohol, well, no, alcohol is controlled. But when you give that type of substance to underage individuals, like you kind of expect that something can happen. And at this time, because we've not seen the toxicology report, we don't know to what extent the alcohol is implicated in Nolan's death, but we know it was there. So as parents, yes, we should have a conversation about, like, look, I have an 18-year-old and he's never had a drink before, but we're in a different environment. He's homeschooled, all his friends are homeschooled, they all love Jesus, we don't drink. So I don't, as a parent,
good mom right there. Come on, April.
As a parent, I don't really have much to say about that other than, we're not getting a bunch of teenagers together and letting them drink. But I will say, when I was in high school, I went to a predominantly white boarding school, and I didn't drink, but look, I love my white classmates, but these 16 and 17-year-olds was throwing them back.
I'm telling you.
And it was a major problem. We had 17-year-olds getting into tragic car accidents because they were at a party at somebody's house and they drank too much, and it was just different. And look, in Black traditional households, we don't know nothing about that.
Yeah.
Now, I'm not saying that's the case in other households, but there are some cultural dynamic things there, and we can have a conversation about that. I'm not being judgmental. I'm just saying, I wasn't exposed to alcohol. I wasn't exposed to alcohol at that age to where it was attractive. But I saw in high school, my other peers of different ethnicities, they were around it all the time. And so it was attractive to them.
Right. No, I totally understand what you mean. I mean, I never grew up seeing my parents drink at all. That just wasn't something that was socially done in my home. Obviously in the Black church, that's just not something that.
Not in Kojic. No.
Yeah, not in Kojic. If you know Kojic, you know that's just
Black Baptists have mercy.
I mean, that's just not, that's not how things go.
Now, you might see a deacon smoke a cigarette outside around the corner from the church, but don't you be caught with no liquor.
Right. So, yeah, my parents were very much so against drinking and things like that. I mean, I grew up in a very traditional, strict home.
Right.
My dad was very, very strict. And so, that just wasn't something we were thinking about. So I definitely know what you mean there.
Right.
But I do want to get to this update so people know what you were kind of talking about earlier. And then we'll get to Officer Tatum and what this psychotherapist said, because I know it's going to be hilarious. I can't wait to see your reaction to it.
John Medina 895 says, I find it ironic that this is still being talked about if the culture that takes lives every day is glorified. Well, let's talk about it. Nobody cares when it's black on black, and it's crazy work how only when it's a white person involved it gets so much attention, but when it's a black on black it doesn't get the same publicity. Still, nevertheless, Nolan Wells is no longer breathing, and he is now being represented by civil rights Al Sharpton and attorney Bill Crump, and they feel some type of way because these individuals only represent people when it has to do with race. However, it does not take away that Nolan Wells is still not here. He's doesn't have the same opportunity such as Nolan Wells' friends that want to go on a YouTube podcast and give their eulogy, but they don't have enough courage to show up to the funeral because they was too scared of quote unquote death threats. They also want to cry on a YouTube podcast with Mr. Brennan Tatum talking about they can't go out to eat because people stare at them too much and it makes them feel uncomfortable, which is some crazy work. How you crying to a YouTuber about stairs going out to eat? They even went so far to say that they can't go to the gas station because the clerk doesn't want to serve them hot Cheetos and Red Bull, and they're tired at work because they got denied service. So that's some crazy work within itself.
And also, y'all, if y'all have any questions for April or myself, be sure to include them in super chats. We'll get to those at the end. Let's get into this. So Sarah Fields came out with this exclusive. She's been all over the case.
She has.
And she's been doing a wonderful job. She's a good friend of mine, and you guys kind of have seen me kind of work with her in the past. She released these text messages that I think everybody should see. Here's one of them. As you can see here, the contact is Christine Wells, and the person who is sending her this message, these messages in blue, is Warren Hudson. Warren Hudson is one of the young men who have been threatened, harassed, doxxed, so on and so forth, because he was there with Nolan on July 4th at Horn Island. He was also Nolan's best friend, and just social media has been attacking him, obviously, because he is a white man and he was there on the 4th of July with Nolan. Now, I want you guys to check this out. It says here, I believe these messages would have come from July 4th. We can't see the timestamp right here, but I can kind of put 2 and 2 together because obviously at the bottom here, the next message is sent on July 5th. But it says 3 p.m. West Tip. Okay, hold up. Let me start.
Go back. You want to get it from the beginning.
Is this the beginning?
Almost.
Wait, I think this is. Okay.
That's it. Mm-hmm.
Wait, well, why does this say July 6th though? So that's what I was confused by.
Oh, okay. Wait.
See, I'm seeing July. See, this was, yeah. Let me see the times really quick. Okay, so really it starts here.
Right.
And then you have to go to the next page, then go backwards. Okay. So here you can see Christine messages Warren, and she says Nolan's dad is at the house to pick up the key. Did I say something?
No, somebody talking about I stretched out my turtleneck on No, this how it's supposed to be. It's hot. Look, I can't have all that around my neck. I'm sorry. I'm old. Okay.
April is a married woman. I don't think she's stretching anything out on purpose. So
no, it's
I'm just saying. But anyways, it says here Nolan's dad is at the house to pick up the key. Hey Warren, what kind of sunglasses was Nolan wearing yesterday? And then Warren goes on to say, I'm pretty sure Ray-Bans Mrs. Christine. Now on July 5th, he texts her again. He says, hey, Miss Christine, just wanted to check in. We went out this morning to look, and I've been on and off the phone with Jackson County Sheriff's Office today. If you need anything at all, please don't hesitate to reach out. Christine says, thank you. Warren says, we are all praying for your family. And then she says, we appreciate it. Then in this thread, which they're a bit out of order here, Christine writes again on July 5th, and she says, what is the make and model of boat your guys were on? I guess the boat you guys were on. Warren goes on to respond. He says, Nolan went out on a 22 Triton offshore. I was on a 24 Tide Line on the way out. We went on separate boats. I went back on the Triton. DMR and the sheriff's office has all this information also. Then Christine responds on July 6th. So this is the next day. Christine writes to Warren, hey, Warren, can you collect any of Nolan's items left at Jack's house? Then this was 2 weeks later, which I want to check something really quick because I don't know where this message comes in. I think this is just
in this country, and if we don't highlight this story and get Black people to vote Democrat, this could happen again. That's it's an illogical leap, but you're like, wait a minute. We don't know what happened again. All we know is it happened in Mississippi in a boating community, and water was involved, and the boy washed up on the shore, and as far as we know, he drowned, but there's no evidence of foul play or a murder, and there are no suspects.
There's no evidence of foul play. What is this woman talking about, bruh? He is missing his hyoid bone from his throat. Also, there is bruises in the back of his head, and there's no evidence of foul play. Stop the cap.
But Emmett Till.
Right. But Emmett Till, right? But George Floyd, it's white adjacent. And that's all you need is white adjacent for the white guilt and the white gullibility. I call it white gullibility because think about all the times where, no shade to our white brethren, I love y'all, okay, I do, but there's a level of gullibility here that you need to own, because legitimate grievances from the past where injustices were levied against Black people, we don't want to take anything away from it. That was real. But most of you were like, look, I wasn't alive back then. I don't know anything about that. Like, I'm just white minding my business. That is the average posture of the average white person. But the gullibility steps in, because the moment the Black person gets on their soapbox and start giving their whole litany of whataboutisms, you start, the baby violin comes out, and you start thinking, well, you know, they did used to lynch Black folks in the South, and, you know, Jim Crow was real, and that did happen. And, you know, at one time, Black folks couldn't sit wherever they wanted on a bus. Mind you, no one ever says who were the ones doing that. It was
Come on,
Democrats.
get to it. Come on,
Democrats doing that. So I'm trying to understand the white guilt and the white gullibility. They too have allowed themselves to be manipulated by the race hustlers. At some point, the people of God, the white ones and the Black ones, have to be like, look, there is now no condemnation for those who are in Christ Jesus. I am in Christ Jesus. Do not project your sinful, wicked heart onto me. I don't know you. I've never done anything to you. I don't hate you, nor do I believe I'm superior to you. And the Black person, in the same way, needs to take the posture that, look, is nobody superior to me. We are all funky image bearers made in the image of God, and we're sinful, and we all need the righteousness of Christ applied to us, or we're all destined to hell. Under the backdrop of all of that, the racial healing that we can actually realize can only be accomplished through the gospel of Christ. And why do I say that? I don't care how many laws you pass, how many anti-lynching bills you present. The only thing that can arrest the wicked sinner's heart, make them alive in Christ Jesus to where they become aware of their sin, and they realize, wait a minute, it's a sin for me to show partiality on the basis of ethnicity. Only the gospel can do that. A law is not enough to restrain the depravity in our hearts that keep us from hating our fellow man. And so while I love politics, and while I can sit and pontificate about this stuff all day long, apart from the gospel, you're always going to have opportunists like your Ben Crump and your Al Sharptons. And you're always going to have, unfortunately, parents like the Wansleys who get caught up in the web of deception of those bad actors. And before they realize it, they're in too deep. That's why she didn't respond to Warren's message anymore after that, because at that point she was already involved with the pulpit.
Javon's our friend. He left the phone on the boat because we're trustworthy people. We're not going to steal something. We're not going to delete pictures off of someone's phone. We're not going to delete text messages. We're not going to get on anyone's phone because we have no reason to. But Javon left his phone, and we gave Javon his phone back along with everybody else who left their phone on the boat. So
yeah, we'll get to that because I think I have the timeline in my mind. So you guys, the boat is taking in water. You guys, you had already left, Morgan, right? You had already left on a boat. So there's 3 boats. You had already left about 5 minutes before this situation happened. The last 2 boats was Bart's boat and Wyatt's boat, and those are the 2 boats that left out because Bart was kind of towing Wyatt's boat out. So you guys are on the boat. What was the conversation with Nolan? Because Nolan obviously had come in on Wyatt's boat. You guys are all getting ready to leave. So what was the communication like with Nolan?
On the skin surface, especially during a second autopsy examination. What he's saying, because the body was so decomposed that you couldn't tell if there was bruises or abrasions on the body when he received it on the 10th of July. He says, however, dissection of the back of the head during the layered posterior neck dissection revealed a 12 by 8 inch focal area of red discoloration in the deep soft tissues overlaying the occipital bone. And
she had to distance herself. She could no longer show charity.
That's so sad.
And these black pulpit preachers, these civil rights workers, and these black politicians, it doesn't make anything that I've said about them any less true. Because notice, they'll never challenge the actual arguments that we're making, but they come with the ad hominem attacks. Now, I'm game for a good ad hominem attack. I mean, I call them pulpit pimps, race hustlers, grifters. I mean, I got names for days. We can do that all day long. But I'm interested in the substance of the argument. How do you defend? You claim you're pro-black, but you will defend people who want to politically ensure that your women can assassinate babies in their own womb by hiring a medical hitman when your people, the ones you claim to be so pro-blackity black about, are beyond the rate of replacement. You cannot defend that. You can't defend how they want you to stay in a failing school, won't give you school choice. They want to tell you, well, you can only educate your kid this way, because if we give you school choice, then, I mean, your child might actually learn something and make something of him or herself. Lucy McBath advocates for gun control. I understand her son lost his life because a white person shot him, but her son, if there was a Taquayshawn that had pulled up beside him, you know what I'm saying? Like,
to know objectively. They don't want to rely on the state of Mississippi investigation to be the end of the story here. And so as you reminisce, Don, there's so many cases that we worked on that it was our independent autopsies, our independent investigations that got us to where we were able to get some measure of justice, whether that was Breonna Taylor, whether that was Ahmaud Arbery, you know, whether that was George Floyd, and all these number of tragedies where young black lives were taken from this earth far too soon. And now here we are yet again. And I know it's challenging because when we look at the history of the state of Mississippi, it has not been what we call equal justice for black people in America. When you look at the history of Mississippi, you know, this is the state where Emmett Till was lynched.
Look, I'm from one state over in Louisiana, so trust me, I know. And that said, Ben, there have been people who have been pointing out on the internet, some prominent people saying, imagine if the situation was reversed, if it was 3 black boys or young men who went out with a white young man and the white young man ended up dead. Imagine the outrage and the news coverage and the demands of investigations as well.
Yeah, and that's the crux of the matter, Don Lemon. That's why I'm so grateful to you and your network for, at the very beginning, covering this matter. So often when black lives are taken, it is the media of people who have compassion and care for our community that make mainstream media pay attention. And I think this is one of those situations. And if the crux of the matter, if these were 3 black kids with a white kid, and that white kid ends up dead after they claim they left him, they can't remember anything, but they have their cell phone, you have to ponder whether they would be treating this as a murder investigation or if this was what they call just investigation into accidental death. You have to ponder that. You can't be being honest with yourself if you say they would not have treated this investigation differently.
Ben, was he a strong swimmer?
His mother and father say he was a strong swimmer. He was an athlete. He was about to be a Division I wide receiver, Don. You know, athletes have to maintain their physical prowess. Their bodies are in extraordinary shape. And that's what they believe Nolan Wells was, an extraordinary athlete.
Yeah, I mean, look, the evidence is there. We can see his record. We can see who he looks, a good-looking, healthy young man. Ben, anything else? If something comes out of this autopsy, you said you expect to get the results by Friday, correct?
Yes, sir. Friday morning, we plan to have them.
And depending on what comes out of this autopsy, then you'll figure out where to go next. Now, I know that they've been saying, go ahead. I'm sorry. Go on.
Mm-hmm. No, you're absolutely right. And different times that you and I have talked about these cases and you use your platform to give a voice to these victims, oftentimes we would turn to the Department of Justice. But here I think we're going to have to work with the local authorities and the state of Mississippi if we find any instances of foul play to get some criminal culpability. But we are still in the infant stages of the investigation now. And this independent autopsy is going to be very important for many, many reasons, Don Lemon, many reasons. And so as soon as we get that, we will come back on and talk to you about the findings and what they mean.
Yeah. I know that you look, we have a time crunch here, and I understand that because you're very busy and you're working on this case. I just need to know, they said that these were childhood friends or longtime friends. Or have you been able to investigate that? Is that true?
Apparently they all went to high school together, Don Lemon. And, you know, these young men come from prominent families in the Ocean Springs community. And so we are trying to get to the bottom of this one way or the other. We know that they have attorneys, so they are not speaking at this time, but we intend at some point to hear from them as to what happened on that Horn Island off the Gulf Coast of Mississippi on July 4th weekend. And so that's what we're waiting for. And we have to keep pushing, Don. And thank you. And thank you to your audience. Thank you to everybody on social media. Thank you to everybody who gave on GoFundMe so they can afford investigators and independent autopsies, because it is very difficult when you're trying to get the truth to be revealed when it seems like people are not trying to be transparent.
Yeah. We spoke to Ben, a member of the Cajun Navy who was looking for a part of the search, and he said the mother, at the time that we were recording it yesterday, that the mother had not had an opportunity to view the body, either yesterday or the day before. Has the mother had an opportunity to view the body yet?
Not at this time.
Oh, man. And why is that? Is that because, is that normal, Ben? Is that procedural?
No, I think they just got the body back yesterday. And so they're preparing the body for the independent autopsy. And I will say this, Don. We don't know the condition of his body. And so obviously that's going to be a hard decision, I think, for his father, if his wife, Christine, would be able to look at, you know, his body, if it's disfigured in any way. We don't know. We're going to find that out. Just keep them in prayer, because this is every parent's worst nightmare.
Look, don't I know it? Look, as you know, my sister died of a drowning back in 2018. My other sister died in May of last year. And my mother has not been the same in my family. It's just not the way it's supposed to happen. We think our parents, we don't like it, but they will go before us. But for a parent to lose a child is one of the worst things, if not the worst thing that can happen. Services, are they waiting until after the autopsy, or are they going to do something?
Wait until after the autopsy.
Okay.
And, you know, I know they're planning memorial.
He talked about how he found red discoloration when he cut open into the back of his head towards the occipital bone, and he saw the red discoloration. And
You want to take guns away from me, so I can't even protect myself against the takeaways. And you're worried about the white man. Like, how often is that happening every day in the hood, that a white guy is shooting up a black kid in the car? That's happening every day.
Not at all.
No. So I need my guns, because remember, according to the left, the police are racist and they're out to get you. Well, then I need to be armed, lawfully so, according to the Second Amendment. This woman wants gun control because she's a Marxist. Okay, the government has to be the only one who has the authority to tell you what you can and cannot do. So that means she wants to defund the police to make sure your communities are not safe. She want to take your guns away from you so you can't protect yourself against Taquayshawn, which he's gonna be more of the problem than the white guy that pulls up next to you at the stoplight. She wants to make sure that your schools stay bad. She'll bring in no economic infrastructure or advancement in your community, and she wants to keep you on government dependence, EBT, Section 8, free healthcare. Like, you won't be able to function in your freedom as an individual by the time the Democrats are through with you. But you want to call me a white sympathizer, and I'm the one advocating out here for Black people to function in their freedom to where they don't need the government or the white man. So that's exactly on that one.
Right. Well, speaking of attacks and everything, this I don't know where this so-called psychotherapist came from, but I have to show you this video. Okay, only a couple minutes of it.
I have never seen this.
Now, this psychotherapist is named Elliot Connie, and he interviewed Officer Tatum after he went on Don Lemon's show and was kind of like diagnosing Officer Tatum, and you're going to see his diagnosis. And it was just kind of weird. And so I want you to check this out. I'm going to start here at about 38 minutes, and they're going to start going back and forth because they disagree on whether or not something about research. You'll hear it.
Medical approaches. At some point you have to say, based on my information that I have derived from doing this.
Let me go back.
Contrarian but credible research studies saying different things. So now I have to rely on my own personal experience. And the truth is, I have to go into the study and say, how many subjects did they have?
We're not to that point. I'm not saying an illegitimate study. I'm saying two legitimate studies from different perspectives.
I'm saying legitimate studies still have different levels. Do you know what a power ranking is? Legitimate studies have power rankings. So
yes,
we know.
But you do not know if the study that I'm referring to, the Harvard study, is more powerful or less powerful than the one that you presented. So what I'm saying is, let's just give both.
So you don't know that the study. You don't. But that's not how that works. You don't know. You don't know the other studies.
Well, let's do this. Let's both evaluate both of them. Then we'll come back and say which one is imperfect.
100%. Okay, so before they evaluate it, I want to get your take quickly on something that I've noticed about Black liberals. A lot of them try to use their credentials, their education, to show they're smarter than Black conservatives. But to me, they lack common sense.
Oh, most definitely. Well, not only do they not lack common sense, can we just say that Black liberal men are a little saucy? Like,
I noticed.
They're a little feminine to me. Like, I'm not getting strong testosterone vibes from the left side of the screen. But that's just me. Okay. In my opinion, if you are a Black man and you're still a liberal, like, something ain't right. Your T is low. Yeah. So I agree. What you have to understand, the Black liberal, because of the victim mentality and the fact that they acknowledge this category of white supremacy and white superiority, is because they are inferior. They literally take the subordinate position. But because of that inferiority, they need to overcompensate with things such as, well, I've got this degree from, Cambridge, and I did my dissertation on X, Y. And you're sitting there like, look, can you just talk to me like a person? It's because they're trying to assert some sort of perceived superiority that's fake. It's not real.
That's what I'm saying. Even this whole conversation about research and stuff like that, you're talking about hypothetical scenarios. Officer Tatum is talking about real life experience. That's why they're going back and forth.
But this is what I'm saying. You can say
It's not about imperfect.
if a person
it's
say
about who was more rigorous in
if
their
a person say that you're interviewing a person in this environment is not conducive for the best interview for therapists, and you're saying, and another study says, no, you can't interview a person in this environment. And you go, well, I get what they're both are saying. They both have credible research that they've done. But my experience is that when I interview people in this environment, I get good results. Like when people say, should you medicate a person with Percocet or should you medicate a person with this? There's holistic approaches and then there's medical approaches. At some point, you have to say, based on my information that I have derived from doing this for 20 years, this works, although this study is claiming that it does not work. That's a fair assessment.
That is not a fair assessment. You are using the word objective, but then demonstrating bias.
You have people that say that if a person can do a research on this, you can have a person that says you handcuff this way, which is the most appropriate way to handcuff without violence. You have another person that say, no, that's not the way that you handcuff. You can handcuff this other way. You can be subjective in the way you think handcuffing should be done in order to be the most efficient and proficient in what you do. Both could be accurate, but other people can prefer to do a certain act because they've done it for 20 years and it works.
So I want to move on.
Okay, I wanted to play that part just so you can kind of see what they were talking about before. You didn't miss too much because obviously this is a very long interview. It's about an hour long. He's about to diagnose Officer Tatum, but I want you to see the buildup here because I don't know how Brandon had so much patience to sit through this because, like you said, there's some different type of energy coming from the left side of the screen that I was picking up on too.
Shorty a little sweet.
And I was just like, is it just me? Like, am I the only one thinking this?
No! Look, I pick up the sauciness from a mile away.
No wonder him and Don Lemon get along so well because I was watching Don Lemon on, I think it was Friday or something, or Monday. And he was on his show and Don Lemon's telling him, this is why I like you. You're so good.
It is. And he didn't object. Like, what you mean?
Right. And he's like, I'm like, oh my goodness.
On to the next topic due to time. But I do not believe you are an accurate consumer of research, given the way you are describing research.
I disagree with you, and I don't believe that you're accurate.
Fair. That's fine. That is totally fine. I am happy to do exactly what you suggested. We will both consume research and then come back and say, here's what we found, and we can explain the research to one another. I'm happy to do that.
Yeah, that's be fair. All right, last question, and they get me out of here.
See, Brandon is getting there.
The last question. Are you familiar with the term internalized racism?
I don't know what the definition would be in a clinical way, but I can deduce what internalized racism would be. But
what would you say that it is?
I've heard people. Well, I've heard people say I've heard people say internalized racism is. Well, let me let you explain it because I don't want to confuse or conflate two different things. But go ahead and explain it, and then we can talk about it.
So normally, people conflate the idea of internalized racism with self-hatred. And I have seen people
and the caller, then certainly this turns it on its head. They're observing him injured, asking if he's dead. Whoever on that call, with the technology we have now, and with interviews amongst the folks who were there, or the phone that the emergency call came from, the dispatcher has that number. Someone can get it. Then you'll go to the person who made the call and say, what did you see? This is real easy if that is the case. So we'll see what they do with this evidence. The fact that there's some audio from the dispatcher where the person calling ask, or in the background, one or the other, ask, oh my God, is he dead? So that's a whole new level of evidence that I'm interested in seeing where they go with that. And perhaps that's what the prosecutor may have all of this information and say, we're not sharing it because we don't want to bias. We don't want to create bias, et cetera, in the case because in the media, and she may have that. She may have that and take it right to the grand jury. That's what I'm hoping. It sounds like You're looking at something that has already happened and you witness what happened and you're saying, did he die from what I just saw? That's what you're saying. Oh, is he dead? Or what? Somebody walked you from around the park and said, hey, or around the other boat dock and say, hey, come look at this. No, you were there. So if that video and audio is correct, it's a whole nother level of evidence that indicates culpability.
What do you make of those who have said, I remember Officer Tatum, a conservative podcaster, very popular, over 3 million subscribers. He's been on the warpath going down, talking to some of the people that were there with Nolan Wells, white individuals. He's saying that evidence is showing that they departed. When they departed, Nolan Wells was alive. And you know what? They may have had absolutely positively nothing to do with this. The evidence shows that. Is that your finding, that the evidence shows that the people being, with allegations being thrown in their direction, the suspicions that have been raised by these people that were in attendance with Nolan Wells, that they should be, they have been proven or found to not have been around even when he was still alive? Is your findings consistent with anything along that verbiage with what people are saying about these kids that were with him?
No, I don't know the answer to that. They say Nolan chose to stay behind because he met a girl he wanted to talk to named Katie. That girl has spoken through her sister, we are told, and she says Nolan told her, I'm going back with my friends. So who am I supposed to believe? I don't know for a fact that what the boys are saying is true. I don't know for a fact that what the boys are saying is false. I do know they called SEATOW, S-E-A, second word T-O-W, and said that their vessel was sinking. But yet they continued boating around in it for hours after. Is there an innocent explanation? Maybe. Maybe they thought it was sinking. They found the problem and they fixed it. Now, specters have been raised about audio suggesting Nolan had been on the boat on their return. I don't know if that was doctored. I don't know if it's real. I do know this. He went to Horn Island with them. They came back alive. He's dead. I'm going to investigate. You're darn right I'm going to investigate. And my wish is that his friends are innocent and that this was an accident. But it will be a cold day in HELL that I endorse closing down an investigation because somebody said I had nothing to do with that. What? Am I supposed to go, oh, okay, case closed, forget about it, and go tell the mom, we're shutting down the investigation because so-and-so said he had nothing to do with it.
No wrong here, and we don't understand how we're getting so much hate behind it. We all cared and loved Nolan, and nobody wanted to see Nolan die. Nobody wanted to see his life be taken so short.
Don't know Tristan. We've never met him. So to say, best friend, childhood friend, that's a bit of a stretch. We've never met him. He's never been to our home. Maybe high school, they started hanging out or, kind of been around each other. But again, we don't know him. And not to discount anything he has said, which of course, still trying to rule those things out. But I mean, he has communicated. He did offer his condolences, which we appreciate.
So it's just so confusing because there were 3 boys with him that were good friends with him.
What are they saying?
And they turned off their social media accounts. They say that they have cooperated with the police, but they kept his phone and didn't give it to his parents.
And we're still awaiting autopsy results, and this is not currently being investigated as a homicide, but there's a lot of reason, I think, to suspect foul play, because this is, when they say he was left on an island, this isn't like Grand Cayman. This is literally like a sandbar. There's no running water. Nobody would willingly stay back without a cell phone, not knowing if they had a way to get back. And the reports were that he stayed back with a girl that he'd met and was flirting with, but she then told police that he didn't. She thought he was going back with his friends. There's all these, like, he said, she said, and I want to be careful of one thing, because I think there's a little bit of a jump to implicate the friends he was with on the boat because they went back. We don't know anything yet, but there were also a lot of other young people on this island, a lot of other young people docked up and drinking. So there are also people we may have not heard of who potentially could have been involved if, God forbid, something wrong was done. Either way, I want peace and justice.
Well, and the phone was found because the mom did the Life 360 and traced it to one of the friends' houses. The thing that shocks me is whoever parts with their phone. This is
What young
person. Yeah, this is a young person, and his mom was saying that there's no Snapchat, it was more common for her son to have documented certain things. The phone wasn't in his possession, and things seemed to be gone. That off the phone. That does raise some suspicion.
And those kids said that they didn't have his phone at first, and because his mother tracked the phone through her Life 360 app, they then turned it over to someone else's, to one of her friends. Yeah. So if you come back with someone else's phone and you know that they're missing, why would you not call the parents immediately and say,
well, why didn't you call as soon as you knew he wasn't there? Because you had to have known he wasn't there, because he wasn't there on the boat back.
When you went back.
When you went back. And if he's the only black kid, you know he's missing.
Yes.
And his parents also said he was athletic and a good swimmer, because drowning was kind of the initial thoughts, which there are rip currents here. There even good swimmers could have run into danger, but you have to consider that.
Kudos to Colin Kaepernick, because Colin Kaepernick has paid for the independent autopsy, flying the body from Mississippi to Washington, D.C., so that it can be independent. And Tyler Perry is paying for his funeral.
It's you know, you don't want to jump to race.
No.
But Mississippi doesn't have the best reputation.
Correct.
And so we want to make sure that the officers that are there know that we are expecting them to do their job. Unlike years ago when they didn't, this is 2026. So we are expecting your best work to find out what happened to this young man.
So for somebody to believe that this dispatch call is a desperate call with Nolan laying dead in the middle of their boat, that does not make sense. And to think that nobody saw it when they're entangled within all these people, I think is a disservice. We need to get to the information that I heard. We'll get to Miss Rachel and her silly self. And Judge Mathis. We'll get to Judge Mathis.
Do y'all hear the nonsense Mr. Brennan Tatum is displaying out of his choppers, talking about why would they call Cito if Nolan Wells was deceased on the boat? Well, maybe they already tossed the body in the water. I'm just very baffled how he's taking the word of Nolan Wells' friends as if it's law. Just because it says one thing doesn't mean that it's law. Crazy work.
But what I was told, and you guys, please take in consideration that it's reliable sources. However, the only way to prove the truth in this is if I see it with my own eyes, if the law enforcement have the investigation of this, and also when the toxicology results come out. But people are messaging me and telling me that there is heavy drinking and there's cocaine involved. And there's a particular person whom I know this person's name. I'm not going to disclose it. I'm going to go to the police first, and then I will disclose it if it doesn't interfere in the investigation. But this person allegedly was offering people cocaine, and someone close to Nolan, one of his friends, told me that this person was offered cocaine and rejected it from this person. And I was also told, and this person told me that it's over 100% chance that Nolan was using cocaine during this period of time. This person said it was 150% sure that when the toxicology comes back, that Nolan will have cocaine in his system. Now,
And that is why I believe, ladies and gentlemen, why the first autopsy has not been released, and also why there is no blood work being released. Because if the blood work is released, that's going to expose not only Nolan, but the friends of Nolan, and thus Mr. Bart, trying to go to the league, won't be able to play football if he has a controlled substance in his blood. So that's why my take, I believe the first autopsy is sealed, and that's why there is no blood work being released.
Now, again, taking into consideration, this is somebody telling me this. I'm not saying it's me. I'm not saying it. I'm not able to verify it. But from the sources that I'm getting it from has been consistent, verifiable sources thus far, and haven't been wrong about nothing. So there's a possibility that there's a person that Nolan.
That's a huge possibility. Come on now, let's keep it a stack and let's not be ignorant. His friends are Caucasians. He's partying on the 4th of July. The blood work hasn't been released. The first autopsy has been sealed. If it looks like a duck, crossed like a duck, it's a duck. They're obviously trying to hide something. I'm not going to necessarily accuse the friends, but they're obviously hiding something because how are you going to seal the first autopsy when the family's trying to find answers? The state, the country's trying to find answers, but you sealed the first autopsy? Also, is it ironic that these friends of Nolan, their parents are government officials, judges, people of high rank? So it's nothing to seal, it's nothing to hide, if especially if they're in high rank government officials, judges, etc. They're going to seal and stay silent. And that's why the mother is trying to subpoena, trying to find answers, but she's getting her harassed. They're trying to make her homeless by leaving her bad reviews when she wasn't even at work. Crazy work.
May have been around or interacted with, that is giving cocaine to the people on this island, that Nolan may have taken the cocaine. And then also,
Pinky B says the family have the autopsy. Yep, thanks to Mr. Colin Kaepernick, a former NFL player. But leave it up to Mississippi. The first autopsy wasn't released. It was for, the results was read from Mr. Ben Crump. The second autopsy, and the body was sent without the throat. And when I first heard that, I was like, "What? What you mean the body was sent without the throat?" And sure enough, ladies and gentlemen, the body did not have the hyoid bone. So why are they removing parts? And I understand in the autopsy you're supposed to remove it, but also you're supposed to put it back. And of all the parts, the hyoid bone is missing. That's a huge red flag.
I received a DM from someone DMing another person. Now I'm trying to leave these names out because I want to not mess this investigation up. I think law enforcement already have this. That alluded to the fact that, and I messaged this person because I want to talk directly to the person that I saw the DM from, and we haven't talked to this person yet. But the person said in the DM to another kid that is associated, not any of the kids that I interviewed to talk to, but that could be associated to some degree, that knew Nolan.
Let me address your chat. So the coach already did a drug test for all the football players and they came up clean. Well, I want the official blood work, not from what the coach did, because these tests can be altered to clean the backside, to clean the ass of these players, to make sure they can go into the league, such as Bart, because Bart, he's a punter, a kicker, and he wants to go to the NFL, so he can't have no controlled substance in his blood. So it is the best interest of the coach to do everything in his power to make sure that these boys are covered. So just because the coach did a drug test doesn't mean that that is accurate. He easily can be lying, just like these boys going on a podcast with Brennan Tatum, just because they sang their eulogy, even though they don't want to pull up to the funeral because they're too scared of death threats. But they wanted to open up their choppers talking about Nolan Wells, not even a black man. He's half Asian. Like, what?
Turn like this. I mean, where this community was tight knit, Nolan's friend group was tight. He ends up losing his life in an unfortunate situation, which nobody knows exactly what happened. Did it shock you that it turned into some racial thing?
Yes, racial, I do agree. Now, it going famous or going viral, that part didn't shock me. Thinking about it and being honest, like, that's not a surprise because everybody did love Nolan. Especially around here, everybody loved Nolan. So for people to repost that, they know Nolan. I mean, they know he did not have one hateful thing in his heart. And racism, no. That was a shock. That was a complete shock from his mom and from his stepdad. Like, that's a shock. That's an utter shock because it's like, first off, I don't know how to word this. Nolan wasn't fully black. Nolan's mixed. Nolan has a little bit of Asian in him. You don't hear that, though. You don't.
Why did Mr. Tristan throw Nolan Wells' race into the situation? So because he's half black, his life doesn't matter? This guy here, bro. Like, you're supposed to remain silent and let your lawyer represent you, but they want to go on a podcast talking on an ongoing investigation. How is that a good idea to talk? The more you talk, the more the truth is going to come out, and they're supposed to remain silent.
The right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you in a court of law. You have the right to talk to a lawyer and have him present with you while you're being questioned. If you cannot afford to hire a lawyer, one will be appointed to represent you before any questioning if you wish. You can decide at any time to exercise these rights and not answer any questions or make any statements. Do you understand each of these rights I have explained to you?
Alluded to it earlier. People say he hates his blackness. People say he hates his own skin, et cetera, et cetera. That's actually not accurate per the accurate definition of internalized racism.
Right.
I mean, it's ridiculous, but this is where the diagnosis comes in.
Internalized racism is, I've adopted the mentality and ideas of the colonizer. So a more accurate description of the word would literally be
so let's get to the point.
internalized colonizer.
Do you think that I fit in one of these statements?
I'm asking you, do you think you fit? Do
No,
you think that
no,
the
I
term
don't.
internalized racism towards you fits?
No, and I'm glad I didn't try to guess what the meaning was, because I believe I conflate the two. If you're saying that internalized racism is adopting the perspective of the colonizer, 100,000%, that's not my perspective. That doesn't apply to me. If you're saying that I have self-hate, no, 100%.
I did not say
that. No, I'm not saying you did. Let me correct it. If this phrase of self-hate is not applied to me either. So internalized racism and self-hate does not apply to me.
So let me make sure I
So
understand.
you believe that one of those...
Is he saying that internalized racism is when you take on thoughts and opinions of the colonizer? Let me get the colonizers, the white man.
That's what he's saying.
And so he's basically saying that Brandon Tatum suffers from internalized racism.
Basically, yeah. And he's going to go on to kind of say that and go ahead and just say the quiet part out loud, because we know what he's getting at. And to me, it's very unprofessional. You know, these are the same people who like to call out President Trump and claim that he's a felon and this and that, but yet they feel like it's appropriate to do something like this. Like, to me, that's my first take, that was just so unprofessional.
Well, I mean, they always have to reframe something, and it's all about shaping a narrative. They'll misrepresent your position and your views in an attempt to say, well, no, this is what you think. This is what we believe you are. And it doesn't matter how much you articulate, no, this is what I believe, and this is my position. Mm-hmm. They're very dishonest, and they'll misrepresent what it is that you actually believe. I mean, what's the point? Okay, so I'd be like, well, give me an example of the thoughts and ideas and positions of the colonizer that you believe that I've internalized. Like, just let's name something. Like,
right.
Let's put up this. Give me an example, and then let's address that.
Exactly. And here's another thing. This is 2026. Who in this country who's American was alive back in 1776?
Listen.
You know what I mean? Like, it doesn't make any sense, the fact that he's calling white people today colonizers.
I'm in the middle of watching a documentary. Mm-hmm. And we're up to 1776 during the American Revolution, mm-hmm. and the colonies and the contention that they were dealing with King George and wanting to assert their independence as colonists. And this, I'm trying to understand. I need them to explain to me what's so bad about being a colonizer, because that's a loaded term. What do you mean by that? Because every civilization at some point has to conquer another one, assert its dominance, and colonize. Now, it's not our fault, right, that Africans have failed to become proficient in that. They fight each other, okay? No one says anything about that. Or no one talks about how one tribe overpowered and quote unquote colonized another tribe and sold you for trinkets to the white man. Like, what? That happened. Are we now to call those Africans? This is the way the world worked. You someone's going to be oppressed and someone's going to be the oppressor. Which side of that equation you land on is completely up to who's going to fight the hardest.
Right.
Now, this country was colonized. It was a British colony way over here, and they were trying
Across
to
the
push
ocean.
freedom across the ocean. What was so wrong about that? Because had America not been colonized, we would not be the country we are today. Now, if you want to have a conversation about how slavery played a part in that, hey.
So we can add an argument to that. What was so wrong about it? Well, first, it was native to the Native Americans, and the colonizers from overseas took over. It was a genocide. It wiped out majority of the Native Americans. And actually, ladies and gentlemen, do you know who the true black man is? It is not people from Africa. It's actually the natives. Yeah, your ancestry, you're not from Africa. Don't listen to that statement talking about all black people came from Africa. That's cap. What? There is a reason why Africans and people in the States look different. If that's the case, then all black folk will look the same, correct? There is a difference. There is Africans and they are blacks. And the blacks, your ancestors are Indians, Native Americans, not people from Africa. Keep it a stack. See, when people tell you stuff and you learn stuff in school talking about how black people came from Africa, that is a lie. And it's laughable. Talking about all black people came from Africa. Go back to your country. What?
So to turn it as like somebody's harping down on Nolan because of the color of his skin, you don't know us. You don't know our community. It's crazy that people are just running with a lie.
You see everything happen. Nolan was your friend. From all the young men I talked to, it seemed like Nolan was the life of the party. Everybody loved Nolan. He gets along with everybody. Everybody's cool. And everybody feels like Nolan made them feel like everybody's his best friend, right? I mean, everybody felt connected to Nolan. Were you shocked that it turned like this? I mean, where this community was tight-knit, Nolan's friend group was tight. He ends up losing his life in an unfortunate situation, which nobody knows exactly what happened. Did it shock you that it turned into some racial thing?
Yes, racial, I do agree. Now, it going famous or going viral, that part didn't shock me. Thinking about it and being honest, like, that's not a surprise because everybody did love Nolan. Especially around here, everybody loved Nolan. So for people to repost that, they know Nolan. I mean, they know he did not have one hateful thing in his heart. And racism, no. That was a shock. That was a complete shock from his mom and from his stepdad. Like, that's a shock. That's an utter shock because it's like, first off, I don't know how to word this. Nolan wasn't fully black. Nolan's mixed. Nolan has a little bit of Asian in him. You don't hear that, though.
I got a documentary coming out called Slavery is a Choice. You should check it out. We can have an extensive conversation about all of that. Here's one thing I will tell you. George Washington, love him or hate him, do you know what he said? He said, listen, I'll be darned if King George is going to dominate us way across this ocean with such arbitrary sway like we dominate over the blacks. I said, man.
Wow. I didn't know he said that.
But you see, when I hear that, I'm like, he's basically saying, I'm not going to submit to the yoke of bondage and slavery that King George is trying to put us under the way these blacks, these Africans have basically allowed themselves to live in subject to us. Now, you don't have to like it. That might make you feel some sort of kind of way. You might be like, dang, that was messed up. Well, maybe, just maybe, if the reins of power had risen up in some of those African slaves like it did to say,
see, if you want to talk about it, let's talk about it. She making it seem like all blacks were submissive. And matter of fact, ladies and gentlemen, let's go to the history books. You know, the first minority, the first dark complexion folks to get their independence was actually Haitians. Yes, Haitians got their independence from the French. Imagine getting your independence enslaved. How does that even happen? And that's why that country is in the gutter. It's a third world country because once they got their freedom, they cut ties with France and they became in poverty because nobody wants to trade with Haiti. So there was a price to pay for gaining their independence, but they could care less. So you can't speak for all blacks like they were submissive to the white man and they just bent over and just took it. Some actually rebelled, but they took a price in terms of no funding. The country is in the gutter. It's till this day, it has not recovered.
You don't. So to turn it as like somebody's harping down on Nolan because of the color of his skin, you don't know us. You don't know our community.
We're talking about all black people are submissive. George Washington talking about we ain't gonna be like black people. We're actually going to get our independence away from overseas. So once again, the Haitians was enslaved and they got their independence. Imagine your oppressor having better weapons, but yet they still lose. That's some spiritual warfare for your ass. So people want to talk down on minorities, but they don't even know the history. Once again, Haitians are the first people of a minority group to gain their independence. They rebelled and they gained their freedom. Thus, that's why they're in poverty. However, they still gained their independence. So don't just speak for a minority as a whole as if they were submissive. No, there has been plenty of bloodshed for the price of independence. We got to stop the cap.
It's crazy that people are just running with a lie. And it's so easy for people.
I'm not going to be your slave. I can show you better than I can tell you. Somebody's got to die.
Right.
That's what happened in the American Revolution. George Washington said, it's either me or you, and I can show you better than I can tell you. And what did Great Britain do? Gave up the ghost, like, just leave him alone. Just let him go over there and be free.
Right.
What stopped us from doing that? Nothing.
Nothing.
Don't be mad.
Mm-hmm.
Don't be mad. Look, it is what it is. It was your turn.
Mm-hmm.
That's my look. A lot of people don't like when I talk like that because I'm emotionally removed from it.
Mm-hmm.
The images of Roots and Kunta and all of that. Listen, either.
I've never seen Roots or Kunta Kinte or none of these people in the past, but to just dismiss it is completely ignorant because in the educational school system, ladies and gentlemen, as current day, they're trying to remove history in the library because, quote, it's too aggressive for the kids to see. They're trying to desensitize and make it think like the history was all sweet and roses and candy canes and no warfare, no bloodshed was obtained for modern day America. So if we don't talk about it, who is now in that same take, we can't stay in the past and not move on. But in the same time, we cannot talk about it because they're trying to delete history. With that same take, we can't have a victim mindset talking about, oh man, the white man, the white man. But there's nothing wrong with talking about the past because if we don't, who is?
To believe it from the outside, looking into Mississippi's history.
You was gonna be Toby or you was gonna be Kunta, and you got whipped enough. You're like, well, I guess my name is Toby then. I'm sorry. You shouldn't invite me on because you know I'm gonna say it.
No, I love it. You know, you're making some great points here, April. I do want to say that George Washington, y'all need to go and y'all need to study who he was because he was such.
I love George.
I love George Washington. So
and his slaves loved him too. Okay.
See, I didn't even know that part. I just studied.
Dang, ain't that some coonery right there? I have never heard some coon shit like that. His slaves loved him too, so his slaves enjoyed being in bondage? Yes, massa. Give me permission to go use the restroom, massa. Oh, massa. Thank you for giving me this loaf of bread, massa.
per se, but it's like you're looking at history. Let's go to each state's history.
Read about him and
Those slaves did not want to leave Mount Vernon. They were like, wait, what? Freedom for what?
Wow.
That's good for us. The slaves on Mount Vernon loved being there.
I love
Same
that.
with Thomas Jefferson's slaves.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, well, Thomas Jefferson, he was having kids with at least one of them.
Hey.
I don't know if y'all know about that, but he had some black children, allegedly.
There was all kinds of quadroons and octoroons and mulattoes running around on them plantations. Listen, slavery is one of the most peculiar institutions that us alive today, we don't understand that institution from this perspective, okay? We will never understand the concept of a slave loving his or her master, or the master like, look, I love me some kizzy. Like we
And thank goodness we are not living in those times. And when you put stuff into perspective, you know, our problems are not really that bad compared to how it used to be. Imagine being in bondage every single day, not having the free will to doing what the F you want to do. So you're telling me the biggest obstacle for the most part in life is paying bills and getting financial resources. As long as you get that, for the most part, you're good. You got a roof over your head, clothes on your body, food in the fridge. You are Gucci. So once again, put stuff into perspective, man. What a time to be alive, man. But people still want to push victim mindset as if they're in bondage. What about the slaves that didn't have a choice but to pick cotton all day from sunrise to sunset? So the next time you want to complain and be a little bitch, thank the Most High that you was born in this timeline and not born as a slave. Because God forbid, you know how hot it is. I can barely even walk my dog without sweating. They was working in inhumane conditions. I've seen pictures of them wearing a helmet to where they can't even speak to each other, preventing them to communicate. They having bells around their neck to let massa know if they run away from the plantation. Metal rods in their mouth and scorching heat like every day. Then on top of that, they're doing God forbidden actions to their beloved spouse, making them watch, separating families. I mean, it was a spiritual warfare, 100% physically, spiritually, emotionally, and they still had to wake up every day and produce. And you mean all I gotta do is wake up and go to work and pay bills? And people still find a way to press the record button on the internet and cry and complain as if we're living back in those days. Can you imagine? Oh my God, I'm not getting any YouTube views, guys. People want to push victim mindset so much. But what about your ancestors? They paved the way so you can be free current day.
I bet they're not the best with black people. Like, people change.
It's easy to judge. It is easy to judge. But the only way you've got to step outside of history and say, listen, there was a reason why some slaves.
Let me see. MF-ICU says, are you saying there isn't systemic racism? No, 100%. That's why, you know, there's people like Tasia Fortune getting found at a vacant house from a tree the same month that Nolan Wells passed away. Obviously, there's racism still coherent, but what I'm saying is that it's not even close to what it used to be before Jim Crow, when I had to ask, well, not when but when my ancestors had to ask for permission just to drink water, talking about only whites can drink from this water fountain. And even before that, it's not even close to the struggle. So to say that the white man is preventing us from enjoying the best version of ourselves is a disservice to our ancestors, because they didn't have the choice. They didn't have the freedom that we have current day. Is there systemic racism modern day? 100%. If I get pulled over, man, my heart is beating through my chest, and I don't got nothing in my car to get me in trouble, but I just know that I'm a minority getting pulled over by an officer, and so many stories of minorities getting pulled over by an officer that doesn't go well. I mean, by the Most High, it doesn't happen to me, but I can't be ignorant to the history of how they treat minorities. But my take is it's nothing close to how it used to be. Not even close.
You learn history so you don't repeat it. Everybody knows that.
What's the craziest lie that you've seen floating around there about this situation? I know there's a lot of mysterious things, but like, what to you, what's the craziest thing that you've heard somebody say about this?
That my buddy in the photo was his lover. That was wild.
Pause.
Slaves were digging the ramparts and the ditches for the Confederacy. They loved their master. Booker T. Washington talked about how some slaves during the war would hide the master's possessions in the woods so that the Union Army wouldn't get them. What stopped them from running away and joining the Union Army? They didn't want to. The comforts of slavery was better for them in their opinion.
So these people wanted to be in slavery instead of getting their independence. Sounds like a coon to me. Sounds like they didn't want to stand for something, and if you don't stand for that, then you might as well be a dead man walking. Yes, master. Do I have permission to use the restroom, master? It's my own body, but I'm asking you for permission to use the restroom, master. Do I have permission to use the restroom, master? Imagine living a life like that. What?
That's been the utmost craziest, because it's like, what? Like, where'd you get that from?
And they're like, why would I go into the unknown when master here provides for me? He take care of me. I'm out here in the forest.
Ladies and gentlemen, it even goes back to biblical times when Moses took the slaves out of Egypt, and he went up into the mountain talking to God to come down with the 10 commandments. And they was traveling in wilderness for how long? And when he came back down, not only did they make a false idol, but they also was saying, take us back to Egypt because at least we have food. At least when we was in Egypt and we was in bondage, Pharaoh gave us water. At least when we was in bondage and slavery, at least we had shelter. But in the wilderness, we're hungry. It just goes to show the victim mindset and the value of self.
I mean, also the lies of just how racist Mississippi is, or how racist.
Going to war. I could leave if I want to, but I don't want to go. Don't judge them, but deal honestly with the history. Then you had slaves like Frederick Douglass, who was like, yeah, this not gonna work for me. Okay, I will fight you before I succumb to your slavery.
Right.
Harriet Tubman was like, yeah, I'm out. I'm leaving, and I'm coming back to get some others with me. She could have freed 1,000 more. Some of them were like, well, where we going? No, I'm gonna stay here. I'm gonna stay here. Very concerned and curious as to what happened to this young man. You know, this is even though
and our bilge pump stopped working. We're sinking. Can you all please come? We have a membership.
All right, of course. How far is the wording coming up, sir? How far is the wording coming up, sir? Can you give me a description? Ankles? Hello?
Hey.
Yes. How far is the water coming up, sir?
It's coming up. We're just sinking. I don't know. Like we're going down.
All right. Well, let's get you going. Membership number or phone number listed on the account, sir.
I don't know the phone number. It's either Jerry Atkerson. I think it's Jerry Atkerson. Try that.
All right.
I know we have a membership, like guaranteed. I don't have the tag
Unless
on
you
here.
have a
It got ripped
membership
off.
number or anything, it's okay. I'll get you over to the captain. What's the best phone number to reach you at? All right. And is everybody on board in good health otherwise?
Yeah, everybody's
How
on
many?
board.
All right. Do you need the United States Coast Guard?
What?
Do you need the United States Coast Guard?
No, we do not need that.
All right.
Yeah.
All right. All right. Do you have your current GPS coordinates?
Let me go look.
If not, I can send you a text message.
All right, are you ready?
Yes, sir, I'm available.
North 30 degrees by 4672.
All right, 4672. All right, and you were breaking up a little bit. Can you just repeat it one more time to make sure I have it correct?
Sorry, look.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah, what?
So you're breaking up. If you need assistance, do you have a VHF radio?
Yeah, we do not have a VHF radio.
All right, well, let's try to get you going because you don't have good cell phone reception. Can you verify your coordinates one more time?
Okay, my coordinates are 30 degrees by 14.684 north, and then west by 88 degrees by 46.79.
Right, it looks like you're on Horn Island, correct? Are you
Yes,
on
we are
Horn
at Horn
Island?
Island. Yes.
All right, is the
Actually, Wyatt was saying, told Nolan, because Nolan's with this girl at this point. They're together. Wyatt looked at Nolan. He was like, dude, come on. Boat's taking on water. We got to go. Like, right now. And Nolan didn't want to go. He said he wanted to stay with the girl. And Wyatt started yelling at me. He's like, Nolan, get on the boat now. And Nolan's like, no. And then finally, Wyatt's like, Nolan, get on the effing boat right now. We are leaving right now. And Nolan said he had another ride back, and we had no more time to waste. We got to get the boat out of there before it goes under.
And it was that. And when Nolan said that, like, was there an issue? Did you believe that Nolan would be able to get back, or were you concerned? Like,
so
explain
what I can say is, I've been out countless times on one boat to Horn Island and came back on another. I've done it before where I went out on one boat and my friends left, and I just know so many people out there. I didn't even think about, do I have a ride already set up? I just know so many people out there that I'm like, okay, there's 100% sure I can find a ride back, and which I have before, you know? And it's one of those things where it's at Horn Island, you don't even have to know somebody to ask for a ride back in. They're gonna bring you in. You know, it's not like, oh, are they gonna bring me in, or are they not, should I ask? No, if you ask anybody out there, 100%, they'll bring you back
Southern
in.
hospitality.
Yeah,
You're in South Mississippi.
I mean, we had some.
So, ladies and gentlemen, they're trying to push the narrative that Nolan was on Horns Island, leaving the choice or leaving the assumption that Nolan was ever on a boat. So just because these boys are talking doesn't mean that what they're saying is the truth. Talking about he's been physically to Horn Island multiple times, originally coming on a boat and leaving on a second boat, trying to push the narrative once again that he was on the island. But if he was on the island, why did it take so long to find him? And then when they did find him, he was on the coast of the island. He was washed up on shore. Where did he come from? You can't just wash up on shore if you're on the island, physically on the island. That doesn't even make sense. The only way that you could be washed up on the island if he was actually on a boat.
The coast is in Ocean Springs, and yeah, no, you don't know this, man. Like,
The boating community is so like tight knit. Like, it doesn't matter like who you are. If someone sees you struggling on the island, no matter the case, they will come and help you. They will do anything in their power to help you and bring you back to the mainland.
I put another example out there. We know another.
So these boys rather talk to a YouTuber. First of all, they didn't even say anything until the autopsy was released by Colin Kaepernick. Well, it was funded by Colin Kaepernick, but read by Mr. Ben Crump. But it was quiet prior to that autopsy being read. Only did they see that Ben Crump and Al Sharpton wasn't playing around. They actually got the results. That's when they're like, oh man, we need to. Whose idea was it to talk to Brandon Tatum? Because in an ongoing investigation, aren't you supposed to have your lawyer represent you? Why are the boys talking on a podcast like it's an episode on Netflix? That is very idiotic. And supposed to remain silent and let your lawyer represent you.
The right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you in a court of law. You have the right to talk to a lawyer and have him present with you while you're being questioned. If you cannot afford to hire a lawyer, one will be appointed to represent you before any questioning if you wish. You can decide at any time to exercise these rights and not answer any questions or make any statements. Do you understand each of these rights I have explained to you?
Kid who was pretty intoxicated out there, and he couldn't find his boat. And he asked somebody random that he didn't even know if he could catch a ride back with them. And they were like, yeah, got him on the boat, called his parents, told them the situation was going on, and then took him back on inshore.
And that happened this time, or is
4th of July? This 4th of July.
This current 4th.
So you guys you leave. Nolan is there. I'm based on what you're telling me, I'm perceiving that you guys are accepting that Nolan's going to get a ride back somewhere else. Y'all taking on water. Explain to the audience, what does this sinking boat thing like? Because I think that people are in good faith, the ones who are acting in good faith, are genuinely curious of like, are you sinking? Do you think you're gonna sink? Because you hear Wyatt on the phone and he's like, we're sinking, we're going down. And obviously you never went down. So can you explain what he was saying about going down? Was there a little bit of water? Was he just panicking more than normal? Or like, what was that? And I want you to explain too, like, what happened to the boat? How did you recover the boat? And how did you get back to the mainland?
So I'm gonna go ahead and first off explain a boat. So a bilge pump is in the bilge. The bilge is underneath the deck where you stand in the very bottom of the boat. And there's a space in there where you have all your electronics, your batteries, everything that controls everything throughout the whole boat. So the first thing that fills up on a boat when it starts to sink is the bilge. And it goes in the bilge and it starts filling up. Well, then the bilge pump kicks on, senses the water automatically, and starts pumping it out. In this situation, the bilge pump had a malfunction, it didn't kick on, and it got all the way to the very top of the bilge, which is the floor level. And then we started to see the boat actually sag down in the water, and we're like, okay, what's going on? So there's a cap in the back of the boat that you can unscrew and look inside the bilge. When we unscrewed it, there's so much water in the boat, it started overflowing onto the deck. And so at this point, we're like, okay, this boat's going down. It's going down quick. We don't know where the water's coming in from. We don't know what's going on, and we just go into full-on like panic mode, get this thing out of here now. So we hook up the boats.
No, call Cito.
Okay.
Let's get to that part. Because you called Cito first?
No,
or you had the boats hooked up first?
We had the boats hooked up first.
Yeah. Okay.
So we hook up the boats and we start towing them out. And he's on the phone with Cito. Because, hold on, let me go back a second. The electronics completely glitched out. Nothing is working on the boat. There's so much water in there, nothing is working.
The batteries are also...
The batteries are completely underwater. Like they're everything's fried basically. So we have it connected, kind of towing them out, and he's on the phone with Cito, and he's trying to get them on the phone. And as he stated in the moment, he's like, Cito's just asking all these dumb questions. I can't like figure out what's going on. And so finally he hangs up, and after the trim to the motor started to work again. So they manually trim it down by the buttons on the motor, trimmed it down, and some electronics started to come back on, and they got the boat to crank over, and they're like, all right, untie us, because if you can get a boat on plane, the suction of the water going underneath it will actually pull all the water out of the bilge if you have the plug out. So like, say you have the plug out and it's sitting, the boat will sink. If you have the plug out and you're running, all the water will rush out the back of the boat.
When you say on plane, you mean like it has to be going fast enough to be up on top of the water?
Yep. So on plane is you're up, you're running, you're out of the water basically. There's
your bows on plane.
Yeah, so you're up out of the water running.
Yep.
So where are you guys at when this happens? As far as from Horn Island to the mainland, where are you guys at in between there?
So we're probably 1.5 miles off of Horn, I'd say, a mile off Horn.
From the start where the Cito call was, we were probably about 1/4 mile off the island. Like you could see, it's visible in the picture that you posted that Wyatt is on the Cito call, and it's that video of the boat panning, of the video of the boat getting panned, and you can see everybody in the boat. If you look in the background, the island's right there. So I mean, going back to like what you said earlier, if we killed somebody or hurt somebody, the whole island is literally not even 1/4 mile away to sea, with hundreds of boats lined up on the island. So that's really.
So just because You saying it means that that's exactly what transpired. So process of elimination, if nobody saw it, that means you was at sea. Duh. If nobody saw Nolan, that means that he was away from everybody else, isolated. Maybe y'all panicked. Maybe he passed away and y'all was trying to hide his body, calling your people, calling your family. You're getting help, but you still want to call for assistance because you're sinking. Then when she says, do you want help from the Coast Guard? You say no. So it's just too many red flags, ladies and gentlemen. Too many red flags. You're talking about he was fully clothed, but photos are showing him just in swimming trunks. His throat is missing from his higher bone is missing from his throat. Why is the body sent without his higher bone? In an autopsy, you're supposed to take out parts to examine it and put it back, but there's too many red flags with this, ladies and gentlemen.
And what I thought was crazy lie from the beginning was he's the only black person on the boat. He's the only black person on the island. No, not at all. Like, not once. Like, where'd you get this background information from?
How many people are on that island from your vantage point?
On the 4th of July?
Yeah.
Thousands? 13 miles? Like, I mean, you're talking hundreds and hundreds of boats that are carrying minimum 4 to 8, 9 people.
All these people, thousands of people, and nobody saw the ninja. Nobody saw the melanated person, but there's thousands of people at this function on 4th of July. Stop the cap.
All I had to say about that.
Yeah. So
we were about a quarter mile out.
So we were about a quarter mile out, whatever. So they pull the plug out the back of the boat. They have the motor running and everything like that, and they go to take off. So the boat's having trouble trying to get up, and it's slowly coming up because the weight of the water. Finally, it planes off, and the water gets sucked out the back, and they're full speed running. And then after that, I didn't see them anymore. I think you were on the boat. You can start from there.
Yeah, so after we planed off, Wyatt kept the boat pinned the whole way in. We ran into the mouth of Fort Bayou, where we came from originally, and we turned into Fort Bayou, went in the channel, ran probably 500, 600 yards into Fort Bayou. Wyatt had jumped out of the boat, put the plug back in the boat so access water. So water didn't keep pushing and filling the boat up. So then we turned around, and Wyatt brought the boat to the dock, and that's when I had gotten out and got back in the car. And I didn't even drive. A buddy of mine drove me, and we went back to Jax's house.
Jax's house. Okay, so I just want to make this very clear and abundantly clear for the audience. Are you saying that the video that I posted, which is like a 3-second loop, now I have a lot more of the video, but to not expose people that have nothing to do with this, I only posted the smaller part, the 3-second part. Are you saying during that time, a portion of that, Wyatt was on the phone with Cito, so a portion of that is the Cito call, and that Nolan is not on that boat?
Correct.
And that video that's out there is a representation of who was on the boat during that Cito call.
Correct.
So I want to jump back to something real quick, because I was on the island and the reception was bad. I left my phone on the boat when I got out and went in the water. But people are saying online that how can you make a Cito call if the reception is so bad on the island? Because before you said the reception wasn't really good enough to even send a picture message to somebody else. So how is this call being made if the reception is not as good?
I mean, if you listen to the call back, I mean, there's areas in the call where it's splotchy. It's not direct. Like, it's not like you're sitting from me to you talking to the person on the phone. I mean, you're obviously out on the water. I mean, you can hear it in the Cito call.
And so when it comes to the reception, because I didn't look at my phone one time on the way out to Horn Island. I mean, it was a beautiful ride.
Of course, because you're not thinking about it.
Yeah, I'm not even thinking. I'm looking at how beautiful this water is.
Right.
We were having fun on the boat. We were playing music. some of Nolan's favorite songs.
Yeah.
So I wasn't thinking about my phone. So I wasn't checking reception. Now, is the reception recover at some point between Horn and the mainland? Or is it terrible reception while you're over the water until you get to the mainland?
I mean, as soon as you get off the island coming in shore,
Yeah,
you
but there's
start
really
picking up
like
reception
no
again.
definite way to tell where the reception comes in because I mean it's all satellite. I mean,
yeah,
it's different I've gotten service 80 miles offshore, like off of a satellite coming to a oil rig.
Yeah,
and I connected to it from the rig. But like,
it just depends.
I could go to Horn Island and not have any service. I could go there and have service. I mean, I think it's truly different, like every time.
So is it fair to say the service on Horn Island is super spotty?
Yes. Yeah.
And it was just almost by chance, in part, that the call was successful to call.
Can you all please come? We have a membership.
All right, of course. How far is the word coming up, sir? How far is the word coming up, sir? Can you give me a description? Ankles? Hello?
What'd you say? Hey.
Yes, how far is the water coming up, sir?
It's coming up. We're just thinking. I don't know. Like we're going down now.
All right, well, let's get you going. Membership number or phone number listed on the account, sir?
I don't know the phone number. It's either Jerry Atkerson. I think it's Jerry Atkerson. Try that.
All right.
I know we have a membership like Garen.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have over 600 votes in the building in the polls. 82% says no, Nolan Wells' friends are not innocent, and a whopping 18% says Nolan Wells' friends are innocent. For the 18% that think that Nolan Wells' friends are innocent, please let me know your take, why you think they are.
I don't have the tag
unless
on
you
here.
have a
It got ripped
membership
off.
number or anything, it's okay. I'll get you over to the captain. What's the best phone number to reach you at? All right. And is everybody on board in good health otherwise?
Yeah, everybody's
How
on
many?
board.
All right. Do you need the United States Coast Guard?
What?
Do you need the United States Coast Guard?
No, we do not need that.
So you don't need help from the Coast Guard, but you're sinking. How does that make sense?
Yeah, partly, yeah.
And I want to get to that picture, because I think a lot of people are confused about the picture. You guys cleared this up for me last time I came, but I want the world to kind of hear this, because I don't think I addressed it last time me and you, Warren, was on the interview. People are saying, and this is how the picture went viral, that the people pictured in the photo were the ones that went on a boat with Nolan and came back. Can you explain that? Because I don't think everybody that was in that picture even went to Horn Island on the same boat as Nolan.
So I can say whenever we all got out there.
Hold on, before you get there, because I think this will address another issue that people have of saying, well, why are they taking pictures if the reception is bad? Can you point out where this picture took place? What is going on with this infamous picture now?
Yep. So whenever we got there, like I said, I wasn't even on the same boat as Nolan. We pull our boat in. Nolan, their boat pulls in, whatever. I get out in the water. I walk over to Nolan's boat, and I'm talking to Nolan for a little bit, whatever. And I put my phone up on the dash. Nolan puts his up there. As Nolan's putting his phone on the dash, he sees an actual little camera that one of the girls that came on the boat brought. And his first words was, he picks up the camera and he goes, "We gotta take a picture." Just like that. And in my mind, I'm like, heck yeah, like let's take this picture. So that's where you got me and Nolan and one picture. And then as we're taking that picture, Morgan and another buddy of ours come up and they're like, all right, like let's take a picture all on the boat. We're like, all right, yeah, let's do that. So we got on the front of the boat, and that's where that picture was taken.
So that was it taken from a phone or
no, like an actual little camera.
Okay. And was it taken from where you docked at, or was it taken out there at Horn Island?
It was taken at Horn Island.
Okay. So, but it wasn't on the phone.
No.
Hey, I want to clear this up too, because I'm not aware of this. You guys may obviously have more information. Were people uploading? I know we talked about the service issue, but were people uploading onto social media?
I mean, you could.
Not really, though.
You could be.
Realistically, you could.
You could. If you want to sit there, if you're motivated enough to do it, yeah. Like, I made a phone call to my mom, and I had to call her like 8 times before she picked up, because either her service was bad, she was on the back side of the aisle on the south side, or my service was bad, and it was just hard to get through. But like, if I went and posted a video on Snapchat, like honestly, I don't think it would like either post or send to somebody. I think, I sent my buddy where we were at, a buddy of mine, I was like, hey, come meet us. And I sent him a video and he was like, dude, I couldn't get a hold of you all day. And like that explains the point. Like I sent him a video where we were at and it never sent until I got inshore because I had no service.
Would it shock you, because Christine Wells, Nolan's mother, is online, she was very shocked that she said Nolan didn't have any Snapchats or something. I'm assuming that whole day. Is that shocking to you if he did or did not have photos or videos or stuff uploaded to social?
Not at all.
Not at all.
Because
I mean,
like we said, we've been out there many times before, and nobody's on their phone out there. First off, and then second off, if you want to take Snapchats and stuff like that, you can, but you're just really gonna have to save them to your camera roll and upload them back whenever you get insured. Because when you go to send it, it's just gonna have an error. And all day, they're really not thinking about posting something on their Snapchat story.
So the phone was taken on like a camera that's not a phone. Yeah. Now how did that get to you guys, and how did that ended up getting to the internet?
So whenever we first realized that Nolan didn't, I'm not gonna say he didn't. When we first realized we don't know where Nolan's at, the first thing we were trying to figure out, or his mom was, what was he wearing? And so we were trying to remember what color his shorts were. We couldn't quite figure that out.
I said black.
Yeah, I think we said black.
I really did. He was wearing navy blue shorts?
Yeah, it was like dark blue shorts.
Dark. I just said black because I was trying to piece everything together and help out.
And so at this point, we're freaking out. We don't know where our friend's at. And the girl that took the picture, she was like, okay, well, I just took this picture of today. This is what color swim trunks he was wearing. And his mom asked for that to post on Facebook to say, if you've seen him, whatever, this is what he was wearing. And so that's what we sent to her, or that's what she sent to her, because we were just trying to help. You know, we weren't trying to cover up anything. We want to know where our friend was just as bad as everybody else does. I mean, that was our boy. We want to know worse than everybody else does. And so that's how that picture came about.
And I want to get to the phone situation of Miss Christine, or Miss Wells said online, and I've seen it on the news and everything, as if she had to come and hunt you down to get this phone. Now I know, Warren, you weren't at the house, and so you weren't there when they came to get the phone and all that. So how did this happen? Because last time we talked, you said you told, and I would call her Miss Christine, you told Christine that you had Nolan's phone. Like, can you explain that to me? Because I'm confused. I don't know what's what. Did you tell her you had the phone? And when did you tell her you had the phone, if you did?
Okay, so first we'll start off with, what I have to say, and then Jax, but and if Morgan has something to say, but I want to get this straight. One of the first things I told Miss Christine Wells in the first phone call that ever occurred with anything to do with Nolan Wells being gone, because I was the first person to call Miss Christine about anything. First phone call and anything to do with Nolan Wells was me making a phone call to Christine Wells. And one of the first things I said to her, with multiple witnesses here, pull up the phone call if you want. She said, oh, well, Nolan's location is with y'all at, where the house we were at. And I was like, well, no, he left his phone with us. I told her this. She knew for a fact that we had his phone. And she knew that I told her, yeah, he left it on the boat with us. Like, a bunch of people did. And so I want to make that very clear that I told Miss Christine there was no reason to hide anything. There was no issue regarding the cell phone. She could have came and picked it up, but instead she sent one of her friends to come pick it up, and that's where these things start to get twisted. But no, there was never an issue with the phone. I told Miss Christine, one of the first things I told her was, we have Nolan's phone, and that's where that ends. There was no issues with the phone or the keys, so I want to make that clear.
So was the keys on the boat with the phone?
No. The keys were
they're at my house.
At Jax's house, because we all stayed there the night before. I'm sure if I would have left my truck at Jax's house, I would have left my keys there too, because
it's just one more thing to think about on the boat.
If I don't have my car or my truck, then why would I bring my keys on the boat, So, there's just no point of bringing it, because if I lose them, then just more stuff to bring that I don't get very excited.
So I want you guys to explain this phone thing. I think Warren already addressed the fact that he told Christine that he had the phone in his possession. So, the whole Life 360 thing is not adding up as far as what you're saying to me compared to what they're saying. Now, how did whoever came and get the phone, how did they get in touch with you guys, and how did they get the phone back?
So I got a call from a kid we went to high school with. He called me just asking me questions. He saw people posting on Snapchat, like the picture that was circulating. And he called and he was asking questions. He was like, "Where's Nolan? When's the last time y'all seen him?" And then he was like, "So where are y'all at?" And I told him, I said, "We're at Jax's house." And then Warren got on the phone, and I don't know.
So they come to my house, right? And they kind of
hold on before we get there. Was it confrontational, or was it just just trying to find? It was confrontational.
Yeah,
already?
wouldn't y'all agree?
He was
110%.
He was very
confrontational.
And when did this happen? Was this on the night of the 4th or the next day?
This was the night when this was before they came and got the phone.
So this is the night of the 4th, yes.
So you had already spoke to Christine.
Correct.
And then you get a call that was hostile.
Yeah, and then Morgan handed the phone over to me. I was like, "Oh, let me talk to him," because I knew the guy, and I was just like, "Hey, like," he was like, "Where y'all at? Where y'all at?" I was like, "We're at Jackson's house." You know, it's like calm down. And then he hung up on me, and then okay, so they come, they pull up to my house, and at this point, I'm kind of freaking out. We're all trying to put our heads together on where Nolan is. And I kind of like isolate myself in my room, just kind of get in a ball and just lose it kind of basically for a few hours. And they just walk.
But this is your alleged best friend. Ladies and gentlemen, my best friend, if he's at an altered state to where he doesn't even know where he's at, I'm going to know something about where he's at. I'm not just going to leave him astray and think he's Gucci. Now, I understand that these friends are not his caretaker. They're not his father. They're not going to be God of Nolan Wells. But if he is altered, I don't know about y'all, but my friends are going to look out for me if I don't even know where I'm at. I'm going to wake up the next day and give them thanks. Because of them, I didn't wake up in a jail cell. Because of them, I didn't wake up 6 feet under. Because of them, God forgetting actions didn't occur. But Nolan Wells was their best friend, quote unquote. It sounds good.
Walk into my house, you know, and I hear all this commotion going on in my living room, and I'm just like, what in the world is going on? So I walk out there, and there's probably like 10, 15 people in my house I don't even know. And they're all up in our faces, going crazy, asking where Nolan is, and we don't know. And finally they get into Wyatt's face, and they're like, "Where's your boat? Where's the boat at?"
Demanding his address.
Demanding his address and stuff like that. And he finally ends up giving it to him. And then let me go ahead and state that while they're there, we give them the phone. They have the phone at this point. Then they get the address to his house. Then they go to his house. And they're searching all over his boat, what I heard and stuff like that. Well, anyways, I don't really know much about that, but they come back to my house at around 1 o'clock in the morning, and it's his dad this time. And his dad's being really respectable, really, really nice to me and stuff like that, as long as another friend of theirs.
And shout out to the stepdad for being respectful, because if it was me, man, I would be behind bars. But the fact that the father can still show class shows character. But yet they're getting attacked. The mother of Nolan Wells is being harassed. They're trying to make her homeless, leaving her bad reviews at her place of occupation. Nasty work.
And he's asking me, like, where are the keys at? I don't even know where Nolan's keys are at in my house. You know how hard it is to find a set of keys in a house and you don't even know where to start? It's pretty hard. So I start scrambling around my house looking. There's stuff everywhere. Keep in mind, all these people stay at night at my
Sounds like a made-up story to me.
House before. I'm looking through everything. I can't find the keys. I run back to his father, or stepfather, and I was like, I don't know where the keys are. And the guy standing next to him's texting somebody. I guess I was at my house, and he said that they're on the Xbox. So I run in, I see him on the Xbox, grab him off the Xbox, and I go and hand it to him. It's plain and simple. Didn't even take 30 seconds.
No trouble.
No trouble at all. So
this narrative that they're pushing, that there was any
argument over the phone or the keys is completely false. Like, let's get that clear.
Yeah.
Okay. So they just kind of hang around my house, taking pictures of all the cars' license plate in the driveway, stuff like that. And so
When you say they, how many people are here this time?
like 15.
15 people that you don't know?
They had 4 or 5 vehicles.
I mean, I knew some of
Full
them I
of
went to high
people.
school with, and then some of them I just didn't know.
Now, walk me through this. How do you think it got to this point so fast? That's one thing that I'm curious about. Like, you
I don't
got
know.
you
Dude, that was like one of the best guys I've ever met. We're like,
Look at the ignorance. How did it get to this point so fast? There's a body that is deceased, and you're supposed to be his alleged friends. All y'all got to get home and wake up in the comfort of the 4 walls that your parents provided. But Nolan Wells gonna have that same luxury. They want to gaslight, talk about how did we get to this point. Stop the cap.
phone up on the dash. Nolan puts his up there. As Nolan's putting his phone on the dash, he sees an actual little camera that one of the girls that came on the boat brought. And his first words was, he picks up the camera and he goes, "We gotta take a picture." Just like that. And in my mind, I'm like, heck yeah, like let's take this picture. So that's where you got me and Nolan and one picture. And then as we're taking that picture, Morgan and another buddy of ours come up and they're like, all right, like let's take a picture all together of us on the front of the boat. We're like, all right, yeah, let's do that. So we got on the front of the boat, and that's where that picture is taken.
So that was it taken from a phone or
No, like an actual little camera.
Okay.
like
And
the
was it
lens
taken?
comes
Was it
out.
taken from where you docked at, or was it taken out there at Horn Island?
It was taken at Horn Island.
Okay. So, but wasn't on the phone.
No.
Hey, I want to clear this up too, because I'm not aware of this. You guys may obviously have more information. Were people uploading? I know we talked about the service issue, but were people uploading onto social media?
I mean, you could.
Not
You
really,
think.
though.
You could be.
Realistically, you could.
You could. If you want to sit there,
could.
if you're motivated enough to do it, yeah. Like, I made a phone call to my mom, and I had to call her like 8 times before she picked up because either her service was bad, 'cause she was on the back side of the aisle on the south side, or my service was bad, and it was just hard to get through. But like, if I went and posted a video on Snapchat, like honestly, I don't think it would like either post or send to somebody. I think, I sent my buddy where we were at, a buddy of mine. I was like, hey, come meet us. And I sent him a video, and he was like, dude, I couldn't get a hold of you all day. And like, that explains the point. Like, I sent him a video where we were at, and it never sent until I got inshore because I had no service.
Would it shock you, because Christine Wells, Nolan's mother, is online, she was very shocked that she said Nolan didn't have any Snapchats or something. I'm assuming that whole day. Is that shocking to you if he did or did not have photos or videos or stuff uploaded to social?
Not at all.
Not at all.
Because
I mean,
like we said, we've been out there many times before, and nobody's on their phone out there. First off, and then second off, if you want to take Snapchats and stuff like that, you can, but you're just really gonna have to save them to your camera roll and upload them back whenever you get insured, because when you go to send it, it's just gonna have an error. And most guys, when they're out on the island all day, they're really not thinking about posting something on their Snapchat story.
So the phone was taken on like a camera that's not a phone. Yeah. Now, how did that get to you guys, and how did that ended up getting to the internet?
So whenever we first realized that Nolan didn't, I'm not gonna say he didn't. When we first realized we don't know where Nolan's at, the first thing we were trying to figure out, or his mom was, what was he wearing? And so we were trying to remember what color his shorts were. We couldn't quite.
Another red flag of Nolan Wells. They said that he was fully clothed, but photos show him only in swimming trunks. So which one is it? First, they said that he was left on the island with Katie McCormick. Katie McCormick is saying opposite, that he left on a boat. They said that he was fully clothed, but he wasn't. Hired bone missing from his throat. First autopsy not being released, but we're talking about the second one funded by a football player. Stop the cap.
Figure that out.
I said black.
Yeah, I think we said
'Cause
black.
I really did. He was wearing navy blue shorts.
Yeah, there was like dark blue shorts.
Dark. I just said black because I was trying to piece everything together and help out.
And so at this point, we're freaking out. We don't know where our friend's at. And the girl that took the picture, she was like, okay, well, I just took this picture of today. This is what color swim trunks he was wearing. And his mom asked for that to post on Facebook to say, if you've seen him, whatever, this is what he was wearing. And so that's what we sent to her. or that's what she sent her, because we were just trying to help. You know, we weren't trying to cover up anything. We wanted to know where our friend was just as bad as everybody else does. I mean, that was our boy. We want to know worse than everybody else does. And so that's how that picture came about.
And I want to get to the phone situation of Miss Christine, or Miss Wells said online, and I've seen it on the news and everything, as if she had to come and hunt you down to get this phone. Now I know, Warren, you weren't at the house, and so you weren't there when they came to get the phone and all
Right.
that. So how did this happen? Because last time we talked, you said you told, and I will call her Miss Christine, you told Christine that you had Nolan's phone. Can you explain that to me? Because I'm confused. I don't know what's what. Did you tell her you had the phone? And when did you tell her you had the phone, if you did?
Okay, so first we'll start off with, what I have to say, and then Jax, but and then if Morgan has something to say. But I want to get this straight. One of the first things I told Miss Christine Wells in the first phone call that ever occurred with anything to do with Nolan Wells being gone, because I was the first person to call Miss Christine about anything. First phone call and anything to do with Nolan Wells was me making a phone call to Christine Wells. And one of the first things I said to her, with multiple witnesses here, pull up the phone call if you want.
The right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you in a court of law. You have the right to talk to a lawyer and have him present with you while you're being questioned. If you cannot afford to hire a lawyer, one will be appointed to represent you before any questioning if you wish. You can decide at any time to exercise these rights and not answer any questions or make any statements. Do you understand each of these rights I have explained to you?
She said, oh, well, Nolan's location is with y'all at, where the house we were at. And I was like, well, no, he left his phone with us. I told her this. She knew for a fact that we had his phone. And she knew that I told her, I said, yeah, he left it on the boat with us. Like, a bunch of people did. And so I want to make that very clear that I told Miss Christine there was no reason to hide anything. There was no issue regarding the cell phone. She could have came and picked it up, but instead she sent one of her friends to come pick it up, and that's where these things start to get twisted. But no, there was never an issue with the phone. I told Miss Christine, one of the first things I told her was, we have Nolan's phone, and that's where that ends. There was no issues with the phone or the keys, so I want to make that clear.
So was the keys on the boat with the phone?
No, the keys were
They're at my house.
at Jax's house, because we all stayed there the night before. I'm sure if I would have left my truck at Jax's house, I would have left my keys there too, because
It's just one more thing to think about on the boat.
If I don't have my car or my truck, then why would I bring my keys on the boat, So, I mean, there's just no point of bringing it, because if I lose them, then just more stuff to bring that I don't get very excited.
So I want you guys to explain this phone thing. I think Warren already addressed the fact that he told Christine that he had the phone in his possession. So, the whole Life 360 thing is not adding up as far as what you're saying to me compared to what they're saying. Now, how did whoever came and get the phone, how did they get in touch with you guys, and how did they get the phone back?
So I got a call from a kid we went to high school with. He called me just asking me questions. He saw people posting on Snapchat, like the picture that was circulating. And he called and he was asking questions. He was like, where's Nolan? When's the last time y'all seen him? And then he was like, so where are y'all at? And I told him, I said, we're at Jax's house. And then Warren got on the phone, and I don't know.
So they come to my house, right? And they kind of
hold on before we get there. Was it confrontational, or was it just trying to find? It was confrontational.
Yeah,
already?
wouldn't y'all agree?
He was
110%.
He was very
confrontational.
And when did this happen? Was this on the night of the 4th or the next day?
This was the night when This was before they came and got the phone.
So this is the night of the 4th, yes.
So you had already spoke to Christine.
Correct.
And then you get a call that was hostile.
Yeah, and then Morgan handed the phone over to me. I was like, oh, let me talk to him, because I knew the guy. And I was just like, hey, he was like, where y'all at? I was like, we're at Jax's house. It's like calm down. And then he hung up on me, and then.
Okay, so they pull up to my house.
And at this point, I'm kind of freaking out. We're all trying to put our heads together on where Nolan is. And I kind of isolate myself in my room, just kind of get in a ball and just just lose it kind of basically for a few hours. And they just walk into my house, you know, and I hear all this commotion going on in my living room, and I'm just like, what in the world is going on? So I walk out there, and there's probably like 10, 15 people in my house I don't even know. And they're all up in our faces, going crazy, asking where Nolan is, and we don't know. And finally they get into Wyatt's face, and they're like, where's your boat? Where's the boat at?
Demanding his address.
Demanding his address and stuff like that. And he finally ends up giving it to him. And then let me go ahead and state that while they're there, we give them the phone. They have the phone at this point. Then they get the address to his house. Then they go to his house. And they're searching all over his boat, what I heard and stuff like that. Well, anyways, I don't really know much about that. But they come back to my house at around 1 o'clock in the morning. And it's his dad this time. And his dad's being really respectable, really, really nice to me and stuff like that. And as long as another friend of theirs. And he's asking me, like, where are the keys at? I don't even know where Nolan's keys are at in my house. You know how hard it is to find a set of keys in a house and you don't even know where to start? It's pretty hard. So I start scrambling around my house looking. There's stuff everywhere. Keep in mind, all these people stayed the night at my house before. I'm looking through everything. I can't find the keys. I run back to his father, or stepfather, and I was like, I don't know where the keys are. And the guy standing next to him's texting somebody. I guess I was at my house, and he said that they're on the Xbox. So I run in. I see him on the Xbox, grab him off the Xbox, and I go and hand it to him. It's plain and simple.
This man talking about he didn't know where the keys was at, and he he grabbed Nolan's keys on top of his Xbox. Like, bruh, too much. First of all, why are you explaining yourself? This is not a courtroom. Like, let's use our spirit of discernment and understand that this is an ongoing investigation. Why are you talking on a YouTube podcast explaining what happened when this is not the courtroom, incriminating yourself? Because everything you say will be used against you in the court of law. But these boys want to talk on a YouTube platform, but they can't pull up to a funeral because they're too scared. They went on a YouTube podcaster named Brandon Tatum talking about they were scared for their life. That's why they didn't pull up to the funeral. But that's supposed to be your best friend, though, right? Nolan Wells. He was such a good guy, but you can't pull up to his funeral. But you want to show up to a podcaster talking about he wasn't fully black, he was half Asian. But that's your best friend? Why did you say that? So black people won't donate to Nolan Wells if he's less black? First of all, let's have a little science. Anything mixed with black is the dominant race. There's no such thing as mixed, mulatto. No. If you do the Punnett square, you're going to have two uppercase. That's the dominant. You're going to have, you're going to have two uppercase. You're going to have one uppercase, one lowercase. This is called your phenotype and your genotype. And then you're going to have you're going to have one lowercase. So black automatically is going to win by default. So this boy talking about Tristan, that Nolan Wells is not fully black, he's half Asian. What was your point in saying that? Because he's too pussy. He's currently getting attacked, talking about the blacks are not supporting me. They took away my black card. Pussy ass ninja. So you want to cry on a podcast to a YouTube, and then Brandon Tatum talking about the black people don't fuck with me? The fuck you talking about? When I heard that nonsense, I was like, bruh, that's suspect number one. Fuck this nigga talking about. He should have came for the record and be like, you know what? It's not about me. If I had the opportunity to answer one of those two calls that Nolan Wells had, he called Tristan twice and he didn't answer the phone. That's all he should have been talking about. Man, if I could go back in time, maybe he would still be here. Instead, he wants to throw him underneath the bus. Hoe ass ninja. Let's play that whole ass shit. But he can't pull up to the funeral though. But that's your best friend though, right? And that's why you should put trust in no man, because man will fail you every time. No, that's your acquaintance.
Here, everybody loved Nolan. So for people to repost that, they know Nolan. I mean, they know he did not have one hateful thing in his heart. And racism, no. That was a shock. That was a complete shock from his mom and from his stepdad. Like, that's a shock. That's an utter shock, because it's like, first off, I don't know how to word this. Nolan wasn't fully black. Nolan's mixed. Nolan has a little bit of Asian in him. You don't hear that, though. You don't. So to turn it as like somebody's harping down on Nolan because of the color of his skin, you don't know us. You don't know our community.
Well, didn't even take 30 seconds.
It's crazy that
at all. So this narrative that they're pushing, that there was any argument over the phone or the keys, is completely false. Like, let's get that clear. Yeah. Okay. So they just kind of hang around my house, taking pictures of all the cars' license plate in the driveway, stuff like that. And so
When you say they, how many people are here this time?
Like 15.
15 people that you don't know?
They had 4 or 5 vehicles.
I mean, I knew some of
Full
them I
of
went to high
people.
school with, and then some of them I just didn't know.
Now, walk me through this. How do you think it got to this point so fast? That's one thing that I'm curious about. Like, you
jumping to conclusion.
I guess so. I mean,
That's plain and simple.
They went and searched Wyatt's boat.
Yeah, they went and searched Wyatt's boat.
Like
we
we
were
were
hiding them in there or
hiding
something.
Nolan in his boat or something. Like, what is wrong with
Yeah.
him? Like,
yeah, 100%.
We called law enforcement. I was with Wyatt at the time. After we left Jax's house that night, I was with Wyatt, and one person we were with saw that their location was actually headed towards Wyatt's house. And so Wyatt got on the phone with 911 and was like, hey, these people are on the way to my house, or already at my house. My mom and my dad are there alone, and they know nothing about this. But Wyatt's mom actually, when they were looking at the boat, they were actually walking from the boat, and she came out and started talking to them at that point.
But did the police get involved in some degree here?
Yes, that's what I'm about to get into. So whenever they were at my house hanging out, just, I guess, hanging out in my front yard, finally they wouldn't leave. And one of the people there came up and started banging on the door again for whatever reason, I don't know. My brother actually had to call the cops. And I think they came around 2 o'clock in the morning and removed them from our property. And after that, we really haven't spoken to them since. But yeah, we had to call the cops to make them leave.
The cops came, you told them to leave, and then is there anything else that you addressed with the cops while they were there?
Yeah, so the cops were asking me why these people are at my house in the first place, and I told them straight up, we don't know where our friend is at. I don't know where my best friend's at. These people don't know where their friend's at. We're trying to figure it out, and they're basically assuming that we did something to our friend, which we didn't. And he said, okay, just taking notes, and then remove them from there.
Do you think that this had anything to do with race at this point? Meaning that they approached you because of race, or they approached you because you were the last people with no.
So at this point, at this point, they just want answers. I don't think this was about race at this point. They're mad and furious, and they don't know what's going on.
But I also want to get this straight. Like, I know some of these people, and these people are like good people.
Yeah.
And I went to high school with these guys. Like, they know me, and I know them, and they know my friends, and they know them. This wasn't about race. They just knew for a fact that Nolan went on the boat with us. And they were worked up, and that's okay. And they were mad, but that wasn't handling things. That wasn't trying to help. You getting mad isn't helping anything. But instead of solving the problem and trying to figure out, hey, where is Nolan? they were just getting pissed off and not handling things the right way. And I mean, that's what happened.
You guys said you ended up going.
So these boys are saying that the mother and the family overreacted because they can't find their son. Ladies and gentlemen, they underreacted. If it was me, God forbid, because words are powerful, but if I was in that situation, ladies and gentlemen, God forbid, nah. But the family is actually showing restraint and class. And these boys are talking crazy on the family. People go crazy for losing their pet animal. This is a human life. And the friends, the best friends are saying the parents are overreacting.
And looking for Nolan the next morning, but you said you were thinking about doing it that night.
Yes.
And why didn't you do it that night?
So we already called the Coast Guard at this point. We didn't have access to a boat that was already in the water ready to go, other than one that I'm just not allowed to use at all. And I was still this close to taking it out. I mean, I was right there.
So you guys go the next morning, you look for Nolan. Can you explain how did that happen? Who was looking for Nolan? Who was on the boat? Was it multiple boats? Was
Multiple
it one
boats.
boat? Okay, can you explain that? Who was, out of this group, who was on what boat, or who was on a boat or not, going out looking for Nolan?
So me, Wyatt, and Trayson got in the boat. We got in the Palm Beach that morning, the morning after, and we rode out to the islands, and we were met by a DMR. There was 7 DMR boats already out there, DMR and park rangers. We talked to them, we gave them all of our information. They personally asked if any of us were on the boat with him that day. We told them yes. They just said, all right, well, I mean, we got the area scoped out. I mean, and then after that, we just went up to the beach. I think we met up with y'all in the water.
I took my boat out with Jax and a couple friends of mine, and then my mom and my stepdad. And
they were out there too with you?
Correct. And I just met Morgan and Wyatt and Trayson and his girlfriend out there. And we actually, when I rolled up, I parked up next to Morgan and everybody who was with him, and I was like, well, y'all can run around, or we all planned this out. Morgan was gonna run around the south side while we covered the north side, and we were just gonna try to cover as much ground as possible. But I mean, there were so many DMR boats and helicopters and drones and everything else out there. I don't really know what an 18 and a 25-foot bay boat is really gonna do. So I mean, we sat out there. We went for a couple hours and we looked around and we searched, but we also don't fit the requirement that DMR has and the tools that DMR and United Cajun Navy and all these departments have to look for somebody. We didn't put that much of a help out, but yes, of course, we went out there and looked for our friend. That's not a question.
Who else in the friend group was out there? Did you see Nolan's family? Did you see some of the other kids that showed up at your house? You see anybody else out there?
We did see a couple other. We met up with a coach that was previously Nolan's high school coach. We met up with him. They said that they had previously already been on the island. They walked a good bit down the island both ways, and they were just driving around the island like we were doing. And we eventually got off the island. We got on this rip current. It was going west out towards Ship Island and then back towards Biloxi. And we drove that for a couple miles. People were also looking on that too. There was multiple boats out there not associated with DMR with binoculars. There was people fishing the rip, and we asked them, they rode it all the way from Ocean Springs all the way out to Horn Island, and we were like, did you see anything, blah, blah, blah. Because, I mean, if a person is floating in the water, treading water, they are going to be most likely in the rip. And that all comes into play with the washing machine. I mean, you got
Explain the washing machine for me.
Horn Island and Ship Island, I mean, they come like this, and then there's no island right here, so it just tons of water flows through, the tide goes out. I mean, sometimes it gets pretty gnarly in there, and it creates this big old pool, basically. Yeah. And, I mean, if someone was floating, treading water out in the water, that's where they would be. They could be hung up, they could grab onto a log and float with a piece of driftwood or something, or they could find a channel marker or buoy and grab onto that. So, I mean, there was just main keys that you search for, like when you're trying to search for a missing person that has to do with water. And, I mean, it's either the island, the buoys, or the rip. And then after that, there's not really anything else you can do, seriously.
And when did you guys communicate with law enforcement? Because the internet, I think, has this false information that you guys never contacted authorities, and that Warren actually talked to me, or you guys talked to me first before you engaged. So when did you guys actually talk to law enforcement and give your statements to them?
So as soon as we got off the water from searching for Nolan,
which is on the day, the 5th?
Yeah, the 5th. As soon as we got off the water, I got a phone call. I believe he got a phone call too.
Yeah, I got a phone call while we were out there.
I got a phone call too
as well.
So basically what it was saying was, hey, take a few questions over the phone, answer the questions, and then they had a date for us to come in for actual questioning.
Okay.
And mine was the 6th. There was like the next day or something like that, you know. I think theirs was too.
I believe mine was the 7th, I would like to say, but not for sure. But
mine was around.
Regardless, like we all cooperated fully. It's not like we had something.
Yeah,
like
full
we were trying to
cooperation from the start. Yeah, really.
100%.
And how deep did they go in this interview with you guys?
They asked
all the way. I mean, they
asked.
I mean,
how long was the interview? Like, was it
an hour and a
half? I dotted every I, crossed every T. I told my friends, like, listen, go in there and like say every detail of like even what you like ate for breakfast that morning. It doesn't matter, everything you have, because like anything could help. You literally never know. And like it's what we all did. Like we all cooperated. We all wanted to help. We all did everything that we could to help. Regarding this situation, it's not like we just like.
I could say personally, I started my story from the night before.
Yeah, I started
whenever I got off work on Friday.
I started my story from last 5th of July. Like, she was like, all right, take me back to day 1. And I was like, all right, I mean, we've been talking about this since the 5th of July last year. Like what we're going to do, like how we're going to make this better, how are we going to make this funner. Like,
as far as the investigation is concerned, did you guys give your phones over to investigators?
Yes, we gave our phones over free willingly. It was our choice just to give our phones over, let them look through them, whatever they wanted to do, and got them back.
Because we have nothing to hide. We wanted to be fully transparent with, you know, the sheriff's department, everybody else included, including the FBI, and you know anything to do.
The right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you in a court of law. You have the right to talk to a lawyer and have him present with you while you're being questioned. If you cannot afford to hire a lawyer, one will be appointed to represent you before any questioning if you wish. You can decide at any time to exercise these rights and not answer any questions or make any statements. Do you understand each of these rights I have explained to you?
Ladies and gentlemen, do you think it's wise that the friends of Nolan are talking so openly about an ongoing investigation? That doesn't make any sense. And where are the parents of these friends, and how are they allowing this?
With justice, we wanted to help out, and that's what we did. We gave our phones up, and like Jack stated, we literally have nothing to hide.
Yeah,
and everybody gave their phones up.
Correct.
Yep.
To be forensically evaluated by the FBI?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Yeah, so while on the topic of phones, did you guys have any access to Nolan's phone? Did you delete anything out of Nolan's phone? What's your thoughts on Miss Christine saying things may have been deleted?
My thought is that's a blatant lie. I know for a fact that this is the thing. We have no reason to get on Nolan's phone. I have no reason to get on any of my friends' phones. If I had a reason to get on Nolan's phone, I wouldn't be able to get on it because I don't know Nolan's password. I don't know any of my friends' passwords. If I handed Jack's my...
Ladies and gentlemen, this is a classic gaslight. So he's talking about he doesn't know Nolan Wells' password, as if you don't have face recognition. Like, come on now. crazy work.
My phone right now, he wouldn't be able to get on my phone. I have nothing.
I'd have him permanently locked out of that thing.
Correct.
Yeah.
I have no idea how to get on
Guessing
Nolan's
too
phone
many
to delete
times.
anything. But in the first place, we have nothing to delete on Nolan's phone. Like, I don't know what this, because Nolan didn't take Snapchats that day. That means things were deleted.
He was just
no,
living in the moment.
we were just living in the moment, like every guy on the planet Earth does. I mean, like I'm not sitting here filming my whole day, and I get Nolan. Yeah, took a lot of pictures, but just because Nolan didn't take any pictures from July 3rd to July 4th doesn't mean we delete.
So these boys, why they talking about this? Because that's what content creators are talking about. So they're listening to these podcasters all over social media and they feeling some type of way. So now they're addressing it on social media. So isn't that incriminating yourself? I mean, they're practicing their First Amendment right, freedom of speech. But this is an ongoing investigation. This is big business. Do they feel so invincible because their parents are judges and people of high rank? I've never seen an ongoing investigation and the potential suspects talk so openly. That's some crazy work.
Did something. No, Nolan just didn't take any pictures, and that's perfectly fine. I have one video in my camera roll saved from the 4th of July.
So last question, is there anything you guys want to say to the audience?
The right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you in a court of law. You have the right to talk to a lawyer and have him present with you while you're being questioned. If you cannot afford to hire a lawyer, one will be appointed to represent you before any questioning if you wish. You can decide at any time to exercise these rights and not answer any questions or make any statements. Do you understand each of these rights I have explained to you?
Ladies and gentlemen, there was an open trial, I believe, for Carmela Anthony. They're going to review the case. I think it already happened. We have to cover that, but let's land the plane first with Nolan Wells.
Regarding this interview that wasn't covered or something you just
real quick take on Carmela Anthony. Even if he had epilepsy and if he was getting bullied, this, that, and the third, let's go with the narrative that he was getting bullied. It still doesn't take the way that you shouldn't have brought a knife on school property. Are we forgetting that he brought a knife on school property? You're not supposed to bring that. Then they try to lie and say that the knife that Carmela Anthony had was some type of cleat sharpener. First of all, I never even heard what a cleat sharpener was. I had to research like a cleat sharpener. They said that then they try to push a narrative saying that he came from shop. It was a device that is allowed on school property. All the lies. So that's why we have to do our research and find the truth for ourselves, because a lot of lies be spread. So the truth is the man had a 3.5 pocket knife on his personnel. In the state of Texas, that's legal, but not on school property. Then he proceeded to say F around and find out, not verbatim, but he said fuck around and find out. And that is what? Premeditation? So you had the opportunity to move around, but you want to provoke the situation. So if he was really feeling some type of way, you would have evacuated, but you wanted to keep it 10 toes down. Then you know what people are also pushing on social media? They're saying, well, at least Carmela Anthony is alive. Nolan Wells should have had a knife too. Can you believe that?
want to get off your chest?
I mean, Nolan was like a brother to all of us. I mean, we loved him dearly.
Yeah, Nolan was like a brother to us, and I can say without a doubt, nobody wants to know what happened to him more than we do. I mean, we want to know what happened to our best friend more than anybody, and I promise you that.
I just want to say thank you to everybody who's sat here and supported us through this horrible moment. I mean, we're still teenagers at the end of the day, and for the internet to come and people to come and accuse you of killing your best friend, it's a horrible thing. And I know Nolan wouldn't want this.
Oh, no.
And it's terrible that it's come to this. And it's terrible that it's come to a race battle. But I want everybody to know how much we appreciate the support, and that my friends and I literally sit there and pray for everybody who's sitting here and sending this hate on everybody. Like, my friends are really upset about this, and so am I, that like this has turned into this huge thing. So, I just want people to know that, we're praying for people. Our faith with the Lord's strong, and we're gonna make it through this regardless of what people say about us. Yeah, I just want to say one more thing. Nolan would
The right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you in a court of law. You have the right to talk to a lawyer and have him present with you while you're being questioned. If you cannot afford to hire a lawyer, one will be appointed to represent you before any questioning if you wish. You can decide at any time to exercise these rights and not answer any questions or make any statements. Do you understand each of these rights I have explained to you?
Nolan is turning in his grave right now. This is the last thing he would ever want his friends to be going through.
Yeah.
Like the absolute last. Like, this is, he's, gosh, he would not want any of this. He wouldn't want this publicity. The fact that we couldn't even go to our best friend's funeral because, one, we didn't want to take the attention away from him. I mean, that was his day. We didn't want to do that. And the fact that we couldn't even go to our best friend's funeral is horrible. That's something we got to live with.
The rest of our lives.
So you say you couldn't go. Can you explain that a little more? What were you told that you couldn't go, or was it something that you derived from the feedback?
Nah, they was just too pussy to show up to their best friend's funeral because they were scared of death threats. But this is their alleged best friend, but they was too pussy.
You've been getting from the family, what made you ultimately make the decision not to go to the funeral?
So it was a little bit of both. It was one. Well, at first we had our heads down. We're like, all right, we're gonna go. We want to go. This is the last time we ever get to see our best friend. We're gonna go. And then as soon as we made up our minds with that, everybody was like, no, you're not. No, you're not. No, you are not. You are gonna either get jumped, hurt, something bad's gonna happen to you. You go to that funeral. And then on top of that, they point out another fact that we're going to take the attention away from him, and that's the last thing we want to do.
Yeah, 100%. And then, like they both said, like Nolan's like a brother to us, and now me and all my friends have to live with. Imagine you were 19 years old and your best friend just died, and now the whole internet's accusing you of killing him, and on top of that, you can't go to his funeral and say your last goodbyes to one of your best friends, because regardless,
Yeah, I can't relate. If this is my best friend, I'm not going to be terrified, especially if I'm innocent. What you scared of? These boys talking about they can't buy hot Cheetos and buy Red Bull, and they have to go to work tired because they're getting denied service at the gas station. That's what they talking about on Brandon Tatum's podcast, that they're getting denied service at a gas station. What? So you're the victim, but you're still breathing.
Morgan and Jax feel the same way, and so does White, everybody else. I can speak on their behalf about this. Regardless about what the internet says about our relationships with Nolan, we know from the bottom of our heart who Nolan was to us and who we were to Nolan. And at the end of the day, I could say this confidently. We were Nolan's closest friends, and we were Nolan's best friends. And this isn't a competition. I know a bunch of guys that were best friends with Nolan too.
It sounds like they're trying to prove that statement to themselves. That's your best friend, but you can't show up to his funeral? Man, a gaslight is hilarious. And, emotions is very powerful. So there's people that's going to believe these boys just because they said it, just because it sounds good. Come on, we can't be gullible. Now, for the record, these boys are innocent until proven guilty. But I just find it very alarming that you're talking on a podcast when there's an ongoing investigation.
Like Javon and Nolan were like brothers too, but this isn't to take attention away from them, but this was a brotherhood. Like this was my brother, and for someone to take away, and the internet to take away our privileges to go to his funeral because they think this was a racial thing is absolutely horrible. And like we all feel that way. Like it's sick. Like seriously, it's absolutely sick.
How can I help you?
Hey, we're at the west tip of Horn, and our bilge pump stopped working. We're sinking. Can y'all please come? We have a membership.
All right, of course. How far is the water coming up, sir? Can you give me a description? Ankles?
What'd
Hello?
you say? Hey.
Yes, how far is the water coming up, sir?
It's coming up. We're just sinking. I don't know. Like we're going down there.
All right, well, let's get you going. Membership number or phone number listed on the account, sir?
I don't know the phone number. It's either Jerry Atkerson. I think it's Jerry Atkerson. Try that.
All right.
I know we have a membership like guaranteed. I don't have the tag
unless
on
you
here.
have
It
a
got ripped
membership
off.
number or anything, it's okay. I'll get you over to the captain. What's the best phone number to reach you at?
Reach me at 2.
All right. And is everybody on board in good health otherwise?
Yeah, everybody's
How
on
many?
board.
All right. Do you need the United States Coast Guard?
What?
Do you need the United States Coast Guard?
No, we do not need that.
All right. All right. Do you have your current GPS coordinates?
Let me go look.
If not, I can send you a text message.
North. All right, are you ready?
Yes, sir. I'm available.
North 30 degrees. By 4672.
All right, 4672. All right, and you were breaking up a little bit. Can you just repeat it one more time to make sure I have it correct?
Sorry, look.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah, what?
So you're breaking up. If you need assistance, do you have a VHF radio?
No, we do not have a VHF radio.
All right, well, let's try to get you going because you don't have good cell phone reception. Can you verify your coordinates one more time?
Okay, my coordinates are 30 degrees by 14.684 north, and then west by 88 degrees by 46.79.
Right, looks like you're on Horn Island, correct? Are you
Yes,
on
we are
Horn
at Horn
Island?
Island. Yes.
All right, is the boat sinking or you have it aground?
We were sinking, yes.
Drowned. I believe he was killed. But I'm a judge that has to weigh all the evidence. Preliminarily, that's what I see. You don't leave your friend on an island, seeing that he has left his phone, and not at least go back. You came there with him. You left him there, you say, because he wanted to stay. But you notice that he's left his phone. How was he going to get home in the first place? Wouldn't he need his phone in order to call his transportation? Or they should have known some of that. He would have said, I'm going to get home by such and such way. Hey man, I'm not coming. Y'all go ahead. I got a young lady. Okay, man. Is she going to bring you home? How you going to get home? You don't ask any of those questions? So you must have asked those questions. If you didn't, that's more evidence that I believe contributed to the reasonable suspicion. So I'm with the prosecutor. How about that so far? So you won't have to say that the judge is making conclusions without getting the evidence. The prosecutor has found enough evidence to create a reasonable suspicion that a crime occurred. And now they're going to interview everybody and come up with some answers on whether to indict. So I'm there with the prosecutor so far. Take it to the grand jury.
This is not how I wanted the world to meet my son, but here we are. So, as you know, I'm Christine Wells Wansley. I am Nolan Wells' mom. And Nolan is the kindest soul. He never met a stranger. He loved everybody. He didn't care if you were black, white, purple, green, looked like a marshmallow. Like, he just wanted everyone to be in peace with one another. he loved life, and God gave him this big heart, which always scared us. Me and his dad had conversations with him all the time, not just about the importance of understanding our history as Black people, but also the importance of how you have to move in certain spaces. And it's not us being, feeding into racism or the stereotypes that comes with that. Unfortunately, that is just a matter of fact. There have been many cases, many instances that shows that it's unfortunately a pattern that he did not like. He did not like that there was so much division, and I think that's why God gave him us. He was really a peacemaker. He wanted, like I said, everyone to be included. He never wanted to leave anyone out. He just, even at a young age, I don't know, he was, how old was he? 18. No, not 18. When he was a baby, he did little dance. So his father and I were having a moment, and as couples do, and even in that moment, he runs in the room with his diaper on, of course, and he starts dancing, because it was like he could feel the tension. He could feel that something wasn't right. So he was just a special kid. Like, he was a special kid, but again, just heart was so big. And we're gonna miss him dearly.
All right, of course. How far is the warden coming up, sir? How far is the warden coming up, sir? Can you give me a description? Ankles? Hello?
What'd you say? Hey.
Yes, how far is the water coming up, sir?
It's coming up. We're just sinking. I don't know. Like, we're going down.
All right, well, let's get you going. Membership number or phone number listed on the account, sir?
I don't know the phone number.
Is the kindest soul.
So what was the purpose in calling the Coast Guard? What was the purpose?
Person wrote a message saying, me and my husband saw you arguing with Nolan, and to the effect of, you're going to spend the rest of your life in prison. Now, the person did not say they saw a physical altercation. The person did not say what time they saw Nolan.
Television, you had an interview, and I felt like you
that she's the devil. She's just looking for the time to kill you. You need to be careful and blah, blah, blah. And it's like, man, if y'all want to know the story, the only people that showed up for me in my whole life has been my white side of my family. So for y'all to sit there and drag their name and to drag me down, and I'm supposed to be one of y'all, and you're supposed to have my back, and we're supposed to be in this together, and it's really eye-opening.
Did it shock you that it turned this way? Meaning that, you see everything happen. Nolan was your friend. From all the young men I talked to, it seemed like Nolan was the life of the party. Everybody loved Nolan. He gets along with everybody. Everybody's cool. And everybody feels like Nolan made them feel like everybody's his best friend, right? I mean, everybody felt connected to Nolan. Were you shocked that it turned like this? I mean, where this community was tight-knit, Nolan's friend group was tight. He ends up losing his life in an unfortunate situation, which nobody knows exactly what happened. Did it shock you that it turned into some racial thing?
Yes, racial, I do agree. Now, it going famous or going viral, that part didn't shock me. Thinking about it and being honest, like, that's not a surprise because everybody did love Nolan. Especially around here, everybody loved Nolan. So for people to repost that, they know Nolan. I mean, they know he did not have one hateful thing in his heart. And racism, no. that was a shock. That was a complete shock from his mom and from his stepdad. Like, that's a shock. That's an utter shock, because it's like, first off, I don't know how to word this. Nolan wasn't fully black. Nolan's mixed. Nolan has a little bit of Asian in him. You don't hear that, though. You don't. So to turn it as like somebody's harping down on Nolan because of the color of his skin, you don't know us. You don't know our community. It's
For you
crazy
to
that
listen
people are
to
just
this,
running
and
with
I
a
was
lie.
keenly aware that you're in the background and you're having to deal with this. I wrote something this morning in my newsletter, and I said that you have been wanting transparency around this. First of all, good morning. Thank you for joining us. But you have been wanting transparency.
Q89-F4Z says, what the does that have to do with anything? 100%. I don't understand why Tristan mentioned Nolan Wells is not fully black, as if that makes a difference in someone's life. So, because Nolan Wells is half Asian, that makes his life any less important. Why did he say that statement on somebody's podcast? That's a red flag.
And it's so easy for people to believe it from the outside, looking into Mississippi's history, per se. But it's like, you're looking at history. Let's go to each state's history. I bet they're not the best with black people. Like,
Around this, but hearing the actual words and the results or whatever, that is extremely difficult. You want transparency, but then to be able to hear it is heart-wrenching. It's really a double-edged sword.
It is. And honestly, it's one of those things when we're sitting in it, because we have not been able to fully grieve, right? So there's a bit of disassociation that occurs. And I too have to just always take a moment to step back and be like, okay, however it goes, right? Like, it has to, in some way, like, it has to be accepted. But again, I can't fully accept the answers and things that were told to us at the beginning, because it was too soon. There was no investigation. Stories did not align. And so for people to say, hey, why can't you just accept it as a drowning and be done, and those things that have occurred. But, that's why we needed that independent autopsy. We needed to make sure that whatever was found was true. But of course, when you don't have the complete picture, that also, kind of makes you question even more, like, what exactly are we dealing with? And we need that. Like, my husband and I, our family, we need those questions answered.
When you got the news that the autopsy for the state autopsy was done, what went through what was that like for you? What did you think?
I said, oh, wow. But then again, like Attorney Crump said, the DA did reach out. Actually, I had texted the victim's advocate, Amanda, saying, hey, were there any updates with the autopsy? I know the coroner told us it takes about 2 to 3 weeks for the toxicology report to come back, which I know that was kind of the main thing they were stressing. And so then I think that afternoon, so today is what? So I think that was maybe a day or two ago, the DA had called and I missed the call. And by the time I saw it, it was too late, and I wasn't going to call her at 9 o'clock because I've had to change the settings on my phones because of the harassing phone calls I've been getting.
I want to talk to you about all of that, but just one more thing before we go into that. I just spoke with Ben about transparency. What are you hoping from Mississippi, whoever's releasing this information, whether it be the medical examiner's office, the state, or the DA? What would you like from them? You want to hear everything, I'm sure.
I would like for everyone to just do their job. I would like for everyone to treat this as if this was their child or their family member and give us the same honesty, transparency, and respect that they would expect for them or their family.
Amen. Now, can we talk about the other stuff? You went there, so I feel like I can go there. because I've been bothered by it. We've been reporting on it. It's disgusting. I'm going to start with one thing, and then I'll talk about the harassment of you, and especially as a mother and then as a medical professional, and I know you take your profession very seriously when you said, I love everybody. Black, white, red, green, it does not matter. So do not get that wrong. And you've always had really good reviews. But I want to talk about this blaming the victim and smearing the victim. The reports that we've been hearing, no, Nolan was drinking, he was doing this, he was doing that. Why, I guess we know why they're doing it, but I want to know what your assessment is, how you feel about that, because even, let's just say that he was, I'm not saying that he was, let's just saying that whatever he was doing, that doesn't mean that you have to die. Then that doesn't mean he was the only one.
Exactly.
And what do you think young people do? On my senior trip, I was, out there, right? So I'm just saying, kids have fun. So what does that have to do with anything? That's what I don't understand. What's your assessment on this?
Honestly, I feel like that is a way, which we've seen this before, right? Pattern recognition. We've seen this where things have happened, especially when we talk about the Black community. And after the death, it's a smear campaign. It's, what can we find out about this person? What can we say? And, that's something, my family and I, especially my husband and I, we definitely do not appreciate. But, we can't fight everyone that wants to have an opinion. But also, too, it's part of society that has been allowed to occur, which is it's gut-wrenching at best. Because if you were in our situation, how would you feel if there were millions of people who are saying, oh, hey, well, he was at an island, he was heavily drunk. And again, even with the drinking, there are so many conflicting stories, only because I have spoken with adults who knew Nolan very well, coaches that were out there. One in particular, I think he told me he saw Nolan somewhere between like 2:45 and 3:30. He was like, Christine, yeah, we talked for a while. We talked about college. We talked about his life, his plans. And he was like, he was perfectly fine, because I think it had bothered him too, that there was this narrative of, oh, he was sloppy drunk. Like and it started at the very beginning. It was, oh, he was sloppy drunk. And I'm like, but was he though? Or is this a narrative that you guys want to use to kind of have us just accept that it was a drowning?
Are you prepared for whatever it is? I know that's tough. And that's a yes and no question.
Honestly, it's hard to be prepared in any way with the way we have been thrusted onto the national stage and just kind of everything. And it's going to take a long time. So even, God willing, when we do get honest, transparent answers, right? Even when we get those answers, it's still going to take a moment, not even a moment. It's still going to take a while for us to digest and really accept that. Because again, and this is just me now speaking from a medical standpoint, we're kind of stuck in one of the stages of grief because we don't have answers. And that's the thing people don't understand. Everyone grieves differently. You hit those stages of grief at different times, and sometimes you feel like they might go on at the same time. But right now, we're kind of just stuck, and we can't move forward because we don't have answers.
So when you talk about all the things that have been spread, there is this officer, I hate mentioning his name, a former officer who is a far right wing, who's been doing the interviews and has been saying, go ahead.
Yeah, I'm not even going to comment on Brandon Tatum. No.
I respect that. And that's the right answer for everybody, I believe. And I feel like, because I mentioned him, I'm like, why did I even mention him? Because he doesn't deserve a platform.
No, he does not.
So let's talk about the people, the young men that he's been interviewing. They're saying they're his best friends. Some of them you said that you don't know. One of them even said, oh, Nolan would be outraged by the way his parents are handling this. And I'm like, wait, what? Like, why on earth would somebody go on and say that about a grieving family? But
Again, distraction.
My take on Brandon Tatum, through his panderism towards the boys, showing favoritism, obviously he is on an agenda. There is a blessing through the bullshit, because if it wasn't for Brandon Tatum, ladies and gentlemen, the boys would have never said a word. It's only because the autopsy was being read by Ben Crump they went unnoticed, saying that Nolan Wells is their best friend, this, that, and the third, but they didn't pull up to the funeral. However, ladies and gentlemen, They expose a lot that we didn't know because leave it up to Mississippi, they sealed the first autopsy. We don't know shit. So Brennan Tatum exposed more to the case than Mississippi. Ain't that some shit? A YouTuber. So once again, even though he's pandering to the boys, obviously there's still a blessing in disguise within the situation.
Change. You learn history so you don't repeat it. Everybody knows that.
What's the craziest lie that you've seen floating around there about this situation? I know there's a lot of mysterious things, but like, what to you, what's the craziest thing that you've heard somebody say about this?
That my buddy in the photo was his lover. That was wild. That's been the
Pause.
We're not even going to address them or that man. We only want the truth. Again, at the end of the day, I'm going to say it like I've been saying it. The only question we have is what happened to Nolan. That's what we need to know. That's it. That's all.
Dad, you've been here. We saw you yesterday with not only speaking up for your son, but for others as well who have been involved in mysterious deaths. That was a very emotional moment for you, and the vulnerability I saw there. What do you want to say to folks who are, your wife is getting, threats, she's being harassed, those families have been treated like they're a nuisance by police departments, according to the reporting. What do you want to say to America about this?
Like my wife said, just from a parent standpoint, we just want to know what happened. We want a fair and thorough investigation, just like the other families, because we hurt just like them. If this was their children, they would want to know. They would want to go to every resource they can get to the ends of the world to find out what happened. So then that's all we're doing. We're not accusing anyone. We just want to know what happened to our son, because it doesn't add up. Times don't add up, stories don't add up, and it just doesn't. So we just want a fair and thorough investigation so we can grieve properly, because we can't, because there are so many answers, but so many questions that are not answered.
I don't know if you want to respond to this, or Ben or Christine. The father of one of the young men who's been speaking out has put up a $50,000 reward reportedly. What do you think of that, Ben or Elmore or Christine?
Yeah, we are happy with anybody who wants to share the objective to get into the truth of what happened to Nolan Wells. So we applaud it, and we say, yeah, let's all work together to get answers, because as we've said continuously, Don Lemon, adamantly, somebody saw something, somebody knows something. I mean, and that's what you want, are answers.
Ben, yes, we all do want answers in this. Can you talk to us about that press conference yesterday? Because it's not just, and all of them 18 years old, these young people, right? There was a very emotional press conference with the family and the grandmother. You chose to highlight that at the Urban League. Tell us why.
I am so thankful that Christine and Elmore, Nolan's parents, were open to being able to use the attention that they have been blessed with in the loss of their son to try to help other 18-year-old Black boys who were lost in similar manner as Nolan. Don Lemon, you and I have been doing this for years, where you use your platforms to give, a voice to those who don't have a voice. And when you saw that press conference yesterday, you saw two families completely devastated, where you had that 18-year-old Black boys, three families, all in search of the truth, coming together about what really happened to their children. You had Daniel Irvin, who, like Nolan, they're saying it was an accidental drowning, even though his mother said he was on the swim team. And the fact that he was, on a fishing trip or something with two other white teenagers, he allegedly accidentally drowns, and then they throw away his cell phone, they throw away his clothes, and they delete all their text messages with him. and his mother, Tamika, is out of her mind trying to say, where's my baby? And after 4 days and all-out search where the activist community and everybody are getting involved, then one of the young men and his parents come forward and say, well, he accidentally drowned and we were scared, so we got rid of evidence and, we are sorry. And so they're charged with tampering with evidence that they lied about. And his mother, Tamika, is saying, if you lied about his cell phone, you lied about throwing away his clothes, you lied about deleting text messages, then how can we believe you when you say he accidentally drowned when my son was a swimmer? And the fact that the Dallas Police Department took 3 months, even after they confessed to doing all of this, Don Lemon, before they did anything. And she adamantly believes that it was because of Nolan Wells that they finally arrested them for tampering with evidence. She didn't think they were going to do anything. And this was just this black mother by herself just fighting down. Nobody gave them any attention in the media and stuff. And so that's what this is about, trying to make sure people know our children's lives matter too. And then, Don, Tyler Smith in Lexington, Kentucky. I mean, on 4th of July, this is the same day that Nolan goes missing. Her son, Lindsay Smith's son, Tyler, is at the house celebrating 4th of July, and he's the only black person there. And he somehow ends up shot in the head, dead. 911 is called, the police come, and then they say they were playing Russian roulette, that it was an accidental shooting, that he shot himself. And the police didn't on his hands or anybody else. They just take their word for it.
You
And
said no
then, Don,
gunshot residue test because you cut out. The police didn't do a gunshot residue test, right? And then when she said, when they told the grandmother and they asked, how do you know it was an accidental or whatever? And she said, because they said so, the people with him. That's not an investigation.
That's not an investigation, but thank God for that courageous black grandmother who refused to say, no, I'm not going to just let y'all sweep my grandson death under the rug. She kept asking for the gunshot residue. She kept arguing. So they took a gun that was there at the scene that they said was where he used to kill himself. And they then did an analysis. Don Lemon, they found out that the casings did not match that gun. And so then they had to investigate everybody who was at the house. Nobody volunteered anything. They went 7 days later to a young man's house, surrounded it, and then finally he came out and offered the gun and said, this is the gun that he shot himself with. And you would think they would say, hold on, why didn't you tell us this the day we went to the house? Why did you tamper with evidence? Why did you take evidence away from the scene? They only charged him with tampering with evidence. They still have not charged anybody with killing Tyler Smith, even though if you didn't do anything wrong, why would you take the gun from the scene of the alleged shooting? And so it's just god awful. And, we have to continue to stay on that. I think all of these cases, we're going to find the answers out to what happened, Don. We're going to find it out. 3 18-year-old black boys.
Ben, I don't want to take up too much of your time, but I have to ask you some legal questions here because it's part of the story, and I want to debunk stuff that's not true.
Yep.
So there have been reports of legal maneuvering from the mom, the parents, to open up the estate, to investigate, possibly sue people who are for misinformation. Are those things true? Do you want to talk about that?
Certainly, Don. As you know, we're not law enforcement, so to get subpoena power and information, we have to have a legal apparatus. So state in Nolan Wells' name, and because we have to do
Ben,
that.
can you back up a little bit? You cut out. I'm sorry, back up just a little bit. I want everybody to hear this. Pardon me.
Yeah, let's be clear. Because we're not law enforcement, we're private entities, and we have to use certain legal apparatuses that are available to us. One such thing is we open up estates, which, as we all know, is the only entity that can speak for somebody once they are deceased. And so his mother is over his estate. But once we get the estate open down limit, that then gives us the right to be able to subpoena people and entities and corporations to preserve evidence, to preserve information. So that's why we sent those subpoenas out, because we want that evidence to be preserved, because we don't know what is going to be relevant and not relevant, but we don't want it to be destroyed or lost. And so we want to look at the phone records. We want to look at the social media
So
records.
for the
We
people
want
to
to look at
repost that, they know Nolan. I mean, they know he did not have one hateful thing in his heart. And racism, no. That was a shock. That was a complete shock from his mom and from his stepdad. Like, that's a shock. That's an utter shock, because it's like, first off, I don't know how to word this. Nolan wasn't fully black. Nolan's mixed. Nolan has a little bit of Asian in him. You don't hear that.
the text messages, because that may be very valuable information to discovering what happened to Nolan Wells.
And this possible intent to sue, is that part of that? Does that go along with those?
You have to say that language to preserve it. Like, we, in anticipation of litigation, we want to make sure you preserve this information. Right now, we don't know where the information is going to lead us. We don't know what the answers are, but we're in a ferocious search for the truth. And based on that, then we will do things that are necessary to get some measure of justice for Nolan Wells' family. We hope and pray that we can find out the answers as to what happened to Nolan, and that the district attorney and the government authorities would do what is appropriate based on the evidence that is ascertained. We want to make sure that this is treated just as if it was anybody's child that was taken, that you will say we want equal justice. And as I said over and over
defamation
again,
attorney. And I want to start with you, Ed. You know, why did you choose to work with the boys? What is your plans? What do you expect to get out of working with them? What's your expectations when it comes to defamation?
Well, I think an injustice in one place is an injustice everywhere. I hate lying. I care about the truth, but most of all, it's the actual people who are involved here. So first of all, I just want to say Tyler Cox really welcomed me here. My co-counsel, he's an incredible human being and he's an incredible attorney. And then after that, I had an opportunity to meet these incredible young men. And I just got to say, these guys are unbelievable. Warren, Jackson, Morgan, they're just beautiful people. They're really decent human beings. They're just great people. And you know, that's why I'm here, because I want to help great people. And this is a very sad situation, but it's also a very human situation, and it's a tragedy.
So you guys have, you know, obviously before this happened, I would assume you're living a regular life, young guys being in college, you know, having a typical experience. Then you lose your friend, Nolan, and after that, what has life been like for you guys?
I think like ever since it happened, my life just like hit like a halt. Like it just stopped, and I mean, we just gotta live day by day from now on.
I could say definitely a whole flip upside down for our lives. It's like even going out, you know, we're always paranoid somebody's gonna see us, get spotted, try to beat us up potentially, or even worse. We're really just trying to stay low key and not go out as much or anything like that. Yeah.
It's been hard because my friends and I are people. I mean, we like to be out and hang out outside of our friend group, you know, and not being able to like go certain places or, you know, walk around in public because our head's always on a swivel. It's really affected all of us. I mean, especially in like my family's standpoint, my safety comes first. My friends and family safety come first too, and it's been really hard because I'm worried about like my family as well with me, and it's hard, but
we're just going day by day and just trying to get through every day,
Can you give me some examples of what has happened? Have you guys had things happen online, threats online? Have you guys have any examples of people accosting you or anything like that?
Oh yeah, we have had countless death threats online, been spotted. I'll let you elaborate more on that, being spotted.
People have obviously just pointed us out. As a group and even on a one-on-one setting, I think it's really just like awkward because I don't want to talk about this, and I know my friends don't want to talk about this any more than we need to. We're still mourning one of our best friends' death, and it's hard to speak about it when, sometimes we just need some alone time, or sometimes we just need to, lay back and not be around all this. And I've been called out in public, and I haven't been in public that much. I know my friends have had encounters in public. The threats have been insane from, my stepmom and my dad, my mom, just everyone included, like even my brothers and my sisters. And it's just hard. It's unbelievable.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's go into the polls. Happy Grand Rising, top of the morning. We got over 1,000 votes in the building. Shout out to every single one of y'all that voted. 79% says no. That's a huge percent. That is a huge majority. And a whopping 21% says yes. Nolan Wells friends are innocent. Now, for the ones that voted yes, can you please let me know in the chat why?
Where this has been taken to and the level where this is at.
When you say you've been called out in public, can you give me an example of what do you mean? People are threatening you with weapons? People are, not allowing you, denying you service? Because I heard that Trayston, he went to a corner store and they told him his money is not good there. They wouldn't even let him buy Gatorade.
Yeah.
Are you experiencing things like that or something?
Did y'all hear this? Did y'all hear this? So Nolan Wells is not breathing. He is no longer living with us. Rest in peace to Nolan Wells. These boys talking about they're getting denied Gatorade and hot Cheetos from the gas station.
Totally different.
Right. I wouldn't say like that. I think I haven't been denied, anything, but like Trayston, it's hard to hear from a good friend of mine that he's getting denied a Gatorade and a Red Bull before work. And
stop the cap. Even if that was true, take that on the chin. People are very upset. You got to go home, have the opportunity to see your family. Nolan Wells, unfortunately, didn't. That's your best friend. And you're crying on a podcast talking about you getting denied Gatorade and the Red Bull from the gas station.
Having to, he calls me, he's like, dude, you won't believe what just happened. He got called out at Walmart. Someone called him out at Walmart and was asking him all these questions and trying to press him about it. And it's crazy to me. We live in a very tight-knit community, and for people to, push back and say these things when they know what Ocean Springs is like, it's really hard. And I haven't had many personal encounters, but I know being around the guys and stuff like that, they have. So.
And Ed, as an attorney that's representing these boys, what does that make you feel like? Do you feel like you got a good case here, or what's your perspective in that? Because people are online, and obviously they know who you are. Obviously they know you represented Donald Trump in some pretty high-profile cases. And so now that you've joined, or at least now you work for the young men here, you hear them say things like they've been accosted, they've been, threatened online. Does that make your case a greater case, or how do you work within what's happening to these young men?
Well, unfortunately, I wish there was no case. I wish this hadn't happened. But unfortunately, because these things did happen, there is a case, and now there's multiple cases. And I'm going to tell you something. If you're out there and you lied about these guys, you lied about my guys, you lied about Tyler's guys here, if you lied about Morgan, if you lied about Jax, if you lied about Warren, we're going to get you. And you're going to be hauled into court, you're going to be held accountable, and it's going to be very painful. And what I would say to the people who
You know what's painful? That Nolan Wells is a minority and nobody saw this ninja. He put his whole trust. So his parents didn't even know where he was at. Apparently, according to Warren, that he was at his house so much that he didn't even have to drive. That's what's painful. What's painful is that y'all worried about getting denied hot Cheetos and Red Bull and Gatorade at the gas station. That's what you want to talk about. But Nolan Wells, nobody knows what happened to him. And rest in peace to Miss Tasia Fortune. 2-3 weeks after Nolan Wells found hung from a tree in the back of a vacant home. And once again, nobody saw nothing. Crazy work.
have done that is now's your chance. If you want to apologize and retract before you find.
I apologize for Nolan Wells putting his trust into the next man, because it says in the word, put your trust in no man, because man will always excuse me, what's the word I'm looking for? Deceit you? Yes, man will always deceive you. Also, it says in the word that the heart is not trustworthy. So putting your trust so much into your friends, it backfired. And I hope we can learn our lesson, because how many times have we seen people in public making the same mistake, as if like these stories are not transpiring? Not saying live in fear, but we can't be ignorant.
Find yourself in court, you should probably do that now. Because if you don't do that, once you're in court, now you just can't leave. You won't be able to get out of it. And we're not going to name names because there's some other folks who are doing.
So Brennan Tatum, he obviously is on their side, and he's working behind the scenes. So they're gonna go towards content creators like Willie D. He's a former member. Well, I think he still is a member, but Texas rapper from the Ghetto Boys, Don Lemon. Pretty much anyone speaking up against the boys, they're about to sue. But what I'm trying to find out is that the energy trying to sue, let's find the answers of what happened to Nolan Wells. If you're innocent, like what's going on? Like, why are they trying to sue? For defamation? I call cap. I think they're trying to silence content creators. As long as you talk about the facts, you're good. Do not let the next person silence you. Are you crazy? Slavery is done. We're not in slavery. We don't have to answer the master to speak. Let somebody. And then, you know what's crazy? Working to interview the lawyer. I thought he was one of the boys. I'm like, this is the lawyer? This whole thing is a charade. Like, first of all, this is an ongoing investigation. Why are these boys talking on a YouTube podcast like it's an episode on Netflix? Speaking of Netflix, Tyler Perry's going to capitalize off of audited. Tyler Perry paid for the funeral. Then he's going to come back with a movie, and it's going to be named Nolan Wells. That's going to be before even we get a grand jury. Speaking of grand jury, that's the only way we're going to get the first autopsy results. I don't think there is going to be a grand jury ever.
That, and we want to be better than that. And I want to emphasize this, right? We're not here to guess. We're not here to speculate. We're only going to deal in facts, right? And here's the most important thing, right? We don't know how Nolan Wells died. No one here is saying we know. But what we do know is Morgan, Jax, and Warren had nothing whatsoever to do with Nolan Wells' death. And that's what's important. And unfortunately, because there are people who want to divide a town and come in from the outside and tell people what to think and pit neighbor against neighbor, it compounds the tragedy. It magnifies the tragedy. And I just want to say this. Here's why it's an even bigger tragedy. Because my friends here, Morgan, Jax, and Warren, these guys are not just the finest that Ocean Springs has to offer, finest that Mississippi has to offer. These are the finest young men that America has to offer. These are, really great people. And Tyler actually taught me.
And that's why they're trying their best to protect their image. They were like, hold on, bro, I'm trying to go to the league. Bart, he can't have nothing like blood work be released, because if the blood work is released, that's going to show the controlled substance in the blood. If there's controlled substance in the blood, how is Bart supposed to play football? How are these boys supposed to get a good job if everybody knows they're dirty? I mean, that's not the end of the world, but it's definitely a bad look, especially if you're the son of government officials, judge. That's a terrible look. Oh no, we gotta cover that up, seal that first autopsy, grand jury that shit. What they talking about? They trying to, man, do you understand? They trying to cook y'all? No, seal the first autopsy. And who gave them permission to seal the first autopsy?
Good Ocean Springs people. That was one of the first things I heard when I got here. So I'll just say that. They're good Ocean Springs people.
Sorry to interrupt. I know you're enjoying this incredible interview. Make sure you hit the like and subscribe button and also join our membership program. Let's get back to the interview. And how confident are you? Because you just joined, just met these young men more recently. And are you confident that these young men had nothing to do with it?
Confidence not a strong enough word. In fact, beyond a reasonable doubt is not strong enough. There's a 0% chance that they did anything wrong. So this is not 90%, it's not 99%, it's not 99.9999. There's no decimals, there's no anything. It's 100%, 100.000%, nothing. They did nothing wrong, and that's the problem for our opponents here, who have ruined their lives, dragged them through the mud, and attacked them. You don't get to lie. We have the First Amendment, we love our First Amendment, but you don't get to lie and hurt people. You want to lie and it doesn't hurt people? Fine. You lie and you hurt people, that's why we have defamation. And that's what this is about. So
I believe he was killed. But I'm a judge that has to weigh all the evidence. Preliminarily, that's what I see. You don't leave your friend on an island seeing that he has left his phone and not at least go back. You came there with him. You left him there, you say, because he wanted to stay. But you notice that he's left his phone. How was he going to get home in the first place? Wouldn't he need his phone in order to call his transportation? Or they should have known some of that. He would have said, I'm going to get home by such and such way. Hey man, I'm not coming. Y'all go ahead. I got a young lady. Okay, man. Is she going to bring you home? How you going to get home? You don't ask any of those questions? So you must have asked those questions. If you didn't, that's more evidence that I believe contributed to the reasonable suspicion. So I'm with the prosecutor. How about that so far? So you won't have to say that the judge is making conclusions without getting the evidence. The prosecutor has found enough evidence to create a reasonable suspicion that a crime occurred. And now they're going to interview everybody and come up with some answers on whether to indict. So I'm there with the prosecutor so far. Take it to the grand jury. Now I have to wait until what the grand jury comes back with before I support any charge or any lack of charges.
I want to emphasize this in the strongest possible terms. Zero wrongdoing, completely innocent, totally innocent, and categorically innocent.
And you guys have had experiences with either people threatening you online. I know that, Warren, we talked about this before, and we talked a little, or at least spoke a little bit about when you go out, you guys are getting accosted by people. Can you give us an example of, or at least tell the audience an example of an incident where you guys may have been accosted? Or what does that look like when you go out? People threaten you with weapons, or people trying to physically harm you, or people having to be restrained? What kind of engagement is happening when you guys go out?
We went to a restaurant, a couple of buddies of mine, and when we were, I wouldn't say threatening with weapons or anything, but I felt, and I know my friends felt, threat for our lives. I mean, I don't think there was like a fear factor, but at the same time, like it's awkward in public, like I stated, like when we have to talk about these things. But we went to a restaurant and someone came up to me and was like, "Is this you?" And I was kind of like shaken up about it. Well, at first she asked like my name.
So Nolan Wells is no longer here, and he wants to go on a podcast crying to Mr. Brennan Tatum, talking about he got punked in public trying to enjoy dinner, and somebody pulled up on him talking about, "Is this you?" And the hairs on his arms stuck up. So we gotta feel sorry for you because people are approaching you, but you're still alive though.
And like all these questions, and I was like, okay, whatever, she's coming up to talk. Well, then she came up to me again and showed me our first interview and was like, are you sure this isn't you? And I was like, well, yeah, that's me, like, obviously. And she kind of just, I looked at my buddy and I was like, yeah, we're leaving, like close everything out, like we're going. And I left, and there was an altercation after I left with some of my buddies that weren't involved in this at all. And they told my friends that they were gonna kill them and they wanted to fight and all this like crazy stuff. I mean, I wasn't there, but my friends told me this, that what the people were saying to them was like totally just crazy. Like, I mean, there was people like that were, outside of this telling us like, hey, you need to leave before something happens because I know what could go down right now. And like, I know that these people are crazy. So, I mean, we all felt, we were kind of shaken up about that. It was weird because it was our first encounter as a group. And I think it's also like just crazy that people will like look at you in the eye and tell you they'll kill you because they believe you killed your best friend and you have nothing to do with it.
And Morgan and Jax, were you guys there?
Yes, we were there.
I was there.
I didn't hear the part where they said they were going to kill him and stuff, but I did hear whenever she came up to him originally, she was like, hey, you have like TikTok or anything like that? Your face looks really familiar. And he was like, no, I don't have TikTok or anything like that. And she was like, oh, okay. And then walked off and then came back with, like you said, the first interview on her phone and showing him. She's like, so this isn't you. Either you have a doppelganger or this is you. And he was like, well, yeah, that's me. And then we got the check and we bounced and we were waiting outside for everybody else to get out of there. And while we're waiting outside is whenever some of our other buddies that aren't even on social media that we were just there with was getting told that other people are going to kill them and all that kind of stuff.
So how did that make you guys feel did you think they were serious? Did you think it was just people trying to make a name for themselves by confronting you in front of others? Like, what was your take on that, Morgan?
I think it was just like, I was in the general area of where one of our buddies was, where this altercation happened. And I actually got into a conversation with a fellow next to me that wasn't even involved. And he told me straight up, he was like, if I was y'all right now, I would leave before y'all get hurt. Y'all need to leave right now. I'm just watching out for y'all and making sure y'all are safe. And I mean, I wouldn't say that those people would have physically done something in that moment, but I think they were playing like almost like a mental game, like just to get into your head and just almost like make yourself like just think these things that obviously are not true.
If you can go back to the very beginning of this, how do you think this should have played out? Because I always question in my mind that when I go back, I look at what happened, I look at the initial stories with Nolan, and you guys knew him, right? I didn't know him. I know none of you guys. I just had a chance to meet you guys more recently. But how do you think this should have gone? If you could control the environment, Nolan is found deceased. How do you guys think that this should have been?
And our bilge pump stopped working. We're sinking. Can you all please come? We have a membership.
All right, of course. How far is the water coming up, sir? How far is the water coming up, sir? Can you give me a description? Ankles? Hello?
Hey.
Yes, how far is the water coming up, sir?
It's coming up. We're just sinking. I don't know. Like we're going down now.
All right, well, let's get you going. Membership number or phone number listed on the account, sir?
I don't know the phone number. It's either Jerry Atkerson. I think it's Jerry Atkerson. Try that.
All right.
I know we have a membership, like guaranteed. I don't have the tag
Unless
on
you
here.
have a
They got ripped
membership
off.
number or anything, it's okay. I'll get you over to the captain. What's the best phone number to reach you at? All right. And is everybody on board in good health otherwise?
Yeah. Yeah, everybody
How
talks
many?
to it.
All right. Do you need the United States Coast Guard?
What?
Do you need the United States Coast Guard?
No, we do not need that.
All right.
Yeah.
All right. All right. Do you have your current GPS coordinates?
Let me go look.
If not, I can send you a text message.
Rest in peace to Nolan Wells. Today is his birthday. Don't know what happened, but there's a lot of red flags, a lot of inconsistent stories talking about he was on the island, he was on the boat, he was fully clothed, even though he was seen with just his swimming trunks. That's some crazy work. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for voting as well. We got over 1,000 votes in the building. Keep your head on a swivel. Stay prayed up. Shout out to Mr. Keep It Simple in the building. Subscribe to Mr. Keep It Simple. He's going to exit, send our way. 5 hours in the building. First 5-hour stream. There's other stories that we have to cover, such as Carmelo Anthony. His hearing is upcoming. So make sure you subscribe to this platform. Also hit the bell notification. I want to thank every single one of y'all in the building. Let me go to the chat, shout y'all out. Shout out to Big Money. Shout out to Be Loved in the building. Shout out to Master Carpenter. Shout out to Horror Fun. Shout out to, even though you're blocked, shout out to Brian Blumen. Shout out to Big Money. Shout out to Lady of Faith 93. Shout out to Greg Nally. Shout out to Shirley Fields. Hercules 12 Sun in the building. Shout out to Finn.Game and shout out to William Moore. Shout out to Brandon Earths. And if I haven't read your name, go ahead and leave your name in the chat or say something in the chat so I can shout you out. Shout out to Clay Kim Music, Tracy Smith 8879 in the building. Shout out to Anna in the building. Shout out to Brennan Q89-4 in the building. We out of here, man. Rest in peace to Nolan Wells. Crazy work, man. And that's why, ladies and gentlemen, we have to appreciate every single day that we got, because it is not promised that we're going to see tomorrow. So if you are alive, you are blessed. Do not take advantage of your life.
Mike Vick. Down by 20, but I feel like I might win. Then I ran it like Peyton Manning. Then I screamed like I got the fresh seeds. I'm dark skinned, but I feel like I'm light skinned. Down by 20, but I feel like I might win. I'm a single man, she hot, but I like twins. I got the fresh seeds. I'm dark skinned, but I feel like I'm light skinned. I'm hungry, chicken thighs. Forget it, I like skin. I'm a single man, she hot, but I like twins. I'm hungry, chicken thighs. Forget it, I like skin. I'm a single man, she hot, but I like twins. Listen, this streets is crazy. I say it's cutthroat. They mad at me because I'm up and they lost hope. Listen, this streets is crazy. I say it's cutthroat. These dudes are so lazy they can never record a video, so they choose to sell dope. I saw an old hater try to give me dap. I looked at his hand and said, are you crazy? Hell no. I'm in the paint where it get flagrant. You might get hit with an elbow. I looked at his hand and said, are you crazy? We going hard till we pop up in Monaco, sipping a latte like hello. You might get hit with an elbow. I said hello, I mean bonjour. We going hard till we pop up in Monaco, sipping a latte like hello. Life is tough. It gave me pain after pain, but I'm looking like I want more. Life is tough. It gave me pain after pain, but I'm looking like I want more. Because I thought about it, life is like a buffet. Life is tough. It gave me pain after pain, but I'm looking like I want more. Because I thought about it, life is like a buffet. All you can eat. You gotta understand, put that on repeat. Acapella, top of the dome, no beat. Semi-retention, I'm in the zone, no freaks. You gotta understand, put that on repeat. The sipping, shaking, but we want no leaks. Semi-retention, I'm in the zone, no freaks. I'm going live, no leaks. The sipping, shaking, but we want no leaks. I'm in the zone, no freaks. She want me, she want me, she want me, she want me, she horny, she horny, she horny, she horny. I'm in the zone, no freaks.
And getting into an argument. Now, this is after Warren, their boat left. This may be somewhere around a little bit before 6, right around 6 or a little bit before 6 p.m. Now, according to the autopsy, which I interviewed a medical examiner about this, there is no evidence of blunt force trauma or an evidence that Nolan got into a physical altercation. So I'm putting all this stuff together, what people are sending me and all that, and I'm trying to find a neutral point to share with you. What I'm thinking at this point, with all that has been said, is that somebody knows exactly what happened to Nolan, or they saw him right before he died. I am not convinced that Nolan was just out there and drowned. It could be. That could have happened. But I'm more convinced now than ever based on what people have been telling me and DMs that I've been seeing, people that have been verified sources, that there has to be something with this cocaine. There has to be something with Nolan and a girl. And there has to be something with Nolan potentially being in either altercation with somebody, which would lead me to believe that that person saw Nolan last. And that this other person that's giving people cocaine. So this person giving people cocaine, a girl, Nolan, and another person that he may have been in an argument with, to me, are people that need to be investigated. And I can say more, but I'm trying not to get anything messed up in this case because I want justice for Nolan, and I want the boys that weren't involved in this to not get caught up in stupidity. So just so you guys know, I know the names of the cocaine person. I believe I know who the girl is. And I know the name of the person that may have been in an argument with Nolan. And there's nothing conclusive that anybody's telling me where there was violence that occurred. But that does not mean that the violence is ruled out. That does not mean that something could have happened in the water. Another report came to me of someone saying that they saw Nolan with a girl, being intimate in the water to the point where it caught their attention. And they believe that they saw Nolan and this girl struggling in the water, not necessarily drowning, but struggling. Like it was obvious enough that the person was concerned when they saw Nolan in the water and he was with this girl. And that the person explicitly said that they were being intimate, which I don't know what that means as far as just kissing, hugging, cuddling, or something else. But that's what has been told to me. And these sources have been, the sources I think have been legitimized, but what they're saying, I haven't been able to verify. This is just someone saying this, and I'm telling you what I'm hearing. So when the toxicology come back, if there's cocaine in the system, to me, that will validate that these people that have been telling me this are being accurate. And like I said, somebody really close to Nolan made mention that they're almost 100% sure that he may have been partaking in the use of cocaine. And it's unfortunate. I've been knowing this, at least that part for a while now, but I didn't want to put his name out there like that, given the fact that he just lost his life. But now that we're getting more information, the investigation is going further along, I'm just putting it out there. And we shall see if what is being told is accurate. But I'll finish it with this. I'm leaning more towards believing that somebody directly saw Nolan and know how Nolan died. That's my take on it. I don't think he was just drowning out there messing around. I think that somebody know more than what they're saying. And I don't think it's a lot of people. I think it's a few people that were last on the island with Nolan that know what happened, that seen what happened, or may have knowledge of something that will lead police in the right direction to find out exactly what happened. And I am encouraging you. I know some of y'all names. If it's you, you need to do the right thing. You need to go to authorities. And if you're there and you had nothing to do with it, you definitely need to go to authorities and clear your name. I'll say this: some of these people may have already gone to authorities. I don't know. The authorities won't tell me who they interviewed. So we'll go to that next step when it comes. I want to address Judge Mathis real quick. I got about 9 minutes. Here is where I think people should shut up unless they have a working knowledge of verifiable truth. If you want to give a hypothesis, say this is a hypothesis. Before you start accusing people and saying specifically and throwing their names out there and trying to say Nolan Wells is associated with Emmett Till, you need to do a little more research before you say it. Because if you listen to people like Judge Mathis, I can see why y'all think that these white boys did it, and that because he's operating with half or false statements. Roll the clip.
And then you've had different stories coming out from the teenagers. One of the young men himself spoke out about it, claiming they had begged Nolan to get on the boat, and that he wouldn't. Then there's the woman that he's supposed to have stayed back with. I think her name Katie or something. Well, he was supposed to have stayed back with Katie. That was their story. However, Katie's friend says that Katie hasn't. She saw him only in passing on the island.
Time out. Let me just clarify what he said. That's why y'all need to go and listen to the interview that I did with Warren. Because I saw Katie's text messages, and Katie did not say she just saw him in passing. I saw what she said about Nolan. Now, all of the other people that I've talked to, that I've heard from, and people that have sent the message out are alluding to the fact that Nolan was with some girl. All of his friends are saying he stayed behind with a girl. I don't understand how people don't believe his best friends and they believe a statement of a girl that didn't hardly know him well. So Judge Mathis is not correct on this, and he needs to go back and watch the interview so he can get a perception of this. Because she alluded to the fact that his friends, Katie, alluded to the fact that his friends had told him to get on the boat, and he did not. And she did not see him leave on the boat that he came on. All right, roll it.
Stay with him, and Katie isn't saying anything at all. So it's a lot of moving parts here, and I'm just hoping it's not one of those, quite frankly, and if his friends didn't have anything to do with it and they truly left him behind, etc., etc., he has discoloration, bruises on the back of his neck.
Something out. He does not have bruising on the back of his neck, and you guys are going to see the interview that I did with the medical examiner, a chief medical examiner of Tarrant County. It wasn't bruising to the back of his neck. It was a particular bone that's structured in the back of his head that underneath the skin, there was redness. Now, when you see the interview that I did with him, he explains what that could be and what that could not be. So it's not as obvious as there's clear signs of trauma to the back of his head, bruising or contusions. That's not true. Roll the clip.
Happened. And quite frankly, this is Mississippi, where in 1955, which sparked the civil rights movement, Emmett Till was killed for so-called whistling at a white woman. And now we're hearing Nolan Wells stayed back to be with a white woman, and he turns up dead with bruises behind his neck. That's the context I'm putting this in. It's Emmett Till, perhaps, all over.
Let me tell you why Judge Mathis should quit the internet and never speak again until he apologized to Emmett Till's extended family. For you to invoke that this has any similarity to Emmett Till is disingenuous and partially ignorant and evil. Emmett Till was a kid, a little kid. I think he was like 13 or something like that. Can you verify that for me? Emmett Till was a very little kid. He was a little kid. Emmett Till did not go out with his friends on Horn Island and get and drinking and having a good time with autonomy after being in college in 2026. Emmett Till allegedly whistled or made a remark against a white woman which is not, he may have actually done that because Emmett Till did not live in the South. He wasn't familiar with the segregation and racism and stuff in the South. They came to Emmett Till's family member's house, his uncle's house. They went to the door and said, give us Emmett. We're just going to teach him a lesson. With the intent to take him from his home. He was a 14-year-old boy. He wasn't 18. He wasn't a grown man. And they took him from his home with the intent to kill him. They took him out. They mutilated him. They put a cotton gin around his neck and barbed wire, and they drowned him intentionally. From the time they took him from his house, they took a 14-year-old boy and they murdered him. And you're going to say that this is similar to that? A grown man decides that I'm not going back with my friends. I want to hang out with a woman. Her being white is irrelevant because you ain't seen a single picture with Nolan with any black women. Where is a single black girl in any of this? He don't have no options but to be with a white woman. You don't see a single. I haven't seen a single picture with Nolan with black women. This ain't the 50s. And to interject that is a spit in the face of Emmett Till's mama, who had to have who had an open casket. And if you Google it, some of y'all can't stomach what you're gonna see. I'm telling y'all, dude, it made me so mad to think about somebody would even compare this to Emmett Till. It's a disgrace to do that. It's unjustified. It's unreasonable. That was a kid outside of his own will who could not defend himself with grown men who took him.
Everyone to be in peace with one another.
A mother loses their child on the 4th of July.
They were out there. And y'all act like he's just a flim, like they beat him up and killed him. I mean, I think they'd had a hard time doing that. I think somebody know what happened to Nolan. I think drugs and alcohol may have been a factor, might have. But ain't nobody just beast mode in Nolan. That don't seem very accurate. And why nobody talking about where's his black friends? I don't know where that's at either. Is there more to this? Let's play a little more.
On the boat that Nolan was on.
If I'm sitting waist deep in water and all my friends are, everybody's leaving their phone on a boat. I open the back hatch and there's water up to the batteries. And that is obviously not good. Nolan.
All right, of course. How far is the wording coming up, sir? How far is the wording coming up, sir? Can you give me a description? Ankles? Hello?
Hey.
Yes, how far is the water coming up, sir?
It's coming up. We're just sinking. I don't know. Like we're going down.
All right, well, let's get you going. Membership number or phone number listed on the account.
A lot of people are like, oh, I'll just leave my phone and I'll get it later, you know? And that's the way it is around here. You know, you don't take your phone and walk around the island. You know, there's plenty of phones on the boat and, you know, spread out between the 3 boats that we had. And, I mean, we had 20-plus people spread between our 3 boats. So, of course, everybody's phone was on the boat. I never saw someone in the water that day sitting with their phone in their hand, scrolling on anything or even taking pictures in the water. Yeah, someone might hop out the boat. You know, a lot of girls like to take pictures, you know, in the water. And so do guys, but, you know, girls want to take pictures in the water. Half a second, you might hop out the boat and be like, oh, I'm snapping this picture of myself or of someone else. But as soon as I get back in the boat, I'm putting my phone up and I'm getting back in the water and I'm hanging out with my friends.
Yeah, that's just common sense, man. I mean, and describe to me what the day was like. I saw a video online. How hectic was it out here? I mean, right now it's barren. There's not a lot of people out here.
Right.
But clearly that's not what it was on the 4th of July. So, like, how dense was it with people here?
Well, I mean, you look at all the videos, you know, that are spread out online, and a lot of them, you know, you can't believe what you see all the time online. You know, you know that better than anybody. But, I mean, there was boats lined up all the way down the island, and there was rows. There was a first row, there's a second row. We were in the 3rd row where it drops off, and then there was even boats in front of us. And this went all the way down towards the east end of the island, and then there was people on the east tip And we're on the north side now, but there was people on the south side too, lined up all the way down. And if you talk to anybody on the coast about this, they know that.
Yeah.
I mean, 4th of July, this is the hot spot. This is where people want to be. This is where people want to come out, hang out with their family and friends.
And people say that you guys just left Nolan behind. I've seen reports of people saying that you just left him. I see reports of people saying that you asked him to get on the boat. You told him to get on the boat, he didn't. What's the truth in that?
Well, Wyatt was having boat issues and the bilge wouldn't pump. So the bilge is basically a pump that releases water from your boat when water comes in. So I opened the back hatch and there's water up to the batteries. And that is obviously not good. There's water almost coming over the transom, which is where your motors sit and which is the, by the stern, like in the back part of the boat. So obviously we were in emergency. The boat, we're trying to save the boat. It's not like we didn't ask Nolan or we just left Nolan. Nolan decided to stay on the island with the girl that he was with. And the girl is a witness to that too.
Yeah. I'm glad you cleared that up because I think it's important for people to have the context of like what it was on that day, what happened, what didn't happen. And the beauty of all of this is that you guys have evidence to prove that you asked Nolan to come on and different things like that. So, but anyway, man, I appreciate you.
Yes, sir.
Giving me a rundown of kind of what
issue here first, which is weird for a white guy to say this to a black man, but there are people in the black community who are going to say, I can't believe you had that Brandon Tatum on. He's not a real black guy. He attacks the black cause. It doesn't matter that he's black. He's worse than a white racist. What do you make of that allegation, and why do you think it's out there?
Well, Chris, thank you so much. And I'll say this, man, we're all Americans at the end of the day, so I don't take any offense of you using your freedom of speech and your commentary to come up with these things or make your point. I think it's laughable. I mean, for somebody to say, I don't like the black community because I'm willing to find both sides of the story to get to what happened to Nolan Wells, I mean, people should be ashamed of themselves for even framing me like that. But the problem is many people want this country to stay divided. They want us to stay in a sense of fight or flight mode, and that racism is the main focus, and that's the main contributor to black success or failure in this country. And it's just not the case. Most people are not worried about race. I'm sure you and I couldn't care less what color somebody's skin is. Are you a good person or you're not a good person? And some things that I found out after going to Mississippi and talking to a whole slew of people is that in this situation, it does not appear that race was a factor. A young man lost his life, and I think that's what we need to focus on, and we need to focus on finding out how he lost his life.
What is your take, as someone who's obviously intimately familiar with law enforcement, what is your take on the suggestion that, the authorities really started this? They came out too soon saying no foul play. They should have said that they were investigating because there's not enough evidence for them to put out there of their own conclusion. What do you think of that?
Well, they're darned if they do, they're darned if they don't. If they said nothing, people will be mad that they didn't say enough. If they come out and at least give some people some idea of what the investigation has in store so far, then people get mad at that. They did not say that there was no foul play. They said at this point, we don't have any indication of foul play, which I think that any rational person that's involved or invested in this should feel very confident in, like, okay, we're not looking at some heinous murder where a kid was mutilated and things like that.
Boy. So we got to talk about Officer Tatum doing the Lord's work when it comes to dispelling the lies and the myths that are being put out there by the pro-black
on all fucking day. You never made an effort to get it back to him. You never made an effort to communicate to him or anything like that. The mother had to come find you to come get the phone from you. And when they opened the phone, they seen that there were text messages deleted and there were Snapchat messages deleted. This is what made it suspicious. And then as soon as people figured out who the fuck he rode out there went, everyone went dark. Every single person.
Picture into something may have happened. I mean, the words cover up were specifically used in that. And so I hope that you know, that the authorities are looking at this. There's a grand jury, and I hope that we get some answers.
Clay?
Well, first and foremost, Daniel, I hope you did your Tina Marie research. I sent you Tina Marie links, so I'm hoping that you did. I hope you did your research now so we can make a reference.
See you two this weekend.
Okay, I hope you did your Tina. I had to give him a little bit of homework. You know how I feel about that. Let me say this. To Daniel's point earlier, that, and I'm paraphrasing here, you said it a few minutes ago, that you said focusing on the friends or the kids who were there, you were saying that's more so a distraction and we have to focus on the evidence. Do I have that right? Is that what you said more or less? Okay.
And the investigation and the investigators, yeah.
Gotcha. But I disagree with that. We got to focus on the friends. We got to focus on the people who were there. That is the heart of the evidence. That is the heart of any true crime series. Who are the people who were there? What's happening? What is this cover up? I mean, it reminds me of when Trayvon Martin was killed. I remember the audio came out of his shooting, and people were trying to decipher everything, and he was on the phone with one of his friends. Yep. I mean, they grilled her. I mean, we heard bizarre audio with George Zimmerman. I mean, from what I heard, I want to see a deeper investigation. Is an arrest possible? I don't know. But the idea that we're going to put the people who may have saw him last when he was alive, to put that on the back burner, I don't think that's a good idea, brother. I don't think it is. Now, I understand what you're saying. We can't jump the gun. I'm not doing that. But from what I heard in that audio, I ain't jumping guns. The gun is pretty loud. Yeah. So I just want to be clear that the last people who saw him alive, they have the answers. And I want to see a proper investigation. And here we are again, where once again, people who are not part of the investigation, and maybe there are things that have come up on the low that we don't know about. Fair enough. You know, we're not right there every millisecond. But here we are again, people who are not even part of the investigation, revealing information that it appears, could be wrong, that the folks in Mississippi have not figured out. And this goes to the heart of Black journalism, Black media. We're going to figure it out. So I want to really lean into this whole idea that focusing on the kids is the wrong angle. I mean, they're going up there, pop dipping and spinning with that guy, freaking officer, whatever, doing interviews, going to the scene where he was last alive, going there. They are the very heart of this investigation, of what happened. I mean, have they been, maybe I missed it in all the news. Have they been interrogated? Have they been, I've seen people brought in on lesser accusations. So not only is it the lack of transparency, it appears, I could be wrong, protection. And that's frustrating.
But can I answer that point? This isn't a persecution. It's an investigation. In the investigation, you turn over every corner. And that's what is happening. And it seems like the more thorough investigating is happening with half of the information, with the external information. And these guys are putting themselves on Front Street. If you don't want to be part of the story, don't be part of the fucking story. What are you doing?
The right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you in a court of law. You have the right to talk to a lawyer and have him present with you while you're being questioned. If you cannot afford to hire a lawyer, one will be appointed to represent you before any questioning if you wish. You can decide at any time to exercise these rights and not answer any questions or make any statements. Do you understand each of these rights I have explained to you?
On Brandon Tatum's show.
Lord
you lawyered up immediately, which was actually smart to do. And I've said it before, I'll say it again. I want Black people to lawyer up quickly too. Okay, even if it's your friend, if it's your cousin, if it's whoever the fuck, because y'all get thrown in jail for shit you didn't do all the time because you don't lawyer up. So I ain't even got a problem with the fact that they lawyered up, but then they went from lawyering up to now you kicking it and kicking on podcasts and shit. You wanted to be part of the story. Let's go.
Like Nolan made them feel like everybody's his best friend, right? I mean, everybody felt connected to Nolan. Were you shocked that it turned like this? I mean, where this community was tight-knit, Nolan's friend group was tight. He ends up losing his life in an unfortunate situation, which nobody knows exactly what happened. Did it shock you that it turned into some racial thing?
Yes, racial, I do agree. Now, it going famous or going viral, that part didn't shock me. Thinking about it and being honest, like, that's not a surprise because everybody did love Nolan. Especially around here, everybody loved Nolan. So for people to repost that, they know Nolan. I mean, they know he did not have one hateful thing in his heart. And racism, no. That was a shock. That was a complete shock. from his mom and from his stepdad. Like, that's a shock. That's an utter shock, because it's like, first off, I don't know how to word this. Nolan wasn't fully black. Nolan's mixed. Nolan has a little bit of Asian in him.
Let's talk about this audio. What happened? Tell us, so that if you are on record publicly, like you appear to want to be, and shoot, they might be MAGA influenced after all this, which is the messed up part about it, then let's go. Let's have this conversation. You don't get to have it both ways. You don't get to say, no, they're just kids. They shouldn't be in it. They put themselves in it the second that homeboy sat down with Brandon Tatum. So now let's go. Let's do this.
And Reese, I also want to do in any investigation,
Went fucking dark.
I think people owe these boys an apology. It's very sad and unfortunate what happened to Nolan Wells. I don't know if there was something that was foul play happening to Nolan Wells.
All right, Officer Tap Dance. So if you don't know, then you need to be quiet as well. How can you sit here and say people owe these boys an apology when you just clearly say you don't even know what's going on? And I know you have a PhD in criminology, so if you don't say anything that's related to white safety, then you will lose majority of your supporters. I get it. I understand. Your wife will probably leave you. But you need to shuck and jive yourself out of this situation. The scrutiny that these boys in Mississippi is receiving is not simply because of their skin color. It's the lack of concern that the system showed for this case and that his friend group showed for this case. This was a horrible investigation. They wrote it off before it even started. And then they had to go back and say, well, now we're investigating this. Between the phone, between the keys, between the messages in his phone, between people not knowing which boat, which friend group he was with, between them saying he went off with these people, no, he was with these people, and then between them maybe having a fight or he hanging out with this another group of people, all of this information sounds fishy.
Yeah. So you see that, you heard that. Now, I just want people to keep in mind this idea that Nolan's friends didn't care about him, right? That there was no concern, that, their behavior is fishy. Because again, the whole thing is that these people are convinced that Nolan's friends somehow, some way murdered Nolan, right? Even though, again, there's no evidence of that at all, right? There's no indication of any type of foul play, okay? But, for them, well, it's just fishy, right? And again, the only reason it's fishy is because he had white friends, okay, in his Mississippi. They ignored the fact that the island was full of other people. Nolan had other friends there who, weren't white, right? Who are also black, who, I could argue that they basically have showed the same amount of concern as the white friends, okay? But again, a lot of this stuff is built off lies, right? Built off the fact that this has now become a full-blown grift, okay? And Tatum is exposing that grift. And there's some people, some black people, who actually do appreciate it, right? They appreciate it for what it is, despite the backlash from the pro-black mob.
So I'm sitting here watching this Brandon Tatum interview with Nolan Wells' friend Warren. I got it playing on the TV right there. Let it both go. I'm trying to understand what it is that y'all mad about with Brandon Tatum. I've seen some of the white liberal saviors and black folks get on here and talk shit about him. Why y'all mad that he went to go talk to Nolan Wells' homeboy who just so happened to be a white boy? If you mad at that, go eat a dick because you part of the problem. And the white liberal saviors, they the biggest part of the issue, but that's a whole nother story. What I'm saying to y'all is, this is Warren. They in Mississippi. Nolan Wells' friend. He said, man, I met Nolan Wells in the 8th grade. We was super cool. We started getting tight after that. Nolan Wells, always smiling. He bring joy to everybody. Any room he walk in, he light the room up. Man, I text him all the time. He in the group chat. We hang out every time we come back from school. He said, no, I didn't really go over his house like that, but we was still close. That didn't mean nothing. And here y'all go, oh, well, how y'all close and you never went to his house? That's why I hate social media, because y'all get on here and act like life just perfect. I got so many homeboys in my life whose house I never went to as kids. But when we got grown, yes, we hung out. That does not mean this person not my friend because I never went to their house. That type of shit is bad. Y'all logic is crazy, dog. Your logic is crazy. But I remember, we on social media where y'all like to make up bullshit. So I'm just trying to understand, mainly to the white liberal saviors who think they know everything was good for black folks, and to my black people who can't let racism go. What are you saying?
Damn, this dude ain't breathing, huh? So the reason why the black community and others are upset at Brennan Tatum is because he's obviously pandering to the boys. He's coaching them. I mean, through his coonery, we got the blessing to see more light in the situation, but in that same take, we cannot act ignorant as if he is not showing favoritism to Nolan Wells' friends. As if what they say is law. Ladies and gentlemen, top of the morning. Thank you for watching. Make sure you subscribe to the platform. Also, if you're watching this in playback, let me know in the comment section your take on this video. We got over 1,000 votes. We got over 1,200 votes in the building. A whopping 21% says yes. Let me know in the comment section why you believe yes. Keep your head on a swivel. Stay blessed. And don't think it's sweet out here.
He's speaking. How can I help you?
Hey, we're at the west tip of Horn, and our bilge pump stopped working. We're going